Welcome to Thixton Lane.
Come on, the Shire!
Going to be giving this local derby a bit of the big match treatment. It's all part of the RFU's Play Together, Stay Together campaign, and it's altogether brilliant to be here.
Having a bag before the game. It's not for me. Not me.
Right, go steady. Ready up. Oh, hang on. Come on, Gareth.
We are ready to go, and we certainly have a few hundred packed in. The home side will be pretty happy with that three-point advantage from an early penalty, Dowie.
Absolutely.
If Vanua is on the outside, and he is going to get it here. Keep going down the short side, and Donovan is making all sorts of yards up there. Going back the other way, and Richmond should get the try. Well, the referee brings about the end of the match. Darlington showing themselves to be the slightly smarter outfit altogether.
You did each other proud, but most of all, boys, themselves proud. You've earned your beer, and you've earned the respect of everybody, yeah? That'll be there forever.
The Papa John's Cup has given us the opportunity to play against teams we haven't played against before.
It's cup rugby, you know, you've only got a few games to get it right. Yeah, it gives the boys a chance to go and do something different and express themselves at the end of the year.
And obviously the Papa John's Cup final is going to be at Twickenham. That's an amazing incentive for every rugby player in the country.
One more tough game, another test, someone that we'll never have played before. So we'll give it everything and really try to get that Papa John's Cup final.
A very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twickenham, to England Rugby's HQ for the Papa John's Community Cup Finals Day. 4 matches out of 12 across the land taking place here at Twickenham. It's been a season in which over 500 clubs have competed across 24 competitions in a shortened, accelerated version of the Cup competitions, all taken place over the past 5 weeks, and 8 teams have reached this point today. And for the teams first up, North Bristol against Gloucester Old Boys, the party has already begun. Two sides from the West Country meeting in southwest London today. Well, let's take a look at the teams competing in this first match. Kickoff at 11 AM sharp. And here is who's involved. So this is how North Bristol are lining up, starting with the pack. Alex Featherstone, Rich Mortimer, Dylan Thomas in the front row. Jack Cotter captains with Tom Mays alongside him in the second row. Max Fox-Holmes, Dan Cox and Connor Meehan are in the back row. The backs, Anthony Jelf and Josh Lobley. The half-backs, Tom Bennett, a youngster with pace on the wing with Chris Hamilton. The centres are Simon Mortimer and Bill Canton, who's the vice-captain, and Dan McCudden is at full-back. The head coach, Josh Lobley, as well. And here is how their counterparts, Gloucester Old Boys, look. Ryan McGurk, Ben Thompson and Ben Gower in the front row. Niall Galvin and Matt Owen in the second row. Dom Chant, captains from the blind side with Spencer Miller and Andy Fern alongside him. In the backs, it's Sam Thompson and Paddy Hines, then Taylor Units, Owen O'Keefe and Jamie Fair's the back three. In the centres, Josh Pearson and Alid Halford Tuffley are in the centres. So here they come, the expectation grows at Twickenham Stadium, and across today I'm delighted to be joined by one of England's own, Bryony Cleal, Harlequins prop as well, of course. Brian, it's great to have you for these community finals day, and both teams are right now in the tunnel. Just let us inside the mind of a player when they're first competing here on this Twickenham pitch. What's going through their mind right now?
I think we all dream of playing at Twickenham. It's the home of England rugby, and to come out, you suddenly get shocked at how big it is, and then when you come out and you've got your fans making some noise down there, which they are. The North Bristol look like they've brought the whole of North Bristol with them. It's truly special. I know a few of them will touch the grass as they come on, because it's a turf that so many famous people have played. All our heroes as we grow up and we watch England rugby, we watch the men, the women. We know that we're kind of running on the same pitch that they are. We get to play on it. So look, it'll be a truly special day for them. There'll be some nerves, of course there will be, but they just got to soak it all in, embrace it, and on the way home take a bit of grass with them.
Does that come with the sanctioning, with the allowance of the groundsman, Bryony Cleal? Here we go though, North Bristol against Gloucester Old Boys. North Bristol having finished their league season unbeaten. Gloucester Old Boys in the end finishing third, but when the count was made for this Papa John's Community Cup competition, they were in top position. It is in many ways the Champions League of community rugby, with only the two teams who finished top in each league qualifying for a road to Twickenham. And this is where it's ended, a blitz over 5 weekends. Semi-finals conducted last weekend. Coaches, cars, train tickets had to be booked over the last 7 days to get to this point. And North Bristol have travelled in numbers. Gloucester Old Boys well represented as well. They were in a league together a few years ago, back in 2019. Now they face each other in cup competition. And Gloucester Old Boys on the ball, securing kickoff and running this through the hands, making some space just outside their 22. First kick of the afternoon. This is fielded by Dan McCudden at full-back for North Bristol, now hoisted from Anthony Jelf. Ricocheting around, this is going to work for North Bristol and Alex Featherstone, the loose head prop today. And he tidies that one up. We're going to see this man in action a lot, Connor Meehan for number 8 for the North Bristolians. That's off the toe and bouncing around awkwardly. Now charged down. Chase was good from Canton. It's taken by Gloucester Old Boys on their line. Pressure piling in on Gloucester Old Boys in the scrum. Bryony, a terrific start for North Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen it from both teams. Yes, they want to play, but also they're not scared to put the ball in the air. They're not scared to kind of try and win that territory. And here, you've put a ball in behind, but it's that chase that's got them here. They've charged the ball down and put the pressure on. And I think today we're going to see that it's that defensive effort. It's the ability to work hard there, and you get the rewards of a scrum 5 metres out.
Those in good voice have had reason to cheer for North Bristol so far. 90 seconds in, and this is the position. Anthony Jelf, the scrum half, steadies himself for the first scrum of the day. So too his 8. And Gloucester Old Boys have pinched it, despite creaking a little bit in the middle. That's good work from Ben Thompson and his mates in the front row. This is going to stay in. McCudden sizes up the opposition and jinks through. Onto Old Gloucester Boys' 22. Nice rumble through the middle. Here's Meehan. Easily identifiable, the number 8, by his carrying and his stature, and now they're spreading play along. Canton is the architect here, onto the left wing, cutting back inside. Tom Bennett. Ball is out through the legs, keeps this play alive. And taken well by Jelf. Meehan wants this. Conor Meehan again, standing up tall in these early stages. Here's Dylan Thomas. Again with the advantage. Everything going North Bristol's way. They want to make it pay now. The short pass to Jelf. The scrum half on a hard line. A few metres away. The first try at Twickenham. On finals day. Beckoning for North Bristol. Has to go again. Sandbags being laid down on this Twickenham try line by Gloucester Old Boys, but it's not enough. North Bristol with the first score of the final. It's the captain, Jack Cotter. And that North Bristol voice is roaring around Twickenham in these early stages.
They just had the momentum, the carries. We saw the winger Tom Bennett make a break and just put a good 10 metres in, and then it's just that momentum, it's that carrying the forwards. Every time they're getting the ball, we're going over the gain line, and when you put phases together, about 5 or 6 of them, the defence is constantly on the back foot, constantly having to move backwards, and then you're within 2 metres and you've got your forwards like Jack Cotter who are going to pick that ball up and go over the line. So it's really good play from North Bristol just to keep the ball, especially as Gloucester Old Boys were looking around that breakdown, looking to get the ball back and looking to disrupt it, but they kept the phases together and just kept going forward.
Conversion after, sized up, and all 7 for North Bristol. The perfect starts against their West countrymen. A try from Jack Cotter. And a significant score, Bryony, as well, given how Gloucester Old Boys' season has been. They've been one of the top defensive teams in their league. Just 208 points conceded all season. They average around 10 points a game against them. So it's an even better start, bearing that in mind, for North Bristol. This left to bounce. And for the first time, Gloucester Old Boys are going to have possession, although they won't. Straight back in North Bristol hands. Featherstone again. They have a set of forwards, this North Bristol team, who relish the nitty-gritty of this sport. Backs that can run rings around opponents when given a chance. Gloucester Old Boys is fullback here. Jamie Fairs tries to reclaim that, but Cotter is all over it. Now Meehan. And Jelf. Looped along, that's threaded well from the fly half, Lobley. Tom Bennett was jinking and trying to find a way down that touchline.
You talk about the defence just as we kicked off there, and you can really tell from the Gloucester Old Boys team, the tackles they're putting in, 2-man tackles, they're stopping them on the line, and there it was Bristol moved all of 5 metres, so that's what they've got to keep doing, and then try and get that ball back. We saw them have the ball, but it lasted all of 1 minute, and to win a game, you need the ball. It's all about keeping the ball and scoring, so they just need to use this ball they're getting off this line out now, get some phases together and really get into the game.
Gloucester Old Boys line-out holds firm enough. Now they set themselves. Valuable time on the ball this. At the start of this cup final, and valuable metres now being hard-earned. Over the halfway line they go. What a rolling maul this is from Gloucester Old Boys. baring their teeth for the first time, and a penalty comes.
After watching the first scrum and that line out into a maul, they seem to have the edge in the forwards there. They've got a big pack. If they can look to use that pack, they can look to use that maul. That's just taken them 30 metres plus. And when you've got a maul rolling like that, you know an infringement's coming. You know an in from the side, a swimming up the side's coming, and they've got the penalty and they can move up the pitch. So this is what they need to look to use that big pack of theirs and start moving up this pitch.
Well, speaking to the team in the week, they did say this is their strength. They will look to maul, they will kick to go out and then try and steal ball, and when it's their own, this is what North Bristol can expect a bit more of today. Good shape again. Body positions are good. Gloucester Old Boys peel off for the breakaway. Now Thompson for the first time with scrum half ball, but he wants forwards to take it forward with Chant, the captain. Now the backs with a move, cutting back against the grain is Pearson in that outside centre shirt. Dummy from the tight head prop, Ben Gower. Standing start, but still with Gloucester Old Boys. Alan Halford toughly just chips this through. Good experience from the inside centre. He's a man who's retiring after this game, and Aled Halford toughly puts a bit of control on things for Gloucester Old Boys, and look how this has worked out. Been kicked out by North Bristol.
Yeah, we talk about 3 minutes ago, they were in their own half, and they're up there 5 metres out. You know what they're going to go to. They're going to use that maul that's been so successful for them for the first two line-outs, and hopefully they'll get a response here, but it's just about the execution.
Pressure on Thompson. Finds his man.
Sorry, Ben. I let you in for one there. It's them moments like that where the execution is most important. You can forgive a hooker for throwing one a bit wayward in between the 22s, but when you're in that position, you don't get them that often. So it's all that hard work that the forwards, the backs have put in, that lovely kick, and it kind of just goes to waste. However, from the first scrum, I reckon Thompson, Ben Gower and Mark McGurk can turn this around and pick that Bristol scrum up again.
They'll be licking their lips at this one, most definitely. Remember, that North Bristol scrum was under pressure. Despite winning the ball back early on, they get the referee's whistle in their favour.
Yeah, you run the risk. When you're in that moment, you want to get the ball back. You seem to have wasted an opportunity. You sometimes just try that little bit too hard. You step around the corner, which is easy for a loose head, because that's where your left shoulder's out. You can come round, and you've got penalised there because you're not allowed to do that. It has to be straight when you go forward. You have to be going straight.
North Bristol ball this time penned into their own half. Clean and off the top. Jelf services his fly half lobbly, and then it's the forwards who weren't in the line out who now hammer up in midfield. Back on the inside. Cotter again. Gloucester Old Boys penalised for not rolling away.
I love it. As he got up, he went, "They were holding me in, sir. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." That's what you always say. But when you get stuck on the wrong side, your team can't jackal because you're in the way. So often it's like you can't do that. You've got to get your hands out and allow that player to get out, and then you can go for the ball.
Kicked long, but from well outside the 22 by Jamie Fairs. So North Bristol on the offensive again. And Bryony, how much of an adjustment does every player have to make when you're playing in front of a referee who've not played with before?
Yeah, it's every game we play. When we have a new referee, someone we haven't had before, you've just got to learn from them. They quite quickly do something or ref the breakdown in a certain way, and it's about learning. Clearly here, if you're in the wrong side, he's not going to let the jackal happen. He's going to penalise you every time. So it's about learning and changing how you play.
North Bristol on the attack again. Lovely straight line through the heart of Gloucester Old Boys. It's going to come out. on Gloucester's side, but penalty. Penalty against Spencer Miller for coming off his feet.
So yeah, here we've seen Gloucester Old Boys penalised quite often around that breakdown. So it's about Dom Chat having a word with the boys and trying to work it out. Obviously, famously, we saw James Haskell ask the referee what to do, but it's about the boys finding out and working out themselves, working out what he doesn't like and what he likes. And clearly at the moment, it's can we get the tackler to roll away and get out of the breakdown so we can have a clean contest.
Josh Lobley, after the conversion, to add a penalty, and the fly half makes good from in front of the posts. North Bristol with a 10 points to nothing lead after 13 minutes at Twickenham.
In games like this, points like that, when you get into opposition's 22s, you've got to be taking the points. And if we see North Bristol have gone into 22 twice and come away with 10 points. At the moment, Gloucester Old Boys have gone into there once but come away with 0. So that's where kicks like that, penalties like that, which keep the points going, take another 3 points onto the scoreboard, are really important in games that can be really tight.
Deep kickoff from Gloss Old Boys. Meehan has time to work ahead of steam up. And this Gloucester Old Boys defence being put to the test, but that was a fine piece of defensive work from the forwards.
And that's where Gloucester Old Boys have learned, if the tackler rolls, then Ben Gower can go straight onto that ball. As soon as he gets a lift off the ball, it's a penalty against. So the refs are looking for you to get onto the ball, but you have to have lifted the ball up, take the ball, and then you'll get the reward.
Sam Thompson kicking to touch today. He is the scrum half for Gloucester Old Boys. Don't be fooled by the number. And he will be barking the orders from this line out. And who knows where it may end up with Ben Thompson with the line out. Got to get this right. They go a little shorter this time, and it's taken cleanly. Now those yellow, red and black jerseys knit together. And this is a handsome looking train heading towards North Bristol waters. At the back is Miller. Thompson, the controller here. There goes Miller, peeling off the open side. Now the next wave comes. They're up to the line now, Gloucester Old Boys.
That maul is dangerous. That is going places. If they can just keep using that, I always say don't. What is it? What's broke? Don't stop, or what? Don't stop until it's broke. Something along them lines. But if it's been successful, and look, we've had 3 mauls, 2 have resulted in penalties, and the other 3 have all gone over 20+ metres. If you're the coach of Gloucester Old Boys, you're very happy with that. But now let's get the rewards of it. Let's get the points on the board. Again, we're still in the 22. Can we come away with some points? Because for the pressure they've had entering the 22 twice, they need points on the board.
So Gloucester fans here, they secured their place at Twickenham after a semi-final victory against Old Georgians, 24 points to 13 last weekend. The pack key to that victory a week ago. Plenty of other teams suffering a similar fate in the cup competition. Bristol Airplane Company, they were beaten Willenhall as well, and Old Colstonians in a thrilling quarter-final, 22-21. They know how to operate in tight games. Can they get their first score of the final? Again at the back. But the penalty for the slip of the hand and the knock-on, and North Bristol given a reprieve.
Yeah, they just seem to up the D in that maul. As soon as Gloucester Old Boys' feet hit the ground, North Bristol hit them with everything they've got as soon as it happened, and you saw them, Gloucester Old Boys, suddenly move back a metre, and suddenly when you don't have that momentum at the start of a maul, it's extremely hard to come back at it, and have just slipped and dropped the ball there. So it's a scrum to North Bristol.
Can they power up the batteries, Gloucester Old Boys,
Stay square.
for this scrum? 5 metres from their line, North Bristol. This front row being given a thorough examination. Meehan picks off the base and flips it to his inside centre, Cantin.
No left of the ball.
Back to Lobley, and that it represents an extremely good exit.
Yeah, absolutely. Forwards have done their job with the scrum. You've peeled off that, you've carried, you've secured the breakdown, because again, Gloucester Old Boys were over the top of the ball, but the clear out's good. And then you've exited out your 22 and the pressure's off, and now you're back into defence, but it's in a much better place on the pitch. You don't want to be defending in 22s because one mistake and they can score. At least here, you've got a bit of space and time before they're over for some points.
Still fine, very fine field position for Gloucester Old Boys. They'll go through the hands, and Hines, the fly half, has his number 8, Andy Fern, with steam in his nostrils for the first time today. Lovely twist and spin. And now Thompson goes back to the right. There's Hines again. Space here for Halford Tuffley. Then Pearson. And Gloucester Old Boys showing that they can dice things with the backs. And they're keeping North Bristol honest. Now through the forwards, but excellent defence this time from the Blue and Reds. Round the back for Hines. He has to take an extra step to make the pass, and that's lovely. Chant, the captain, along the line now. Great opportunity this for Units, who gets hauled down 3 metres away. Old Gloucester piling through on this left flank, courtesy of the backs this time. Thompson brings forwards nearer to him. Short charge to the line, the roll. Half a metre away, then to the left they go. Spencer Miller, the open side, gets his hands on the ball, tries to place, gets it down, and Gloucester Old Boys pull Bristol from one end of Twickenham to the other to get their first try in the final.
Yeah, again, we come into the 22 and we need to score points. We have this time, so suddenly you're thinking we're back into the game. We've got some points on the board, and you know what, they can keep the ball for more than a few phases, which they haven't been able to do recently, but they've kept the ball. We've had a break down the wing from Taylor Unit. We've got over the ruck, we've kept the ball in with the forwards, and we've used the power to get over the line, and Spencer Miller with a try there. That's what you need to do. We've looked to the Maul. The Maul's done great things for them so far, but actually they can also play. They can also use their forwards and backs alike. They had a couple of the back row, second row on the wing down here, giving the ball to Taylor, who made the break. So look, they can play.
First kick of the afternoon for Taylor Unit, after being involved in that opening try. It's a man who's kicked 2 match-winning goals during this cup competition. So within the last 5 weeks to get Gloucester Old Boys to this stage. Unit sets it off in the right direction. Goodness me, it has the legs as well. And the left winger with his first points at Twickenham with a fine strike.
I always think when someone takes the ball so far out on the 22, you know they've got a good boot on them. You know they're going to have the distance, and so they've just increased that angle to make it easier for them, but I was thinking he's going to slot this one.
Yeah, it's the hallmark, isn't it? And Unit stamps his mark on this final. Taken by Cotter. Having the type of game captains should have when they reach a final so far, Jack Cotter.
Yeah, what he's done really well there is get into the air. Whenever you're contesting for a ball with someone else, if you can get into the air, you suddenly have a bit of an advantage of them, because they can't touch you, they can't get into your area or make any contact with you. But unfortunately, as he's fallen, he's just knocked the ball off.
The upshot, however, North Bristol losing that ball, and more set piece. Free kick, North Bristol.
Drive before the ball's coming in, you've got to hold your weight. Or the front three,
Yeah, good communication from the referee there. He's just said that the Gloucester Old Boys scrum has gone before the ball has actually been fed, so therefore it's only a free kick, not a penalty. If it happened a few times, then it would go up to a penalty, but right now it's just a free kick, so it's a tap and go.
And Jelfer makes a nice run right and then cuts back.
Yes, please.
Never straying far from his forwards. It is a forward frontier sort of game so far. Now to Canton. Puts his head down. Jelf waits, just one man protecting him, but that man is Tom Mays, and he does a very good job indeed. Round the corner they go. Both these teams well used to the wide expanse at Twickenham now.
No clear left, it's clear up form.
More than 20 minutes into this contest. Mays gets the offload away. Nicely done to Lobley. Along the line it comes. Ducking back inside Mortimer. Little slip pass, that was cute as well from McCudden. Next wave arrives. And coming onto that from Jake Murphy. Gloucester Old Boys hands all over this. But Spencer Miller, I think, involved there. He lets go at the right time. It's a good carry, isn't it? Coming into things, Max Fox-Holmes from the blind side. Jelf. Lobley. Into the pop pass, he's taken down by Hines, his opposite man. Now here goes Meehan, sees some space on the inside. Again the tackling good from Chant this time. Jelf. Canton juggles, does well, onto Pearson, who has to straighten the centre pairing, well balanced at North Bristol. And there goes Owen O'Keefe. Chris Hamilton even driven into the ground. Still that penalty coming. Let's have a listen here.
A lot of penalties now at the breakdown. So you guys have got to recognise when you can and can't compete for the ball. That's the message.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's if someone's in the way and hasn't rolled, you can't compete. If they have, you can. And it's that rugby IQ, that intelligence that they need to pick up and understand when or when they can't, when a ruck's formed, when it's not, and then they'll get on the referee's better side. At the moment, they're just penalty after penalty after penalty around that breakdown.
So Mortimer collected. Mays hit hard. And Jelf again to Meehan. He's been well watched by Gloucester Old Boys so far. Connor Meehan still with North Bristol.
Have we all finished? I love it. It's getting a little heated in there because when the breakdown is allowed to play, if the referee lets it play, then often it can ultimately be about 5 people on the floor pushing each other, pulling each other and contesting for that ball. So what we're seeing is a really hotly contested breakdown here. The referee's coming in when he needs to, but it's up to the players to recognise, again, like we talk about, if they can compete, if it's a ruck, if they can just, like we saw here, fire past the ball and get the ball available. So Gloucester Old Boys just need to work it out. They're trying to do here, they did a few different things, but that's what they need to do.
Our referee today, Ben Simpson, by the way, taking no nonsense in the middle, is he? North Gloucester under pressure. Jelf goes in to secure it. Despite the pressure at scrum time, they are getting their ball back and launching well from it. And here goes Dylan Thomas pulling to the left. Short pass between the backs and then clattering into contact is Mortimer. Jelf sees only 3 backs to his right, wants a little more heft, and Jake Murphy offers that.
Good, much better. Stay down, stay down.
Jelf again. Little slip on the inside, Connor Meehan at speed. Taken down well. The next wave is there. North Bristol looking for a second, but held up. Miller and Fern on the floor, spoiling that for North Bristol.
Gloucester Old Boys there stopped kind of competing for a minute, and that's where they're all on the feet. They're able to hold that ball up. They're able to be on their feet. They're able to make the tackles. So they have kind of changed it there when they look to stop competing, because at the moment when they are competing, they're just getting pinged off the park. They're getting put into their own 22 because of the penalties. So they've been a bit clever. They've stayed out of them breakdowns. You heard the ref saying, "Well done, well rolled, well understood." You know, he's given them feedback. They've just got to listen, because actually they can defend. We know they can defend from the record. So right now they've got a goal line dropout where they can clear their lines and move the game up the pitch.
Taken by Unit. It's going to bounce all so awkwardly, and that's going to make a pretty decent touch. Bryony, tactics from a goal line dropout with the way the rules have changed in the last few years. What's the thing you would want to see from your fly half?
Oh, if my fly half could get it to bounce and out, I'd be extremely happy. I'd love that. I'd love a little bit more distance than we got there, but actually that's no different from exiting probably deep in your 22. You've got the same outcome. But yeah, what I wouldn't like to do is give it straight to their biggest person to run straight back at us with a 20-metre run up. But yeah, that bouncing out, brilliant. It obviously just can't go straight out.
North Bristol going for the tail, and that not going well. But Bryony, when you've got an armoury, you've got your line-out calls, there's very little use or sense in keeping something back just because it's the final. You've got to go for your full playbook, haven't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping they've put a few 1 or 2 special moves in as well. They always like to have a look at the opposition, and we often always get a special move that we like to call in a game, and hopefully they've got a couple of them, because I'd love to see them.
Indeed, scouting each other has been tricky for these two teams. Although they're both from the southwest, they haven't played against each other in a league for a couple of seasons. Nice hard carry from Gloucester Old Boys. Off their solid-looking scrum. They might not have the same amount of zip about them that North Bristol have shown in this first half, but when they go through the phases, they can put things together nicely, and when they mix up backs and forwards as well, they're at their best then.
Play on the wrong side again. You can't directly go onto the ball. Access to the ball. Players the wrong side. Up the line out. Yeah. Away from if needed.
What I love from Ben Simpson is it's completely the same for both teams. The communication there is you can't go onto that ball if the tackler hasn't rolled, and we've heard that 10 times already today. So yes, he might referee it differently to what you've been ref before. Yes, he might be more to the jackler and allow the defending team a little bit more allowances there, but actually today this is how he refs it, but he's going to be consistent on both sides of the ball. So as long as you listen to him, you'll be okay. If you don't, it'll be penalties all day.
Injury here to Matt Owen in the second row for Gloucester Old Boys. He's going to take his time, make sure that he's ready for the next 10 minutes up to half-time. What a day out it is for both teams. For Gloucester Old Boys, 250 people have been brought down across 5 coaches. One of their sponsors, actually, and we should give them a shout-out, Galtech, paid for 30 of the players to stay at the Lensbury last night, the Lensbow, where Bryony Cleal, you're nodding your head at that. A pretty nice place to stay, courtesy of their sponsor Galtech.
The Lesbo, I've never heard.
The Lensbow.
Oh, the Lensbow. Oh, bloody hell, I thought, what a nickname. But no, the Lensbury actually is where the Red Roses were based before the game last weekend, the Grand Slam decider here at Twickenham. So it's going to be it is a very nice place to stay.
Okay, now let's go.
And there's a few local pubs too, so they'll have a good time later tonight.
All good. Come on.
Yeah, well, Galtech, the team sponsor, actually founded by Terry Galvin, a long-time member at Gloucester Old Boys, and his 2 sons. Terry no longer with us, sadly, but his 2 sons in the team today, Niall and Tig waiting for his moment on the bench. But Niall Galvin in the engine room for Gloucester Old Boys, and that engine room is firing nicely in this final. Wrap around to Thompson. Carries that hard into Alan Halford toughly. Big carry now from Andy Fern. And the offload to McGurk. Ryan McGurk, the loose head prop,
This man's in the way. Ball's
shrugs
lifted.
off the
He's part of it.
attempted tackle, Sam Thompson. Stutter and go from hooker Ben Thompson.
Leave his neck.
Back to Halford Tuffley. He's hit this very high, just inside the 22. It's taken, but it's not. And here comes Unit, hacking it forward. The left winger using his speed and getting it down. But the referee has a long, hard look at this. Ben Simpson with a conversation to have with his assistants here. How close must that have been?
Oh, don't you want a TMO right now to come in and sort it all out for us? Because that's tough job to have a look at. Know what's going on. I could see the AR trying to say something, and I think it was along the lines of a knock-on as Taylor Unit's gone to hack that through and kick that through. But if you can put a ball up in the air, you let it swirl in the Twickenham air, you don't know where it's coming down sometimes, and you get the lucky bounce or the lucky mistake, and actually that's unlucky from Gloucester Old Boys not to get something out of that. But yeah, I think more of that, please.
Well, that agonising moment shown on the big screens here at Twickenham, and those Gloucester Old Boys players with their hands on their head at seeing it. But it was the knock-on from earlier on rather than the finish which was looked at and assessed correctly by the ARs. Once again, we're in this corner, Bryony, and pressure on the North Bristol scrum. And ever more pressure. But Meehan has come up with it. Might be his blindside flanker actually who's done that. Fox Holmes. And they're away and playing again. And with a penalty again.
Landed the wrong side, you have a responsibility.
And again, Brian, is that a case of over-eagerness from Gloucester Old Boys?
Yeah, you go to make a big hit, but if they get the dominance on that collision, you end up being on the wrong side. They go over the top of you, you're on the wrong side. And if you can't get out of there within a split second, you often just get trapped. And as much as you're not doing it on purpose, you are on the wrong side. And by the law, you've got to be penalised. And the ref's trying to tell you, but there's only so much you can do when you've got three North Bristol players on top of you and you are ultimately stuck. But it's about that, trying to do it before the tackle happens, trying to win the collision or trying to work your body so you're not ever in that position. It's a difficult skill, but done well will save you a lot of penalties.
So substitutions are taking place for Gloucester Old Boys, shuffling their cards in the pack and entering the fray for the first time, Ollie Ryder, and there is a big cheer for him because he played in the Twickenham final the last time Gloucester Old Boys made it all this way back in 2004, and he is returning for a second Twickenham final with his club. An astonishing feat of endurance from him. He's in the 17 jersey and he's having to defend right from the off. This is being kicked long. Jamie Fairs is at the back with a full 25-metre run up. He'll snake his way forward and carries hard. The fullback hasn't kept it with him.
I like the trick play at the line out. They went straight to the front on the 5-metre line. I thought something like that might happen this game. Line outs are just all about being quicker, better than your opposition, working out, dummy in. It's all about that illusion where you're going, where you're not. So just stick it at the front, you suddenly get them questioning if you're going to do it again, and suddenly you can open up more spaces to jump into. So I like that from North Bristol, and they've exited really well. They've stuck the ball up, but it's all about the chase when you kick. My dad would always say to me, the kick's only as good as its chase, and there North Bristol have come up as a whole team and they've met Jamie Fairs right in the middle of the pitch, put a big shot on him, and he's knocked the ball on. So again, if they didn't do that, they wouldn't have had the ball back. So I think I'll always listen to my dad.
Very wise, Bryony Clear. And there's plenty of signs in the crowd for fathers playing today from their children and their family. It is it's such a good day out, as well as the 250 we reckon from Gloucester Old Boys. North Bristol bringing around 300 across 7 coaches as well, and I was told this week to give Matt Parcell a big shout out for working so hard to get those coaches organised on the weekend of the King's coronation. Not an easy administrative feat that, and that's what's got so many fans here from both teams. So well done, Matt, and I'm sure you're enjoying the way that your team are playing so far with carries like that from Chris Hamilton. He is the kind of man who fullbacks fear if he gets round the outside, but Taylor Unit and co doing well to stop him.
I don't know if he'll like this, but he gives me the Matt Banahan vibes. So sorry if you don't appreciate that, but yeah, when he gets going, it's a hard guy to stop. Very hard guy to stop. They keep the knees going, and to make the tackle, I think it was Paddy Hines that came across and did an ankle chop, because that's what you've got to do. If you go any high on them, they're going to bounce you off.
Big and aggressive, not someone you want to meet in a wide channel. That's the similarity to Matt Banahan there for sure. So here they go, tapping and going, and Cantin looking to chip this over, and that's a nice spot of space from Bill Cantin.
That was unlucky from Ben Thompson. I think he's thrown really well to actually the back of the line out. He's been putting them arrows in all day, but there he's just dummy thrown. They've obviously got the call and he's seen a movement, but he's just second guessed it, dummy throwed, and then it's a free kick on the 15-metre line, and they've gone quick and gone wide. But again, Sam Thompson has to now run across the other side of the pitch and throw again. So hopefully the communication will be clearer and he'll get this straight in, and hopefully to the back, because I think he's thrown really well there.
It is secure line-out ball, taken down by Chance. And we've seen what havoc this maul can wreck from Gloss Old Boys, but this time it is the box kick and a touch of pragmatism from that position. Touched in flight, so it's going to be Gloucester ball again.
Yeah, brilliant kick, brilliant option. Your maul wasn't going anywhere, so you're in your 22, it can go directly out, and then to be touched by the opposition means it's your ball. So brilliant outcome by Sam Thompson.
Off the top from Gloucester Old Boys, and Hines switches in midfield. Set play back to the fly half. Now there's space here for Gloucester Old Boys, opening up over halfway. Goes Hines, still going. Paddy Hines jinking back. Support is there on his right. Has to go to floor. North Bristol have gathered back remarkably well. Here is Spencer Miller. Big step off him. That left foot from the open side. Scorer of the first try, and he's made another inroad. An important inroad there. Now the space on for Unit to chase. And if this isn't watched well, who knows who that's there for. I think it was touchdown.
I like that from Sam Thompson. He's obviously just kicked well out the 22, but actually if you look at the dead ball zones, they're probably bigger than what they play in normally. So to have such a large in-goal area, an area you can kick into and let the ball roll, it just allows your wingers more time to get the ball in. You're not going to run out of pitch. So actually that's not a bad shout from them, and you're probably only a couple of metres there away from scoring another try.
Bryony, how about this run from Paddy Hines as well? Really opening up for the first time.
Yeah, I know, I was hoping, I think it was a forward on his right now coming into picture, and I thought, but if that was a winger or a 13, they'd have been in support there shouting. But coming out of the maul or the line out play, they're probably a bit on the back heels there and haven't quite made it. But I honestly wanted someone in support, and that would have been an unbelievable try.
The speed of thought to that attack is as good as you'll find at any level. Of course, we're playing a fair few levels down than the elite game in counties 3 and below championship, but the decision making is as good as you could find at the top level.
Yeah, the play they did in the middle with the backs, and they went out the back to Paddy Hines, just sucked all of North Bristol's defenders in, and then suddenly he's got 3 on 2 and the spaces open up, and to be able to look, to run and go into them gaps, absolutely.
Powerful carry back into North Bristol territory. Now again with Thompson. Good pass again. Hines with a bit more space, and he's opening up his box of tricks now. Unit has speed, and he's watched again and ushered to the floor. And this now, Andy Fern. Hines. Thompson just slows down a little too much. And North Bristol enveloping and absolutely hammering Ben Thompson, but then the penalty given away.
Absolute lined him up though. He has. He's seen two, so he's seen Ben Thompson go to look for the pass. Ben's not found anyone, hasn't had the communication, so kind of stopped in his run, and Jake Murphy has absolutely got him all man and ball, but unfortunately laid on the wrong side again, so we've seen that a few times, but it's the easy penalty and into the corner they go.
So half-time beckoning at Twickenham. North Bristol have been in front from the early stages. But how will things lie in a few seconds' time? Everyone on their feet from North Bristol and Gloucester Old Boys' perspective. To the middle they go. Line out secured. In on it goes the captain, Chance. Ben Thompson looks to control this generator from Old Gloucester, and here they come again, peeling off and then looking for the line, and the lead. And this will be again a conversation.
Now's not the time. I've got a clear grounding unless you have. No. So we've got to come back for the advantage. Okay, no try, we come back for the advantage. 3 and 5, 3 entry and 5 collapse. Get them up.
Under 2 minutes, Ben, under 2 minutes.
We're hearing actually still 2 minutes to play, so our clock, we should say, is not linked to the referee and the official timekeeper's clock. It is just a guide, so there's a few more minutes than we expected in this half. What do Gloucester Old Boys have in the locker? It's long, it's over, but they've still taken it. It's a good recovery. And this is a good run from Ollie Ryder, the man who's been here before 19 years ago. Fern, the man who's retiring at the end of this game, Andy Fern, brings his team a little closer. Now Thompson. All the familiar players coming to the fore for Gloucester Old Boys. And the penalty comes off the back of it. It just shows, Bryony, when you get your plays right and you use your most trusted sources of possession, things just can tick over and you can force penalties and work your way up.
Yeah, and it's just making sure the breakdowns are sealed and protected, and I think that's what they're doing much better in the second half of this game, is getting people over the ball, so up North Bristol can't get near the ball. But there you're unlucky, because they always say, obviously you can't play the 9, so when the 9's about to play the ball, you can't then come through and tackle him. But when you've got like a 4 or 5 playing, you always think, oh, can I? But actually, it doesn't matter what number they're playing, as long as they're playing the ball, you can't come through and touch them, and that's what they've done there. Again, the ref's been really clear on the communication, but when you're so desperate, you're on your try line, you know how crucial it is to make the tackle or to get the turnover. We saw Bots here, Hannah Bottoman with the red roses, and she was turning over them a few metres out, and it's that change of momentum, it's that buzz you get, so people are desperate to do that.
Spencer Miller taps and goes, pops the ball along. In on the ball was McGurk to secure. Still with Gloucester Old Boys, Spencer Miller rides that first tackle. He punches so far above his weight, this open side. Now taken on by Galvin. Paddy Hines wants it. Looks for numbers outside him and then has to go himself. Just couldn't find the connection. But there's the whistle in their favour again. And a yellow card comes off it. It's the vice-captain, Bill Cantin, for North Bristol, who heads to the stands. And we are out of time for this first half now. So Gloucester Old Boys want to bank this position.
Yes, it's not bad. It's a clever idea from them. Again, you level the scores if this goes over. You go into half-time, completely level. You come back out in the second half. They've gone for it. They've had two line-outs. It's not gone to hand the second line-out. They have a go, but you can't waste this opportunity. You can't waste it if North Bristol were to get a turnover there. But you've got to feel for Bill Cantin there at that moment, because the forwards have given away about 3 penalties previously. They've come out wide, and he's just got stuck on the wrong side again, and then has had to go to the bin because the referees warned them for the discipline, too many penalties.
Taylor Unit kicks things cleanly through the posts to take us all square at half-time, and with North Bristol a player down for the remaining 10 minutes after half-time. This is so finely balanced. Gloucester Old Boys surviving that try initially to come charging back in thin six. A great first half, Brennan.
Yeah, absolutely. To begin with, you thought North Dorset were going to be all over this. They had all the territory, a lot of possession, and actually they came away with 10 points really early on. But what Gloucester Old Boys have done is they've shored up their breakdown. They've noticed North Bristol are competing hard, so they've shored it up on their own ball, which has allowed them to build the phases. It's allowed them to look to use their maul, and suddenly they've had about 4 entries into the 22. But you know what? They've come away with that 10 points a bit later in the game. But what we're seeing here is North Bristol score the first try of the game and then kick the points, and it's just been exactly the same, identical, with Gloucester Old Boys scoring and kicking the points. So that's why we're sitting here at 10-0.
They came close, didn't they, Gloucester Old Boys, on several occasions before making that breakthrough themselves. And it was interesting to see that it was the backs unlocking the position initially after the forwards had done so much work. And yes, Spencer Miller scored it, but they had to provide that forward and back threat in order to unlock the defence.
Yeah, we've seen the Gloucester Old Boys back line probably come into this game. We've seen Paddy Hines with a mazy run. We've seen some deft play with them in the middle and then go out the back, and they're starting to use both their power up front in that maul, and we've seen the North Bristol scrum come under a lot of pressure. So yeah, they've used it. They've definitely come into this game. That second half of the first half, they've upped their game, and that's why we're seeing it at 10-0. Because at the start, I didn't know how this game was going to go.
This was a chance for Taylor Unit. Nonetheless, he showed his speed here. He's one of the sharpest operators out on the pitch today. But a knock-on in the build-up to that was why that try wasn't given. This is the knock-on here.
Should have cut his fingernails shorter.
It came down to, yeah, that type of measurement. It was a close, very small margin. This was perhaps the play of the half.
It absolutely suckered the North Bristol back line in, and it suddenly created a hole around the outside, which Paddy Hines happily took, and created what actually got them their first try, didn't it? It got them into the 22 area, picked up a penalty, and away they went. So yeah, I love that back move from Gloucester Old Boys.
So many chances are towards the end as well, when North Bristol did so well to shut out these big carries, and that last one was Sam Thompson.
Yeah, it's just a discipline throughout the game. Actually, it's kind of swung both ways. We saw Gloucester Old Boys concede a lot of penalties. The only difference was North Bristol got a good 15 minutes where they were conceding about 6 penalties in that 22, and once you're conceding that many in your red zone, that's when the referee has to look to their pocket, whereas Gloucester Old Boys seem to concede penalties kind of across the whole pitch, and referees look at it a little bit different when you're in your 22 conceding penalties than elsewhere on the pitch.
Both teams taking their half-time team talks then on the pitch, as the next two teams playing in these finals today are using the changing rooms currently. So it is 10-all as we head towards the second half. And if you're here tuning in for Wensleydale against Teddington, that is coming up at 1 p.m. So the action will be back on very shortly here at Twickenham.
Lifted the ball and you get the reward, okay? But make sure you are giving me a really thing. I'll keep watching. Hang on a minute. Okay. I've got the bend, got a bend. Any more stuff? Wait a minute, hang on.
Half-time, team talks conducted. Gloucester Old Boys to kick us off in this second half, with the Counties 3 and below Championship Cup final on the line. And this goes deep into North Bristol territory. It's left to bounce, and Josh Lobley kicks this deep. Josh Lobley, interestingly, the head coach of North Bristol as well, player coach role for the fly half, as if number 10s don't have enough to think about in the game. Also the team talk to be conducted from the on-pitch perspective, but I suppose also the off-field perspective as well, if he's able to have that many compartments in his brain. The Gloucester Old Boys with the first piece of set piece in this second half. And now Andy Fern, who came into prominence across the course of the first 40 minutes more and more. And Dom Chant and Thompson. Miller. Charge down is good from the captain Cotter. And we play on. Alex Simpson happy with how this has developed. This time knock on though from Gloucester Old Boys. A really good first defensive set from North Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you start the second half and you let a ball bounce, it's like a bit of nervy. You think, oh, someone collect that. They did, and actually, although the ball got back to Gloucester Old Boys, it was the charge down on the wing. It's so important that when someone's trying to put a kick in behind, that you're putting the pressure on, one, for the charge down, and two, just so they make it too easy for them. And there they've got the rewards, and they've Gloucester Old Boys have knocked the ball on, so they've got the scrum.
Wonderful open side for North Bristol to look at here.
To listen. Quick reset then. If we need to open our space up, please do.
The last time these two met, by the way, it was 3 years ago. It was in the league, and on that occasion Gloucester Old Boys won 25 points to 5. A lot has changed since then, of course, not just in rugby but in life in general, so not really something to read into, but there is a degree of recent history between the two teams here. Good pass to Lobley, who sees a lot of open space here, and herring after this is North Bristol's Chris Hamilton, who's done some sterling work here to try and make a tackle, but Gloucester Old Boys on the counter, avoiding the trap, and now space sought. Owen O'Keefe running into green space here, onto the edge, keeps it alive. Going back goes McCudden. Wonderful counter. And North Bristol a little slowly getting back in position here, has to be said. But such was the swiftness of the counter. They made good yards very quickly. And Lobley goes long. Thompson. Fairs kicks that nicely across field. This could work out very well for Unit, who takes it and then jinks on the inside and has the speed to go all the way. Taylor Unit unpicks North Bristol for a fine finish.
Clip that up, put it on the highlights reel, send it to Papa John's and you get a lifetime pizza, I'm sure, a lifetime supply of pizza, because that was unbelievable. As he put the kick in, I thought, no, the passes are probably the easiest option, and it just went over the North Bristol defender, but who am I to say? Absolutely, the way it bounced, it just bounced up perfectly for Taylor Unit. He had a little bit of finishing to do, he's taken a step, he's jinked back, and he's used his speed to come over in the corner. So you know what, absolute brilliant try from Gloucester Old Boys. And it was all made from, I think, Jamie Fairs' break to begin with. So actually he's had an absolute stormer of a minute there with that. First of all, he's rode the tackle with the 22, made a break, offloaded the ball. He's given them the territory. We saw Owen O'Keefe down the wing took the kick in to keep the ball alive and in play, and not just use the sideline, go out and give the line out. Kept the ball alive. They've got the ball back. Sam Thompson catches it, gives it across to Jamie Fairs, and you know what? You're better than me, Jamie Fairs, because that kick was brilliant.
As was that kick from Taylor Unit from the touchline, and it had extra distance on it for good measure. So 9 points from the feet and skills of Taylor Unit by himself in this Papa John's Community Final. 17 points to 10. Gloucester Old Boys in front for the first time.
That was 16 coming off and 23 coming on. 3 second.
Lovely spin out of a tight space from Sam Houghton. There's a little more depth to the way Gloucester Old Boys are playing now, and you fancy that comes with the confidence of having settled into this final now. But of course, at that point, Bryony, the mistake comes.
Yeah, they want to play. They've put it into their backs' hands a lot, and there they clearly wanted to play from just outside the 22. You might see teams look to use the territory, but no, not Gloucester Old Boys. They've got the confidence now, but unfortunately it's just been overran by one of the centres, and therefore it's obstruction. It's a penalty to North Bristol, but now it's North Bristol's turn to get into that 22, execute and take some points away.
So Lobley looks outside him and tries to hatch a plan. Key here will be getting the ball cleanly away from those mischievous mitts of Gloucester Old Boys at line-out time. Really able to suck a team in and try and turn it into an arm wrestle. But instead, cleanly taken and well set up. Body positions are good here. And the penalty comes. And just maybe Rich Mortimer was thinking about the tap and go there.
Yeah, it's the right call. Niall Galvin's obviously gone to compete, but just jumped over a bit like Superman, and obviously it's super dangerous. So he's got to call it up there and allows North Bristol to have another shot at the maul, which is surprising. When I saw them go to the 5-man to begin with, I was like, will they? But actually they've looked to use this 5-man to maul. So it'll be interesting to see when the 2 forwards join it once the referee's arm come down.
So Rich Mortimer throws in again, and it's taken at the front. Now then, yellow card shown. So Niall Galvin sent to the cooler for 10 minutes, just as North Bristol are about to go back up to 15, so the numerical advantage switches.
You may look at that and think, oh, that's only the second penalty in the 22, but you add it to the first half and suddenly it's added up. Often you think at half-time you get kind of a reprieve, it's a clean slate, but no, if you've been doing this and giving away penalties in the 22, which Gloucester Old Boys have been doing, don't get me wrong, it has been in other parts of the pitch, but also here a few times. And when you've got Niall Galvin committing 2 offences, very similar, both jumping over, and this one made contact in the air, which has caused North Bristol to drop the ball, you're going to see the ref go to their pocket.
And I think, Bryony, that's allowed time to go up to full 15, but it's the short stuff which North Bristol stick to. And look how close they are now, looking to strike back. And they set themselves, heading towards the line, and there's bodies over the ball here, but not the ball on the line. Connor Meehan is ready, doesn't receive the pass. Now Meehan is standing over it. More inches sought. And they are so close now. There's the ball on the line. North Bristol hit back. And it comes from their blindside flanker, Max Fox-Holmes, the workhorse of this back 3 trio. And he has his name up in lights now.
especially when Gloucester Old Boys have gone down a player, suddenly you've got that numerical advantage in the forwards it was this time, so you're going to look to use them, you're going to keep them going around the corner, and we saw a forward pick and go after go. I think we saw the 9 go for it as well, but then them forwards have got a bit more muscle on them at times, and he's powered over there from just 1 metre out, so Max Foxholm's gone over and just used his muscle, his brute force and put the ball on the line.
Lobley does very well with the conversion there, straight in front, but made sure of it. So 17 points each, we are all tied up. And Bryony, how hard is it to keep your presence of mind when you are close to the line? It's only a metre or so to get there, but there's 100 things going through your head, and the adrenaline as well. I imagine it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, it's white line fever a few people get at times, and you just go off script, don't you? So it's just about making sure you're all on the same page, and that is to get over the line. It doesn't matter who it is, but you need people behind you, people to clear out. So it's just making sure you don't go off on your own and cost that opportunity, because if Gloucester Old Boys have got the ball back, suddenly they've got the go forward, they've got the confidence, the momentum swing. So it's just keeping a clear mind and going through the process of how you want to pick and go around the try line.
Lobley has got a lot of leather behind this. Thompson takes it and just holds the defence and then releases the pass. It's into the hands of the fullback Fairs. And have Bristol Old Boys secured that? They're working extremely hard. A lot of resources spent on securing possession. It was worth it. Halford Tuffley. Josh Pearson. Gerard McGurk. That was shaping up nicely, but the charge down was good, and Meehan has come through, kicking to touch with Foxholmes in support. Oh, Bristol actually only now up to 15 players. Thought that Bill Canton had been let on a little earlier than that, but he hadn't.
I forget it's rolling subs at this in this final, so I've seen obviously a few people go off and come back on. What unbelievable! I think get yourself a bit fresher and come back on and make an impact. So I think we've got a few people often quite rolling on, rolling off, and I think we've seen number 3, Ben Gower, back on actually.
So McGurk to the back, it's pinched well by Mortimer, and North Bristol with possession. Nice pass on to Meehan from Tom Mays. Into the action again goes Bill Canton, back off after 10 minutes and into the action. Now the captain Cotter, good acceleration from the lock. Lobley, good hands this, and the defence is fast, and almost pinching that was Josh Pearson, who would have been away. And just a knock on from Alex Simpson. So no deliberate knock on, and that's the important thing for Gloucester Old Boys, but North Bristol will be thinking, well, why isn't that a yellow card? And Bryony put us straight on that.
Yeah, it's just the referee said that he had time to regather and the ability to regather, so he's not just slapped it down. It's not just been a deliberate slap down to stop the play. He kind of tried to put it up and then unfortunately just dropped it, but wanted to have he had the ability to catch and regather, because it's a fine line, and sometimes they call it straight, and often it will be result in a yellow card. So yeah, it's a fine line, and the referees will call it as they see it. But if you just slap the ball straight down, so your hands down, or you go with one hand, often you'll see yourself penalty in a yellow. If you're able to go with 2 hands, or it's coming upwards, and you obviously put the ball in the air and you could have had the opportunity to regather, then you'll see yourself, it would just be the penalty. And often they'll look to penalty try at times. I think we saw it last night in the game between Bristol. They right at the end, Piatau That's it, slapped it down, got sent off, penalty try, and actually got them out the Champions Cup. So sometimes it doesn't work out for you, sometimes it does.
Yeah, there was an honest air to the way that Jamie Fairs went for that interception, wasn't there?
It's like hero or villain, isn't it? Either or.
He was fast forwarding 20 seconds to diving under the post at Twickenham. But as we are, North Bristol scrum. Anthony Jelf waits for it, gets it cleanly. Good scrum from North Bristol, Lobley. 45-degree angle to then release the flying Tom Bennett, who's all the way and still going. And Bennett keeps it alive, and then it goes out of play. They're trying to keep the ball going again. We were warned about young Tom Bennett on that left wing. We haven't seen him with that kind of ball before, but what a threat he is.
Give him the ball again. Time and, if you can give a winger like Tom Bennett time and space, you'll see meters made, defenders beaten. So it's about how you can get the ball to him in space and let him do what he's best at, which is run very quickly.
Bennett now goes all the way over to his left-hand side wing, so away from the action now. Can Rich Mortimer, the hooker, find his man, and can North Bristol cause more problems? They're going close off the back of the line out. Pick and go again. Jake Murphy. 4 Gloucester Old Boys smother the ball somehow, and then Jelf looks for the line. Wrestling kept up high. Can he work it back? He has done. He's done extremely well. Then the pick and go from Fox Holmes, who's got a double. Max Fox Holmes, a quick fire duo from the blind side.
Oh, North Bristol did really well there. I think 2 people, including Anthony Jelf, went actually over the try line. If you get held up there, it's a goal line dropout. But what they did really well is manage to recycle the ball away from that, so it wasn't held up for long, or it wasn't in the in goal for long. Then they can replay the ball and carry on going. And there again, you see Max Fox Holmes go over the line. But again, what he's done really well is, you think Gloucester Old Boys are underneath him, you think they're going to hold the ball up, allow themselves to exit, but no, he's managed to keep working on the floor and get the ball down, and it's been really easily seen by the referee.
This is the run that set things up with Bennett's influence on this match now.
I think we saw it earlier from Gloucester Old Boys winger. What they both did really well there is not dive to the sidelines, not give just the easy line out to the opposition, keep the ball alive, and both of them got rewarded with actually it being their own ball.
24 points to 17 after another successful conversion.
They must be enjoying the stadium feel where there's not much of a breeze, because they've been kicking brilliantly today. I don't think we've seen one miss.
Absolutely right, 5 from 5 across both kickers. And you do not often see that. Taylor Unit kicks off here, and that's going to bounce awkwardly for North Bristol. It's a good return for Gloucester Old Boys, who with 23 minutes to play have plenty of time, despite relinquishing that lead that they surged into at the start of the half.
This is like a carbon copy of the first half, where we saw North Bristol come out, score 10 points and look like they're going to run away with it a bit. The Gloucester Old Boys seem to be slow starters up after a start, but actually grew into the game loads, so it'll be interesting to see how it happens now.
North Bristol coming through. Unit gets it away. Hines goes to the boots. This really could go anywhere. Almost taken by O'Keefe. Bennett. He can go from distance. He really can. Doesn't get the chance then.
14-20 off.
So we'll have Gloucester Old Boys will get the put in at this scrum, and hopefully get some possession, and we'll see if they can grow into the game, because we saw it when they don't have the ball. Obviously they can't score, but actually they got a lot of confidence when they had the ball. They seem to grow in that confidence. They seem to start with the crossfield kicks, the kicks in behind as the first half went on. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get the ball now, put some phases together, and obviously close that scoreline down.
That is Rich Mortimer, the hooker, who is being given some running repairs. Oh, what a weekend to try and put on any other event. And it has been tricky for those organising trips to Twickenham to find the resources to get people here. But there's so much interest, as of course you imagine there would be, but nothing can keep fans away of these two teams and all 8 teams here today who are celebrating fantastic seasons already in the league. They've either finished in the top 2 or won their league in order to get to this point in the Papa John's Community Final. So this is the icing on the cake. Unfortunately for Rich Mortimer, it's been only an hour of work on the Twickenham pitch, but he's played very well, the hooker, and now to be replaced in the front row.
When I was driving down the motorway and it said major event in London, I thought it was the Papa John Cup Community Games.
Quite right, Brian, quite right. Well, Twickenham being used for so much rugby outside of England games at the moment. One wonders what the groundsman makes of all this extra attention his grass is getting, but it looks as wonderful as ever for these two teams. And what a wonderful final we're contesting here. An hour in and it's still out there for either team, and the contest as fierce as ever, and North Bristol have the ball back.
Yeah, when you run a move off the scrum, you send Halford Tuffley straight up the middle. There've got to be people to clear out, got to be people to take away the Drackler, and we saw Paddy Hines wasn't too sure if he wanted to go in or not, and then just that indecision, just not having a flanker who's coming in or someone else who's coming in to clear the breakdown, ultimately allowed North Bristol to get over the top of the ball, pull the ball up, no one was in the way, no tackler was in the way, and it's an easy penalty.
Goal on the right, stand on it. Open up, big in.
So Jimmy Hazard is on for North Bristol, the man who scored the try to secure their position in this final last weekend. He's in the scrum hand, on the ball now. Another smart line-out play, and North Bristol have the penalty. Hazard causing problems again.
Clear and easy, stay on your feet.
It's that trick play, I'm telling you, there's twice now. And this time, first time the front prop took it and ran, this time he's giving it back to the hooker, which is really clever because Gloucester Old Boys didn't have anyone in the channel. They're obviously they're forward down. Although that forward's in the pack, they seem to not have someone in the channel. They've now corrected it and there's someone straight there, but it seemed to be missing. So they went straight down the 5 metre channel and had a good 10 metres to run into.
The emotional resetting required for these two teams after semi-final victories last weekend to get ready for an even bigger day is significant. And sort of riding the momentum of the cup competition all the way, and what's left for both teams in their season and their energy levels here. Good pick off the back from Rhys Davis, powerful run into the 22. Now in the arms of Murphy and Meehan. And Lobley just palms this along the line nicely. Now here's Bennett in space, sizes up the fullback, keeps it alive again, but his feet were dragged into touch. And Gloucester Old Boys get their man, Jamie Fares, involved again.
Once you've got a numerical advantage, you suddenly find that obviously teams have to tighten up or defend a man in because they've lost that person in the forwards. They're just defending a little bit closer to the line out, and that allows you to have that space out wide. And if you can get the ball out there quickly, you're going to allow players with speed such as Bennett that time and space. And again, he's gone for the jink, he's gone for the cut inside, and he's just been cleverly dragged out. But actually, that's what they've got to start doing, is use the numerical advantage while they have it, because it can be so important. It's a bit like a power play. You've got to score as many points as possible.
What a last act that is from Jamie Fares, taking the legs and dragging Tom Bennett into touch. It's been a fine performance from the fullback. He makes way. Of course, with rolling substitutions, as you say, Brian, we might see Mr. Fares again. But it's Gloucester Old Boys securing possession at the start, but then giving it away. And the tap and go wants to be taken by Davis. But it's a scrum, so he can't do that.
Let's go, please.
It's twice they've done that. Yes, they've got such a great maul when they get it going, but it's so important that you keep their possession. You get the transfer successful, because it's tricky when you've got so many people in there and you want to get that ball back and you've got limbs going everywhere and North Bristol are trying to do everything to disrupt it. That is one precious ball, and we'll see it in quite a few of the Red Roses games and our games where they don't actually transfer the ball back till quite late because they want to get the maul going forward first.
Fine. Set.
Well set across the back line are North Bristol. Solid enough scrum. Rhys Davis picks and goes, gets it out the back to Jelf, who can carry this scrum half.
Tackle now, release.
Our forward will need to play scrum half now. And it is taken on, and taken on well by Mays. And the forwards go round the corner, working so hard, both sets of 8.
Too many players the wrong side.
Still this numerical advantage for North Bristol, however.
Yeah, don't compete, keep coming. Ball's here.
Told not to compete by Alex Simpson. Jelf goes himself. Now the tight head Dylan Thomas goes a little closer. Knocking on the door again, North Bristol, but they're not precise enough when securing the ball.
Yeah, so if you're picking and going that close and you've got an attached, so someone latched to you, someone holding on to you, once you get tackled, they've got to kind of stay on their feet. Yes, you might come up, but you've got to bounce up. If you go straight off your feet, you'll be penalised. But there, what we've seen is that happen, as well as Gloucester Old Boys player come over the top and be on the ball. So you've got 2 penalties you could have given, but actually both ones are for Gloucester Old Boys, so they're allowed to exit. But it's really important if you're that latcher that you stay up off your feet, because referees will ping you. What I loved about the pick and goes was the speed of them. They were extremely quick. They went pick and go, pick and go, pick and go, so you don't have time in defence to realign. And it was interesting when Max Fox-Holmes got the ball that they absolutely creamed him because they knew he wasn't going over for his hat-trick.
Close the gap. Goal, close the gap. Thank you. Time on.
And once again, they steady the ship, Gloucester Old Boys, with that intervention. More the undoing of North Bristol perhaps, but the upshot is a good decent kick to touch, and now they look to play from here, and it's a slightly more open defensive line that they're up against now. So inroads made. Hines putting the head down is McGurk. What an introduction he's made in the last 20 minutes or so. It's been really good since coming off the bench. Those jinking feet were from Steve Tiller. That's a hard line again, crossing the gain line.
Hands up now. Second attempt.
Thompson. Working hard for these yards. Gloucester Old Boys. Hines to Halford Tuffley. And North Bristol patient in defence, waiting for their moment to try and intervene, but not giving away penalties. Matt Owen with the carry. Big wide pass, Taylor Unit not with enough space to force anything from there, except be high tackled.
20 high tackle, which is forced to knock on.
Yeah, some good haircuts in the crowd, not just on the pitch. That is a fine body of work. I wonder how long that takes to make it look that good in the morning.
You definitely couldn't play rugby with a haircut like that though, could you?
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't look the same after the first couple of scrums.
Might work well if you just put your head down and ran.
We've got a team playing later, Bryony, who are known as Mullets on Tour, Wensleydale, in a match coming up. So we'll have to keep our eyes on the Barnets on display then, for sure. Teams from all across the country competing today in finals, not just here, Stonex Stadium up in Darlington as well, but these 4 finals at Twickenham taking centre stage for all of us. And with 10 minutes remaining, North Bristol have a 7-point lead. Gloucester Old Boys in possession, however. Taken into contact. Galvin, who's back on. Both teams up to 15 once again. Thompson into Fern. And the penalty muscled on the floor. Well, neither team able to cross each other's 22 line at the moment.
The collisions I can hear them from up here at the moment. They're brutal down there. Quite often North Dorset are getting 2 people in, so it's a 2-man tackle, so it's even harder to make the gain line, but it's people running hard lines, it's hard tackles, and we've just seen an infringement on the breakdown where they've come in at the wrong side to make the clear, and they've just gone straight off their feet like we talked about a few minutes ago. But you have to say Gloucester Old Boys did really well there to keep the ball. It just wasn't, they weren't going anywhere with that. The North Bristol defence wasn't stopping them making the gain line or making too much of the gain line. They were making half a metre here and half a metre there, so the defence from North Dorset has turned that around and got them with this ball now.
Bryony, not to overspeak at all. North Bristol and North Dorset are coming in a couple of times.
Oh, sorry,
no,
that's where I was used to live. This is why.
North Bristol are cutting some nice shapes out there. They may well look as good as North Dorset, I don't know.
Ball's been exposed, ball's out, ball's left or right.
Meehan secures that ball. Lobley stabs this through, and that's a safety kick, I suppose. If it bounces up nicely for Bennett, it's a try, and if it doesn't, it's a nice gain of ground.
Yeah, if you can put in kicks behind and then you can turn it and you can put the pressure on. If you're Gloucester Old Boys, you don't want to be in your half with the pressure coming on from the defence, and North Bristol putting the pressure on. So any kicks like that where you can turn a defence, one, if they make a mistake or your winger can get onto the ball, it'll be brilliant. But 2, if you can then give them the ball, but put a huge amount of pressure on through your defence, put a huge amount of pressure on through your line out and get the ball back, suddenly you've got the ball in a much better position. So they can be quite clever little kicks through.
Owen O'Keefe's day is done, and Zach Pitt replaces him in the backs. And that's an error at a really untimely moment for Gloucester Old Boys, because they're well within the shout here, but another chance goes awry.
Yeah, and again, we talk about it, you put the kick in and they make a mistake, so you get the ball back, but 15 metres up the pitch. So it's about capitalising on this now. It's about using the territory you've just gained from your kick through, their mistake to get the ball and put some phases together. So clever from North Bristol.
Fine. Set.
Now, where is Tom Bennett in the back line for North Bristol? He's lurking just off the shoulder of Josh Lobley, the fly half. Davis to Jelf. Lobley goes to his centres, and hard run again from Simon Mortimer.
Good decision.
Good yards made from the outside centre. The next runners can come onto this at pace, and Murphy does just that. Lobley well behind the gain line, but with so much space to operate. Lovely pass along the line, and cutting back on the inside goes Hamilton. Hazard. Lobley. Meehan rides the first contact, and these are the types of moments in matches when the big running number 8 can come to the fore, when bodies are tiring. Bennett was through, but the ball doesn't go with him.
Yeah, it's gone absolutely nowhere. No bounces.
A delightful line from Tom Bennett, but he was well watched.
Yeah, it's interesting. North Bristol are trying to use both their wingers a bit more. We saw Hamilton beat 3 defenders and make 10 metres on one wing, and then we're looking at Bennett to cut a line through the other, and you know, if that's gone to hand, the acceleration he had, he was through that gap and probably over for another 5 points. So I like the way they're trying to use their wingers, their outside backs a bit more, get them into the game and see where they can go, because it's working well for them.
line. Set.
6 minutes for Gloucester Old Boys. 80 metres to go to try and get back into this final. Nice carry from Zach Pitt, just off the bench and now into the fray. So too from Ollie Ryder. Big bulk and he uses that well. That's a decent effort, isn't it, from Dylan Thomas on the tackle for North Bristol. Keeps Gloucester Old Boys at bay.
Tackle out.
And with that try line just behind them, they're being hemmed in here. Thompson to Chance. Quick ball, just not an option for Gloucester Old Boys, so they kick downfield. And this will bounce maybe nicely for Gloucester Old Boys. Wow. The fortune almost with Gloucester Old Boys now, and Lou Hartley is away. Now he has options outside him, doesn't find his supporting player. Things opening up though. And North Bristol with Rhys Davis. Hazard has all sorts of Gloucester Old Boys trying to pull him to the floor. Big power carry here from the base of the ruck. Then the counter is good, still with Meehan though, and this is options here with Hartley and Bennett, and he's found a lovely pass over to Williams, who jinks around the first, goes back to Hartley. Lou Hartley for the Twickenham try line, and on the inside is Anthony Jelf, who dives in, and that surely is the cup for North Bristol. They haven't got to a final since 1980, and the final of Bristol and District Combination Cup. Well, they're in a final now, and they're sauntering all the way to the trophy lift with Jelf.
I'm actually so happy for Anthony Jelf. I've seen him go pick and go a few times, dummy and get absolutely crunched by two forwards about 5 metres out. So to work so hard on that, to keep in support, to not switch off, not be lazy, but actually ensure you're always on the inside there, which all good nines do. We see it all the time. You get your just rewards, and he gets over the try line to have a celebration, arm in the air, and go for the dive. So brilliant try. And again, it's from some of the subs. I think the work from Hartley and Williams down this near side to interlink together allowed Jelf to have his moment.
And what a moment for North Bristol.
So blue 10 off.
31 points to 17 against rivals from the southwest. And these final few minutes, it is a weekend for this, but it's going to be a coronation, because no one can touch them from here.
Changes all done. Just wait.
Off goes the fly half, Josh Lobley. A really solid performance from Josh Lobley. Also the head coach.
11,
so on many counts he can reflect on a job well done today.
It's been the second half when North Dorset, I did it again, there you go. Bloody hell, sorry guys. North Bristol just haven't let Gloucester Old Boys come back into the game like they did in the first half. It was definitely two sides to that first half. This second half, we've just seen North Bristol dominate possession and territory.
Lovely take from a man who's been so influential today, Max Fox-Holmes. Got to restart a problem after that, securing the next phase. So Gloucester Old Boys with a scrum here.
It'd be imperative for a score in the next minute, if there's any way to come back into this final. And currently I think second half it's 21-7, so I think that says it all at the moment. But Gloucester Old Boys would need to score here to make this cup final interesting.
Set.
been so close throughout, but in these final minutes, North Bristol delivering that score to be 2 ahead now. What can Hines do? Thompson. Chant. Back to Hines. And steady work from Gloucester Old Boys. Good pass from Thompson to Hines. But North Bristol lining up the runners, and Rhys Davis delivering a huge hit.
Easy now, Joe. Easy up.
Hines. Galvin. And Thompson back to the open side. And North Bristol's patience in defence is notable here. Not overcommitting. Being comfortable with handling the big runners from Gloucester Old Boys. Nice pass on the inside from Hines there, and picks up again. Let's have a listen here, because the yellow card's shown to Conor Meehan.
Goal 19, second off.
Well, Brian, did you see what happened there?
High tackle. I'm going to go with the high tackle. Obviously, I can't be quite for certain where we're sat from, but it definitely looked like with the way the whistle's blown so quickly and so hardly, you normally go it's been something, as example, a high tackle, it's normally dangerous or foul play. So I'd probably go he slipped up in the tackle and just made contact with the head. And we see Hines getting some treatment now, so he's gone for a little rest. Here we go, we can see it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
In the tackle, he's not right, he's made most of his impact's gone through the chest, and he's got head contact. He needs to be very careful.
He's had a very good game today, Conor Meehan, and just not precise enough in that tackle.
Water off.
So down to 14 they go. Looking to see out these remaining minutes with their lead intact. But Gloucester Old Boys into the 22 again, and these really the types of positions where they can be so dangerous. And McGurk is the man with the ball in his hands. Gerard McGurk with the line out. To the back, taken by Galvin. Down to Chance. And they get on the move again. Ball worked backwards, a little juggle, but knocking the ball on. How frustrating is that?
We've seen that a few times as well. We talk about it. It's that ball, you've got to be so precious with it. If you're going forward like that, there's no real need to straight away move the ball back until that person's there behind you and wants the ball, and you can literally give it to you from your arm to there instead of just put it on your your hip. It's really exposed. One, for someone wants to come around and take the ball off you from the opposition if they're coming from the back foot. But two, you just seen it there. It's not secure, and it goes astray, and unfortunately it's a knock on and a scrum to the opposition. So that's one thing I'd coach for next year.
Let's have a go. Line. Set.
North Bristol going backwards, so ball in Gloucester Old Boys' hands. Good straighten of the line, and it's there for Gloucester Old Boys. And Aled Halford-Tuffley, who is retiring after the final whistle today with a score. And does that bring them with enough time to play back into this final? Certainly, it's a fine score from the inside centre.
Get Taylor Unit back on for his boot. He's already come off, so unfortunately he won't be kicking this. So hopefully Tig Galvin can take the moment and make this kick, because if they don't, then unfortunately the score probably is too far.
This has to go. It looks good. It is good. Fine kick from Tig Galvin. Brother Niall on the park as well. And maybe, just maybe, it's not over. With North Bristol down to 14 as well. How about this from the inside centre?
Yeah, look, Halford, toughly, he's been running hard lines all day long. They've been using him so much off set piece. So the fact that he's got a try here is just rewards for the hard work he's been putting in when carrying the ball off set piece. So really well done from him. He's gone blind and used the space and used his feet and gone over.
Kick is long, as you'd expect from North Bristol. Old Gloucester Old Boys asked to run this from deep, and this is chipped over by Hines. If this bounces nicely, it's taken well by North Bristol, who just want to hold on to this ball for as long as is needed. But they're going to have to use this, and they do, with Fox Holmes. And then keeping it with the forwards. They have to be proactive though. Can't play too passively here. And they'll get penalised by the referee. And maybe see Gloucester Old Boys snaffle the ball on the floor. Sticking still with the forwards. Penalty. It's not over. It has to be all 7. Good hands along the line. Beautifully done from Gloucester Old Boys. The pass has gone forwards and Jelf kicks it out. And we are in the final seconds. So North Bristol hold on. They've won the cup. Unbeaten in their league season. Their seconds also won the league. And that combined squad effort over the last 5 weeks have seen them not just march to Twickenham for the first time in 43 years, but to lift the cup when they got there. And Anthony Jelf, the man who scored the try, which was the winning try in the end. What a moment for these men on the field to celebrate, and this club as well as a whole.
Yeah, that second half is where they won the game. Obviously, is the fact that it was three tries to 2 in the second half, got them to extend their lead. And honestly, that was some drama at the end there. They seemed to have a 2-on-1 and the ball just didn't go, and obviously they've kicked it out and that's the end of the game. But that was close. That was going to be a little bit of a nail biter at the end there, and it was all throughout the game. I think we saw North Bristol start so well. Both teams were going at the breakdown. Both teams had to learn how to use the ref. Both teams' wingers came a bit alive at times. Their forwards were powerhouses, so actually it was such a good game to watch. And obviously chuffed for North Bristol that they get to go away with the cup, but commiserations to Gloucester Old Boys.
And what a part they played, Gloucester Old Boys. 31 points to 24 in this first Papa John's Community Cup Finals match at Counties 3 and below. 2 teams from the same part of the world and meeting at Twickenham and doing the Southwest great credit for how they've contested this final. North Bristol coming out on top, but a day all round to celebrate, no matter the scoreline and which side of it you're on. It is, of course, that much better, that much sweeter if you come out on top. A really well refereed final as well, Bryony, from Alex Simpson and his assistants alongside him, and that was Jeff Highcock and Kevin Jones.
Yeah, absolutely. The communication was great. I think every ref's different, but the way that he communicated to the players allowed it to flow, because at times it could have just been whistle left, right and centre, and then the ARs, you saw them come in, he used them so much, and you saw them come in on crucial moments and make the calls and make the decisions. So yeah, extremely well refereed.
And apologies to Ben Simpson as well for calling him Alex during that, but yeah, fine performance from himself. And these medals being presented by Nigel Gillingham, the president of the Rugby Football Union. And big days for the officiating team as much as the players as well. Because if there's 30 players, or of course 46 by the time the squads are announced, who get to play at Twickenham in each match, there's only 4 officials who get to make it to that point. So these are special days all round.
I have to say I recognise a couple of them. They've done a few of our games, so they've chosen the best ones.
So Gloucester Old Boys, whose route through to this final included matches that had to be sealed on 2 occasions with winning penalty kicks by Taylor Unit in the last 5 minutes of matches. They were so many close games for them to reach this final. They first beat Bristol Airplane Company 7-6, then Willenhall with a Taylor Unit penalty in the final minutes to secure that. Then in the quarterfinals, Old Colstonians beaten 22-21, and Old Georgians last weekend 24-13 for the victory. It's been a fantastic run from them to edge out opponents in that tighter kind of game, and they were looking to do it again here. But time and luck running out on them. Not so for North Bristol, a team who play on one of England Rugby's 365 AGP pitches, the artificial grass pitches that get so much use for the local community as well as for North Bristol. It means they have a fast track to play on for every home game, and given how high the quality of the pitch is here at Twickenham as well, that has really prepared them for life in this final. And receiving the first medal of the day, Alex Featherstone, the loose head prop. Chris Hamilton in the 14 jersey. Billy Cantin, the inside centre and vice captain. That centre pairing made inroads, didn't they? A nice balance between Simon Mortimer and Bill Cantin. And there's Conor Meehan, who, as we knew he would, but ran hard throughout, Bryony.
Yeah, absolutely. You always look to your 8 to be that ball carrier and that like relentless player, both in defence and attack, and he did both. I think when they were getting their most go forward in attack was definitely through the likes of Meehan.
So let's look for Jack Cotter, the captain. He'll be getting the trophy from Nigel Gillingham. Undefeated season as well, Bryony. They don't come along all that often, I suppose, unless you're the Red Roses, of course.
No, they don't, but how cool is that to watch them go up past their supporters, past their friends and family who are so happy, and then to go up to the top, get it off the president of the RFU, and then have this moment. This is super cool to be watching.
So here comes the trophy. Here comes Jack Cotter. North Bristol, the Bristol and District League champions over the course of their season, and now Papa John's Community Cup champions as well. I think we need to make a bit more space. That's the message being passed on, to get more people up there.
The whole of North Bristol's on the top of that.
There's a few people pulling on rugby jerseys, aren't there, who were in the stands and trying to get up there as well. So Jack Cotter poses for the pictures. One for the clubhouse, this one. Readies his teammates, and up they go. Papa John's Community Cup champions, North Bristol. Cotter and co have come to Twickenham and got the job done.
That's the obligatory pass down the line. It's away. Has to be done by every single person. It's part of it.
got to get it early though, haven't you? Because by the end of the line, the enthusiasm from the fans, even for a cup final, isn't quite as much as those first trophy lifts.
I'm just glad they got the trophy the right way round. The Six Nations recently, it was put the wrong way round a few times, including for Simon Middleton's last game with picture with the trophy was the wrong way round.
I didn't realise you'd make a trophy with two sides, but yeah, of course you would. The writing, the inscription on the front. So we'll leave these pictures with you for North Bristol fans. Keep these rolling as long as they can. But our next match coming up in around about 15 minutes or so, and that will be Wensleydale against Teddington.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner is from the Unsung Hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RFC.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Twickenham.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RFC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Welcome to Papa John's, how can I help you?
Right lads, we're here at Papa John's. The challenge is simple. Best pizza wins. Let's go.
Bro, I am flying.
Our diet's pretty strict whilst we're in camp. We're very fortunate we've got a chef with us that cooks pretty good food all the time, and it makes it easy to make good options and good choices with what you're eating. You haven't crossed your fingers?
No, it's a different technique I learned in Spain.
Spain?
Yeah.
The home of pizzas.
the home of pizza. It's a Spanish pizza.
I like the food in camp, it's good stuff. I take full advantage of it, so.
160 kilos.
Keep stretching it out and it keeps coming back in. But that's typical with a Spanish pizza, so.
We'll have more carbohydrates, I guess, towards the game. And then when we're training, if we have a tough training day, we'll have more kind of pastas and carbohydrates and proteins and stuff.
The night after a game is probably the one time that you can treat yourself a little bit more. So something like a pizza or a takeaway is always a nice little treat because you're pretty tired and you just want to get the calories in, really. That's the key thing post-game.
It's always the same, yeah. I'd like to go for some food that I don't usually have during the week. So sometimes Italian, Chinese, Indian.
I'm just going to flatten it out. Mine looks like it's been in Benidorm for 40 years. Very wrinkly. It's a wrinkly pizza. There we go.
No, I like mine upside down.
Yeah. He's having what we call in the industry a meltdown. What do I like to eat before a match? No red meat. Day before, what do I eat? Pasta, like carb heavy dish. Yeah, pizza. Anything carb heavy really, because I don't like eating on game day.
In the zone here.
Yeah, try to make any more mess.
Quick, boss, before it shrinks.
I got a pizza oven in lockdown, so I had quite a lot of practice at eating pizza. It wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm bringing myself up.
Yeah, he's one of them, like, all the gear, no idea.
Can we get some help for Hazy?
By the way, guys, he said he got a pizza oven in lockdown. Not only has he put the pizza on the wrong side of the... Which is a rookie error for anyone who's ever had a pizza oven. He's also looks like he's made a cookie dough as opposed to a pizza man. But yeah, you carry on. The pizza chef, the pizza connoisseur, carry on.
Do you not do any of the throwing overhead stuff?
Yeah, go on. You can give it a go. Go on.
Yeah, use your head, that will help. That will stretch it.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
It's gone quite oval. Looks like a rugby ball and it's quite thick.
Night before a game, I tend to try and load up on carbs. Eat spag bowl or carbonara or something like that. And then if I'm feeling lucky, then I'll chuck some garlic bread in there as well.
My pizza's called Spice Up Your Life. It's a Spanish pizza.
Post-game, straight in the change rooms afterwards, you can get a variety of things, but quite often there is pizzas going around and a few chicken nuggets as well, which is always a nice little win.
Because I had loads of caffeine and stuff, I struggle to eat loads, but I'll go straight in for goujons and anything I can dip in mayonnaise, really. Jalapenos, oh, they're quite a bit hotter than Spanish jalapenos. A bit of cheese next. And then what I'm going to do is just add the secret ingredient, which is more cheese.
So my pizza's called Jack's Meat Stack.
I find they eat like a lot more, like more salad on their plate. Not even like stereotyping, but they eat a lot more veg than I would typically. If like we have meat, potatoes and veg, like I'd be a load of potatoes, same amount of meat like protein wise, but they'd eat way more of the veg, I'd say, fibre.
And then this is the final special cheese. Voila.
I've added a bit of the secret sauce, just garlic sauce.
Didn't realise that was available, but Genji pulled it out the back pocket, so I've joined them.
This is Papa Joe's pizza.
So you get these things called chocolate biscuits. They've been going for a few years. They're decent. You get them the day before a game. So match day -1 it's called. You chillied up?
Just a little bit of chilies. Looks great.
As it goes, I'm allergic to whatever you've got on that.
Yeah. The anchovy was not a good idea.
Like where you have most of the fun, like after you've had a hard day of graph, we go out for a team meal, so like a restaurant. So yeah, I think a lot of good conversations happen around a dinner table.
Joe, sorry mate, in third is yours.
You're all right, mate, no worries.
Bit of a car crash and I don't like anchovies, so you're not winning with me.
Should have mentioned that probably before I put anchovies on. That's cool,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Between these two, Ellis, yours tasted better. I'm going to give you that. I like the flavours in it. I like the sauces you put on it.
I don't want to win now, you said that.
But
There's a butt, mate.
in terms of a better overall pizza, better made, better slacked, better topped, it's all yours, guys. Definitely the best one.
Sweet victory, to be honest.
Essentially, this was a date. You came better dressed, but you had a terrible personality.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Twickenham for our second final of the day. Wensleydale from North Yorkshire against Teddington from really just down the road from Twickenham, just 2 miles or so for Teddington Rugby Club and most of the country for Wensleydale. But two teams who have had very interesting routes to get to this point over the last 5 weeks or so and now have a chance to lift a trophy at Twickenham. Here is the Wensleydale starting 15, and starting with the front row. Dan Storr, Tom Larder, who's also the head coach, and Tom Baldwin make up the front row. Ewan Metcalfe and Thomas Lawson involved in the second row. Joe Larder, Rob Stanwicks and Dan Potts into the back row. When it comes to the backs then, Thomas Polk Meikle and Jack Nichols are 9 and 10. Then in the centres, it's Jack Reynard and Will Reynolds. The back three have Charlie Townsend, Luke McGee and Finlay Metcalfe lining up in numbers 11, 14 and 15, coached, as mentioned, by Tom Larder. So Teddington in their front row. George Bradford, Dan Robertshaw and Hal Dare make up the front row. Jack Valentine and Callum Johnson in the second row. Rory Mercer, Stuart Riddler and Kerry Boyd is at number 8. Boyd retiring after this game in the 8 jersey for the last time. So the halfbacks, Jack Dixon and Bob Beavers. In the centres, Jack Miller, who captains the side, and Tom Williams. And then it's Harry Smith, Max Aitken and Joe Stainer in the back three. They are coached by Matt Searle and the DOR is Paul Manley. Well, Teddington have a degree of previous Twickenham experience from back in 2010 and 2011, and they won both those trips for the junior Vars and the senior Vars. So they know what it's like within the last 20 years to have lifted the trophy at Twickenham. How much will that be an aid to their campaign today? And once again, I'm joined by England's and Harlequins prop Bryony Cleal for today's action. And Bryony, two teams, one from just down the road and one from further afield. Let's talk about Wensleydale and a trip down and everything that plays into that when you're on the road for a long time. How do you get yourself in the right frame of mind for these types of matches?
Yeah, it's tough because your day probably starts a lot earlier than the other team in your trip down, and it's also tough to be on a coach if you're coming down on the day of. Hopefully they've stayed overnight, but you never know. But yeah, it's a long, you're thinking about it for a long time. You're thinking about the moment. You think about what ifs, what could happen here, and all you want to do is obviously come out and play the best rugby you can play, and then what happens will happen. So yeah, it's a long trip down, but hopefully once you get off the bus, you get into Twickenham, you get excited about it, you warm up, you see the home change room or the away, and then you get to walk out here. That's something special. So hopefully now they've got the journey out of themselves and they're ready to go.
Wensleydale cheered on from the stands by their travelling support. They were Yorkshire Division 2 champions this year, losing just 3 matches in their league season under the first season of coach Tom Larner after 11 years from Jim Chapman. Jim Chapman is here with the side today, watching on from the stands, and they won several promotions under Mr. Chapman as well. But it is a great start already to life under head coach Tom Larner. Can they go all the way here today and lift the trophy at Twickenham? Well, for Teddington, it's played 22, won 22, top of the league. League champions looking to become cup champions. So these two teams have never met before from the other side of the country, meeting in Twickenham today. And Teddington expecting a turnout of around 1,000 or so to support them. They've been walking, cycling to get here. It's not been far for them. The team have come on a minibus though to give that away day feel, that sense of occasion. And here they go, Teddington to kick us off. And doing so is their fly half today. Bob Beavers goes high, and it's well taken indeed, down by Wensleydale's number 8, and that's Thomas Lawson. Now to the fly half, and a hard running outside centre of Tom and Wensleydale's Will Reynolds. Now through the hands they go. Nice pass from Larder. the hooker, slips it back, and then Dan Potts involved. Aggressive running this from Wensleydale. Ball's been knocked on, however. Teddington might turn it over. It's slipped along the line, well to Tom Williams, who escapes and is in, skating home. Are Teddington in the first minute. Tom Williams gets it done.
Extremely fortuitous there where the ball's just popped out, but you know what, if you're Wensleydale and you're in your own 22, it's the start of the game, you don't want to be messing about in your own 22. Not that they did, but just don't hold the ball for so long. Get rid of the ball, use your kickers to move the ball up the pitch, because then if the ball does slip out, they ain't going to run the 60 metres, but the 15 to the try line seems a lot more achievable. So can Wensleydale now come it together as a team, forget what's just happened, and play a bit smarter when they're in 22, get rid of it? Because you were asking players like Tom Lawson to work really hard there, keep carrying the ball, and really, let's get rid of it, let's play up the pitch.
So much intent to the beginning from Wensleydale. Small moment of imprecision. And they're down, and Bob Beavers, with his first points at Twickenham today, coolly converts for a 7-0 lead. This really is the opposite of the start that they had in the semi-final when they faced St Ives at home a week ago. They were 17-0 down, but here celebrating early on. Ball secure to Rory Mercer's arms. Jack Dixon to Beavers. Good line again from the try scorer Williams. What a handful he's proving, slipping the pass on, and now racing away goes Callum Johnson. Johnson still going, up to the 22, Wensleydale scrambling back, and marvellously so.
Yeah, that's huge defence from Wensleydale, but someone's eating their Weetabix this morning. Tom Williams, what a few minutes he's had. Oh, firstly, the try, he's beaten 2 defenders to score that try, and then there, he's beaten another 3. Had the wherewithal to give the offload, and the support from Teddington was huge there. They kept on each other's shoulder, and they've gone up to the opposition's 22, but that's huge from Wensleydale to get that ball back, because 2 tries and suddenly it looks like a different landscape.
Jack Reynard, with that in his mind, I'm sure, gratefully kicks to touch. And okay, if you haven't started well, that's one thing, but then just make the most of a defensive set to ensure that things don't get worse is an important intervention. And Wensleydale, however, still without the ball as Teddington pinched the line out. What a beginning this is. Tom Larder, player coach, and he won't be happy with himself there, the hooker. Losing possession.
Rugby games are all about momentum, and when it swings and goes, and at the moment it's been Teddington's momentum, but Wensleydale just need to get a set piece, get the line out working, and then try and swing it back in their favours. But you're going to have moments in the game where you're up and moments when you're down. It's just about how you can change it, and turnovers like that are moments that can change momentum and allow you to come into the game.
Dan Robertshaw it was who lost the ball there for Teddington, actually. Tom Larder it is who has his hands on the ball now, and he goes to the back. Good line out from Wensleydale. Larder is in on the ball at the back of this. And those orange and black jerseys swarming together and staying together. Larder has smuggled this backwards, and they're playing with the advantage. Paul Meikle on to Rob Stanwicks. Now the backs are having a go, and this is much more fluid from Wensleydale. Onto it comes Metcalf, pings it away, nicely done to outside centre Reynolds. There's a bit of blindside space here for Wensleydale. Picking and going again is Lawson. Playing with house money. Reynard on to Rob Stanwicks. Reynard again, popping up at first receiver nicely. Little slip on the ball was from McGee. Now jinking is Wensleydale again. They're in good position here. Building well. Little drop pass, so we'll have to come back.
Yeah, they haven't really gone anywhere from the previous maul, and there was an infringement there. So if you don't really make any progress up the pitch, the referee's going to keep that advantage, and then you're going to come back to that. Again, the maul looked handy. They kept the ball in for a long period of time, kept working around the edges, and then eventually, normally if you're in with a maul, you have a maul and it goes on for a length, the opposition always infringes. So you just wait for that penalty, and then you're able to kick the ball into the 22, deep into the 22, we hope, and then you get a better line out in a better position.
Really daintily struck ball from Jack Reynard, but he's made good yards there with his left foot. First line out with problematic field position for Teddington to defend. Wensleydale secure it at the back. Comes down to Larder. Larder has this well set. Teddington have stifled it. It gets going again. Wensleydale off and running now and baring their teeth with advantage again. Popped it on once more. Stanwicks is fighting hard. Needs support. Can he get this down? Rob Stanwicks. That must have been close.
Must have been, but you can't say that the referee wasn't in a really good position there to see it. So we're talking, all it has to be is a blade of grass on that ball, but the ref was in a great position and is given held up, and again they just go back for the penalty.
They are an extremely strong forward pack. It's what's fired them to promotion this season, and they are putting that all on display early on.
Cheeky, you go over and you put your ear in and see what they're saying and have a listen. So he's gone for that one.
Let's see what they've learned. It's not going to prevent the line-out being taken by Larder. Burrows his way forward again. Momentum here for Wensleydale, looking for their first score. Tom Larder is there. What a season it's been for Tom Larder. He has fired Wensleydale into a new era, and he's fired himself over the line early on.
Yeah, it's the way they set them all. They were quite patient, and it kind of just splintered through. It was like a caterpillar effect of 4 of them in a line that just went straight through the middle of the Teddington defence, and then just kept going. And once you're that close, all good hookers are just going to get themselves over the line and make sure they keep the ball on the floor long enough for that referee to see. So again, look, it looks like Wensleydale are going to use their maul a lot today, and good for them, because once it's working, it's such a powerful weapon to have.
So Reynard again off his left foot. He can't add the extras, so 7 points to 5. It will stay to Teddington. And Bryony, a question for you. When you have started in a manner which has led to a try being scored against you like that, I imagine great relief now to have put that behind you, and basically you can move on. Yeah,
absolutely. Like, it's very much, you feel like you're back to square one again. You can get back into the game, because you suddenly lose a bit of confidence, and you worry about the mistakes. Well, now they can play with a bit of freedom and see where they can go from here.
So both sides with scores on the board. 7 points to 5 to Teddington. Lovely pass again from Reynard. Happy to play from deep, as they did, which led to Teddington's first score from a similar position. Stanwicks on the blind side today. Good hands on from Metcalf, the captain. Polk Meikle To Reynard. Bouncing around. Fielded well by Stainer. And here is Max Aitken. 15 tries to his name this season. Off that right wing. We'll have to keep an eye on him today. Good pass again from Dixon. Good fizz on this backline move as Jack Miller, the captain, has worked an opening here on the other flank. Dixon again. Chipped over nicely, meant for Aitken. He collects. Now Max Aitken escapes, has support on the inside from Williams, has to go himself. Covering back was clever from Wensleydale, but there's the support line. Have Teddington got it at the corner with Bradford? They have a flying finish from the loose head.
That is what all loosehead dreams are made of. To finish in the corner like he just did. He'll be dreaming of that this morning with Bradford, and to finish it and to get into that position. It's the support, it all comes from support. If he's not there, he can't do it. So to have the support, to tiptoe down the line, I mean tiptoe literally down that line and score in the corner, brilliant from a loosehead drop.
Clever covering back from Wensleydale, but here comes Bradford. Now, last year he was playing as a winger. He moved to the front row over the summer, but you can't keep a winger out of those types of positions, and he rolled back a season or so to score that one. George Bradford.
Yeah, awesome finish from him. I think we see it on TV when we watch a lot of wingers finish like that, so to be able to do it in a game at Twickenham, what more could you want? But I can see why Max Aitken has scored so many tries and been so prolific for Teddington this season. He's a bit of a live wire, and we've seen him a couple of times already beat a few defenders and make some yards.
How close was this? We don't have the TMO at Twickenham, of course. Our officials having to make that call in real time as they saw it. And George Bradford having impressed enough to have been awarded the points. 12 points to 5 then. What a final so far between Wensleydale and Teddington. Bounces awkwardly for Will Reynolds. Play on, says the referee. Good position now for Wensleydale. Again, Finlay Metcalf. Reynard. Paul Meikle. It's a big carry, isn't it? So much power in the back row for Wensleydale today. So much power in the front row as well. Larder looks for support. Now here is Joe Larder. Will Reynolds plays scrum half. Metcalf, the captain, pops that on to Stanwicks. Teddington's defence is good though. They are really showing up on the gain line. Wensleydale working a good opportunity here though. Reynards flings it along the line. Cutting back was Jack Nichols, but a penalty muscled by Teddington. How patient they were in defence to suck up those heavy runs around the ruck and then spring out Jackal on the floor.
So far it definitely seems to be Teddington's backs be Wensleydale's forwards. Wensleydale are looking at their forwards to carry hard for a good 8 phases, and then they went to release their backs, whereas Teddington have already released the likes of Max Aikens and Tom Williams. So it'll be interesting to see if Wensleydale can get their back to the game a bit more, because their forwards are just hitting brick walls at the moment.
Might get a chance to see that Teddington backline here, but instead of attacking off first phase, they have to tidy up with Smith. Purposeful run again from Callum Johnson. Dixon, another big pass from Beavers over to the 8 Boyd, just on the edge, and Wensleydale usher them into touch.
like we see it there, Teddington, even when they're using their forwards, are using their forwards really wide or wider out of the from the ruck, and then look to go straight to the width. And even with Kerry Boyd preferring a 10-metre pass out to the width, they're looking to use that, whereas Wensleydale are quite the opposite, very close to the ruck, using their big back rows as ball carriers.
So Larder to Larder, and the line out secured. And into heavy contact goes Lawson. Nichols. Reynolds. Polk Meikle. Larder. Tom Larder. Picking off the base again, and Lawson that is. Back row, getting through so much work, as well as the hooker and head coach Tom Larder. Another run for Stanwicks. Now Reynolds with a bit more space. Now Metcalf up from fullback. Starting to get to see why Wensleydale dubbed themselves mullets on tour. It was pointed out to me from both sides. Teddington had noted this as well earlier the week in analysing Wensleydale, but they do self-style them as the mullets, and you can see why. Fullback Metcalf with perhaps the best exponent of the mullets that I've seen so far, but we can review as we go, can't we, Brian?
Yeah, I have to say I'm a fan of a mullet, so I'm glad Wensleydale are in the final here.
You're an appreciator.
I'd also appreciate the work that the back row of Wensleydale have got through. I'd love to see the number of carries they've made, because it seems relentless. They look at these players as big ball carriers to get over that gain line, and they are doing that today, so it'll be interesting to see their numbers coming into the game.
Line out off the top, has to bounce. Polk Meikle then fires it into Stanwicks. Metcalf with the slip pass. They're excellent at moving the ball before contact, Wensleydale. And Reynards popping this up to the right wing. McGee. Polk Meikle. Lovely pass from Larder, and well taken by Joe Larder. Polk Meikle with an armchair ride throughout this set of phases. Lawson onto that, but he's stopped. And the move gets going again. The forwards working so hard. Wensleydale into the 22. Polk Meikle again to the left. Now it's on Potts. Dan Potts, the lock forward. Larder carrying hard. Round the corner they come once more. Lawson. Teddington patient, not giving away a penalty, but they are conceding metres onto their own 5-metre 9. Stanwicks. Then Potts again. Slip pass. 3 metres away from Teddington's line. Go Wensleydale. Stanwicks peels off. The pick and go from Metcalf. Polk Meikle leaves it up to the forwards again. Stanwicks is there. It's exceptionally patient defence from Teddington, but have they allowed Wensleydale under their sticks? They now reset the next drive. The North Yorkshiremen looking for their second at Twickenham. Pick and go again. Polk Meikle goes to the backs, along the line to Nichols. The step is good, but swallowed up by Teddington's defence. Jack Reynard with no way through. They were so close with Lawson and co hammering away. Now they have to reset. Larder having lost his scrum hat. Now on to Reynolds. Larder again. In all this, Teddington haven't given a penalty away. Polk Meikle now to the backs again. Nichols juggles with it, stabs it through, and we are going to come back.
they haven't given a penalty away on the aways when they gave a penalty away. So, as you said, it was the infringement of not rolling away. But look, great patience from Wensleydale, but the defence from Teddington has to get the plaudits there. I think to go wide, the forwards have picked and picked and picked, so the space is now wide. But then to go wide and just hit a brick wall or a double tackle means the defence has worked really hard, because normally there'd be numbers down. So to have two people able to read the move and make the tackle still. I saw Matt's Aiken in there as well. Again, to have that and stop him moving back a metre, and then they've got to reset and go again. Some great defence from Teddington, but again Wensleydale are going to go again here, and it looks like a tap and go, and they'll use their big back row and big ball carriers.
Welcome breather for that hard-working pack of Wensleydale. Eventually muscling a penalty, and here it is, Stanwix, Rob Stanwix. And Teddington still holding firm against the most extreme pressure.
Oh, I'm gutted for him. If I was refereeing from up here, I'd have given it. It's so tough, isn't it? Because without the TMO, the ref has to see it as he comes around. And if he goes around the left side and it's down on the right, and then suddenly they get underneath it, he can't give it. So he's super unlucky there. But a great latch, and that's what Wensleydale we've seen are great at the moment. Is that carrying? Is that ability to get over the gain line and use their ball carriers?
Deep kick fielded from Lawson. And Wensleydale happy to go again. But Teddington here have held this up. What a chase that is. And Bryony, we've talked off air about the importance of a kick only being as good as its chaser, your old man's motto, and in evidence again.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter like how you kick the ball, if it's a rubbish actual kick and the connection is rubbish, but your chase is really good and the pressure's on, and you get them into more, and you stop them from moving, and you get the ball back, then it's been a great kick because you've got the ball back. So there, they've chased. They've held the ball carry up, which has created a maul, and once you've got a maul that's unplayable, not moving, it's a turnover ball to the other team. So fair play to the chasers there. Kick's only as good as them, so they've done well.
Our referee today, by the way, didn't get a chance to introduce him earlier on, Dave Charlton, and assisted by Simon Priestley and Granville Williams. Teddington scrum under pressure, but holding. Dixon gets it away. Beavers looking to bring Williams into the play. Now Beavers puts boot to ball. But it was Joe Larder who was in the way of Teddington's scrum half, who gives the penalty off.
Yeah, he's just not moved quick enough. He's stood up, and that's as the 9 wants to play the ball. So you often see people just duck and dive away from that to avoid that, but he's literally just stood there. So there's nothing the ref can do, as much as what he didn't do it intentionally. You're in the space of the 9, and with what both teams want, quick ball, the ref has to penalise that.
Well, Beavers hasn't found touch here, so Reynard gratefully hoofs this downfield off his left foot and into centre field. But that bounce is a tricky one to take for Joe Stainer. He sets off now. Miller, the captain, chips this over, looking for a collect from Joe Williams, or even from Tom Williams, but not quite.
No, it hasn't worked out for them, but I'm not averse to kicking. Obviously, as a charge, always said, as a charge, I was always told you can't win without the ball, but you've got different kicks that you can use and utilise. That one, he was hoping for the bouncing to take the ball, and there was space there. It's the ability to look up, see the space in the backfield, and use it for your advantage. And again, it's not a bad kick. It's gone out. They've just got to put pressure on here and win this line out back, which they do. So there you go.
In the hands of Robert Shaw.
Yeah, I think I've been impressed with the use of kicks in this game. We've seen a crossfield kick already. We've seen grubbers through into the corners. So, you know, it's definitely a part of the game that can be used well and utilised well, but it's the ability to know when to use it and when not to, because it obviously can have its downfalls. But unfortunate there to get the ball back from the line out and knock it on, so it's now a scrum to Wensleydale.
Both these teams have fielded a lot of players who have come through from their junior section, which is excellent to see. Wensleydale having a host of players now in their 30s who've been here since they were 12, and it's a similar story for Teddington, managing to retain talent even though we're in an area in Teddington where so many different sports could be played after age grade level, but a lot of players continuing to play for their clubs after university into the seniors, and that is excellent to see. And that is why they've made it to Twickenham, having that kind of unity across the season. And Wensleydale on the ball here, picking and going or playing scrum half was Potts. Larder. Nichols. Reynard. And Reynolds. Paul Meikle. Again with Lawson. Nichols. Stanwicks. Stanwicks breaks the line. Tackling back from his opposite man, Mercer. Nichols entices the defence, it's back on the inside, but Teddington come up with it in the shape of Valentine. And from here, Beavers has a difficult angle to try and clear, but he's made about the best he could of that one.
Yeah, to be honest, we've already talked about the kicking, but it was a lovely kick from Luke McGee over the top, and he reclaimed his own kick to create the pressure there on from Wensleydale. But Teddington Wensleydale looked to offload the ball, and Teddington have got in the way and got the ball back, and it's a great clearance from Bob Beavers. I think it's the only kick we hadn't seen yet was a clearance, so we're back in the game with a few exits as well.
Got the whole set now. Tick them all off. Wensleydale's Metcalf with this line out. And the shape again, and body position is so good from Wensleydale. Tom Larder has got this forward pack purring this season, and they're motoring again here. Paul Meikle eventually gets it back. Nichols has to dip to get it. Now he stabs it through. Off the post. Now Teddington are going to see a card hit. Rory Mercer is shown a yellow.
Yeah, it's unlucky again. Wensleydale have only been in here for a short period of time, but I think it was a cynical aspect of the penalty where refs saying that Sixers collapsed the ball, but with them all going forward at such rates, and then you have to come in and you collapse it, it's been a bit cynical. You're stopping a really great opportunity, so he's decided that it's time for him to go to the bin. Really clear comms from the referee, and he's got 10 minutes on the sideline.
And Jack Reynard puts that with not very much distance on it, actually, but it is safe. And the way this Wensleydale pack can go, fancy that maybe 10 metres out is better than 5, because they get a bit more time to go through the gears, build up speed. It's pinched by Teddington. What a take at the front. They've let Wensleydale rule the roost on their own ball, and then when it's so close to their line, they find the play that steals it. Still, Lawson is on the ball here, and now they go and bring in Larder. Larder is going for the line. Tom Larder over once more.
he's that good, you should make him head coach. Unbelievable from Larder. I think that's 2 from 2 now, 2 tries in this game. But look, credit to Jack Valentine and the Teddington team to go up and steal that ball. But as they've come down, Wensleydale have reacted really well and have somehow got the ball back off that, and it seemed to be a maul for Teddington, which then the ball popped out on a Wensleydale side, and we see the big ball carriers, Stanwicks I think it might have been, come down one side, and then off to Tom Larder, who breaks, probably beats 4 defenders to go over, and when he's moving at that pace, 2 metres out, the last tackler had no chance. So great try from Tom Larder, and we see it on the replay. I think that's 3 defenders beaten, 10 had no hope when he's that close and that powerful.
Conversion is good. Wensleydale tie up the match. It's a lovely contrast to this match for us up in the stands, Bryony, watching the different styles at play, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it throughout the day actually. They all play it slightly different, and that's what rugby is. You've got to find what you're good at. As a player even, what's your super strength when you do it really well? It's not forget about the weaknesses, but if it's your super strength, we go after it. People ask us the Red Roses why we maul so much. Well, it's our super strength in the World Cup, so why would we not? Do we want to win or do we want to look pretty? And clearly Wensleydale already look pretty with the mullets.
It's a good starting point, isn't it? Haven't got to see too much from what their backs can do as a whole unit. A few runs individually perhaps. Here was one of the great moments of the first half. George Bradford's try for Teddington in action again. This is a nice line. Tom Williams cuts through again. Ghosts on the outside. Williams has done it once more. And Teddington hit back immediately.
I'd say it's 2 players that are playing out of their skins right now. It's Tom Williams and Tom Larder. So it's like what you can do, I can do better. And we've seen Tom Larder score a second try, and now it's time for Tom Williams to score his. So a great line. I think we've seen it from him so many times already. He's running the lines, and it's if he can be picked out because he comes with such pace and power, and that's a perfect ball. It's flat. It goes across the defenders. They can't move quick enough, and through the hole he goes, and into score. What I love about that way he runs the line is he's going into the space. He's picking defenders apart, and he's going, I'm going through the middle of them 2 defenders, not at them, not to one side, but straight, split them in half. And once he gets the ball, he's through and gone.
It's such a good looking try, especially from that angle. And Williams making it sure that the ball was under the stick, so the conversion was good as well. 19 points to 12. Teddington lead Wensleydale. And Beavers, having just seen his soft hands and backline play, you see a long kick forward, which Stanwicks has hauled himself back to field. Paul Mikkel Larder. Just wonder whether Tom Larder can retain this level of performance and energy that he's shown so far across the 80. If he can, well, we're in for something special. Lovely top pass out the back into the hands of Charlie Townsend. But knocking on from Teddington once again, they seem to have an ability to choose the right moment to force an error or pinch the ball, Bryony.
Yeah, there it was a tackle that just dislodged that ball, and it spilt forward from Wensleydale. But they're getting their defence at the moment. For Teddington's defence is they're making big one-up tackles, and then they're able to cover the wide areas and the offloads and kind of all make their tackles. What we're seeing. So I think when we saw Rob Stanwicks make that run, you think that 8's probably going to go some places. But Stuart Riddler was there to make sure he didn't move anywhere. And the tackles from Teddington have been great so far, and have made Wensleydale make mistakes, knock on the ball, and that's where they're getting their platform and allowing their backs and Tom Williams to have a go.
Teddington with a man down in the pack without the services of Mercer, and yet they do have the ball back and they'll want to run this. Beavers now off and running again is Aitken, and Aitken is through, storming forward. Max Aitken in Oakland Twickenham green grass gets the ball on the line to Stainer, length of the field for Teddington. They're not from very far away to Twickenham, and they are making the place their home at the moment. Joe Stainer with the score.
Yeah, their scrum came under such pressure. Being a man down, their scrum was under such pressure, but so be able to play away from that. They got lucky, they got the ball back, but then at one point I thought, are they going to exit? But no, when you've got backs that can light it up, like Max Aiken scoring so many tries this year already, Tom Williams, who's having a great game, you've got options all over the park, and it's just about hitting the right one. You've hit Max, who's made the break, gone through the tackles. He's looked to use his step, use his speed, and now he's looking for support. And on the outside is Joe Stainer, the fullback, and again he's used him. You know what? I don't know if Max needed to, so Joe needs to buy him a drink later. But that's an easy run in for Joe Stainer. Just put your head down and run to the corner and score. So well played, both of them boys.
Conversion attempt is a good one. Bob Beavers. Wonderful kicking from the fly half after a wonderful try from Joe Stainer. How about this, Bryony?
What an honest fly half. Normally people bring it in a metre or two or try and get close to the post, but he is literally on the line, and I'm pretty sure he didn't score it right in that corner. So what an honest fly half. Never met one of them.
Twickenham Cup final is also a bit of kicking practice for Bob Beavers. He's that good. (26-12). How quickly this first half has changed again.
Yeah, it's gone so quickly too, because both teams have come to play. Both teams are looking to use what they're good at, which for Wensleydale seems to be through their forwards, and for Teddington it's through their backs. So I know at half time the coaches will be saying something. Tom Lardo will have to take a few deep breaths before he can talk after this performance, but it'll be interesting to see if they can change how they play for the second half.
Another scrum for Teddington from deep. So what will they try here? Beavers goes himself, then finds the pass. Nicely done onto the captain Miller, who's away. Stainer's there. Aiken now places the fend. Max Aiken, he set the last one up, setting up his inside players, but hauled into touch. Another Teddington attack of true class.
Yeah, they're all kind of going through butter, as we'd say currently right now. I think slicing through it they are. You've got Max doing it, or Tom, or there you've got Bob Beavers. Didn't need to give a pass because the gap opened up on himself, went through it and then gave the pass in behind, and it allowed Teddington to get on the front foot. I think fair play to Finley Metcalf there, because if he hadn't made that tackle, Max was going in for the try, and I think that might have saved them going in half time only 2 scores behind.
Wensleydale need a bit of time on the ball again. Stanwicks. Reynard, but Beavers has fielded this and he's flung it over to Stainer, and he's sizing up the opposition again. Dixon fights his way forward up to the 22. There's Robert Shaw, the hooker, but taken forward, and Dixon back to Beavers. Couple of Teddington players offside, but it's going to bounce up. One of them was Max Aiken, who wasn't. He was in the clear, and he'll dive in at Twickenham. The lethal threat of Max Aiken this time makes it all the way over the try line.
It seems to be a golden 5 minutes for Teddington, and they're even a man down, so to do that with 14 on the pitch, I have to say it's their backs that are turning it on. There, we talk about the kicking in behind and the use of kicking in this game, but there you've put it in, and if you're not going to catch it in your 22, you obviously could call a mark, but if you're going to let it bounce, a rugby ball's unforgiving and can bounce in many a way, and unfortunately for Max Aiken, it's bounced straight into his hands, and he's able to go under the post, finger up in the air, and celebrate like he is, because he's also had a great half this half, and it deserves nothing less than scoring under the post at Twickenham.
So Beavers taking his time. We're just about a minute away from the half-time whistle. And Beavers takes us through to half-time with a lengthy routine, which I don't think is quite as long as normal. But Bob Beavers caps off a stunning first half from Teddington. Wensleydale were right in this fight about 10 minutes ago, and then Teddington turned on both taps, and they've stormed into a lead, 33 points to 12. And Bryony, the highlights of this first half are going to make good viewing, particularly from a Teddington perspective. But it has been a game which you don't feel Wensleydale is out of. Such has been the quality with which they've played throughout most of that first half.
Yeah, they're definitely not out of the game. However, there's a few changes they need to make to just kind of stop Teddington running away with it and scoring the tries that they've just done in the first half. And I think they need to look to their backs to step up and start making the one-on-one tackles with the against the opposition's backs, because they're just running right at the moment. Unfortunately, the game started with a mistake that allowed Tom Williams to take the ball and beat free and score. It was kind of against the run of play. Wensleydale had the ball for that first few minutes, and one mistake and Tom Williams has gone on to the post to score, but it didn't really change from there. It seemed to be Teddington's back that lit it up a bit. We see the replay again, the ball's just spilt out. Rory Mercer's with the assist, and then Tom Williams is over and scores, but that wasn't the last we saw of Tom Williams for this game, because he had a storming first 5 minutes, beating a few defenders, and scored again later on in the half. But it definitely was Wensleydale's forwards v Teddington's backs. More like Tom Williams v Tom Larder.
Yes, exactly. That was the first 20 minutes, certainly. And Larder's first foray forward. Actually, that was Rob Stanwicks who went close. Larder in support this time, but those two have been to the fore for Wensleydale.
Yeah, I think we've seen it held up a couple of times, twice, by Wensleydale. So you think if them two had gone over, how different that scoreline could go. Teddington haven't had a try held up, and every time they've kind of gone over there, they've scored. So that's kind of been a bit of a difference as well.
Sure, at half-time Wensleydale will be pointing to that, Brian, and also saying, well, the first try was an error from us, really, and that last try came from quite a lucky bounce from Beavers' kick. So why can't we get back into this? Some fine goal kicking on display as well from Jack Reynard and Bob Beavers. This was a terrific score. Aitken held up here, and then writhing just from right-hand side, George Bradford.
I have a feeling that's going to be on slow-mo on his Instagram later, or on repeat, many clipped up.
Twinkle toes down the touchline. He definitely took flight just about, I think, Brian.
Yeah, I think I'd meet people and show that as my introduction. They just want to show us the mullets, I think that's what it is. Metcalf's stunning mullet.
It's a good one. So that was the second attempt held up for Stanwicks, who's held up twice, Rob Stanwicks. What a try this was, though, from Tom Larder, excuse me. Picked a perfect line, and he has so much power. So when he gets up to speed, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, we've seen the forwards from Wensleydale carry hard. I wonder if they could start going out the back, tipping the ball, and seeing if they could get a bit of variation to it. Because when you've got people like Tom Larder able to pick up pace onto the ball rather than standing off 9 and taking the ball off 9. It'll be interesting to see if they can use the tips and the variations a bit more and have a bit more success, because as you saw in that previous try, it worked so well. But whereas Teddington's, Bob Beaver's pass is so flat and so lovely, it's timed perfectly. They've practiced that a few times, and it allows Tom Williams to go through the gap. It takes 2 defenders out with 1 pass, and unfortunately the outside defender then can't cut in and make the tackle on Tom Williams. So it's a well worked try, and it's a move they've probably practiced loads, and today it's worked off.
So second half about to begin. Players taking their half-time team talks on the pitch here at Twickenham. Wensleydale with it all to do, trailing 12 points to Teddington's 33. But there is so much potential for Wensleydale still in this match. They'll have to come from a fair long way behind. But can they do it? Here we go. Larder, Joe Larder on the ball. And Nichols plays scrum half. And with Stanwicks in again. And they're straight back to it. The hard work begins now for Wensleydale. Frost, Callum Frost into heavy traffic. Larder pops it out the back. And Reynard has placed this on a sixpence, really. Here comes Harry Smith. Beavers kicks downfield.
I have to say, coming out in the second half, Wensleydale might have listened to me. I think they've used a lot of variations off their 9. I think the forward carrier's gone out the back twice. Tom Larder's even used the inside ball. So they're definitely not just sending people up as a bit of a battering ram. They're trying to use that variation, use out the back to create space on the outside of the defence, and it kind of worked there. That kick was one good bounce away from finishing off in the corner. So I like the use of the variation. It just gets the defence asking questions of the defence and makes gaps for you elsewhere. So it'd be great to see if they can keep that up. But they've got a line out here once Bob Beavers kicked it directly into touch.
Stuart Riddler, the open side for Teddington, is going to the sidelines to have a break after taking some form of a knock. Not entirely sure what type. But Riddler off for now. Teddington's Callum Johnson is back on. Callum Johnson, by the way, playing in his 3rd Twickenham final after featuring in 2011 and 2010 finals. He was a teenager when he was last here with Teddington, looking for a 3rd personal title in Teddington colours, Callum Johnson. So here come Reynard, and there's more urgency to this back line now for Wensleydale. Slip pass along, and that was nicely done to Paul Smith. Larder on back inside, that variety staying with this Wensleydale attack. Teddington have wrestled that backwards on their side. In fact, a knock on. Beavers comes into play, chips over, chases after it himself. It's going to bounce very, very kindly into touch. And what a gain of ground that is.
Where's the AR stood? Is it a 50-22? Oh, just outside. I was about to say, the AR just stood directly on the 22, and I thought, are you in? Are you out? Because obviously, being in your own half, if you kick it from inside your own 50 metres, and it goes out, it bounces, and then goes out inside their 22, you actually get the line out. So that was centimetres, but that AR didn't help me out there.
So close. Look at where that line out takes place. It's on the 22, over the top. There it is, on the inside to Robert Shaw, who keeps going. Dixon, Mercer. Teddington going through the forwards this time. Dixon waits, lets those in the bigger shirted jerseys do the hard work. Here's Beavers to the line again, slip round the back to Miller. Off the floor, Beavers is there again, feeds it along. Harry Smith was waiting for it, but a forward pass. But it had been a Joe Larder penalty already given away.
That's so unlucky for Wednesday. I feel like they came out the second half and started to play some good rugby, but to lose the line out, it was an overthrow, and Robert Shaw's come through and taken the ball and stepped round one and then just given the momentum all back to Teddington. There's moments like that when you're in the red zone, we'd call it, in your own 22, you want to have a clean execution and get rid of it, to stop it happening where the opposition get the ball and suddenly you're defending your own try line and one missed tackle and they can score. So it's unlucky, but Teddington here, if they can score, and they're going to go for the 3 points, because if you can keep extending the points, keep the points ticking over, it becomes so tough for Wednesday to get back into the game, because you look at 4 free tries in a game and you're like, oh, and suddenly your head drops. So to keep the points ticking over, it's clever from them. Well taken from Bob Beavers.
So Teddington go more than 3 scores ahead now. 24 points the difference that they lead Wensleydale. Stanwicks needing repairs here. This was a big carry, wasn't it, from Terry Gibson. Stanwicks going in to defend. Taking quite a hit there.
He seemed to lose use of one of his arms and just stuck him on the floor and went for the ankles, but he's back up. But I do wonder about the work the forwards have got through at Wensleydale, if they can make some subs and get some fresh legs on, because it's tough.
Yeah, this pitch takes no prisoners, especially the way Teddington have played with such expanse. Callum Johnson carries that forward. Dixon to Beavers, who's gone cross-field with this. Aitken might be after it. It's a well-claimed ball from the back by Wensleydale. Counter is interesting from Teddington, but they don't get the ball back. So here is Metcalf. Taken away. This is Williams, who has it in his hands. Such a dangerous prospect that. Dixon goes to the left with Robert Shaw. Back to the open side with Beavers. Little chip over. It's forcing Wensleydale to turn. And now they're scragged back. Hauled to the floor. Luke McGee not able to do much there.
No, absolutely. That's when you have to turn around and run backwards and collect the kick, it's really difficult. So if you can make a defence turn, it causes problems. And the fact that he's taken the ball, got tackled, but 3 Teddington players are there first before any Wensleydale player is, you're making it so hard for him on the floor, and there's literally nothing he can do. He can work for a millisecond to get the ball back or change his body position, but ultimately you've put him in a tough position. So fair play for Teddington for all steaming through and getting 3 of them over the ball when the penalty's given.
Teddington again wanting to line up the points, and Bob Beavers guides it through for another 3 for Teddington. 39 points to 12 now.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You know you've got such a scoreline to chase, and then to actually not be in too much pressure, i.e. you've not been on your 5 metre line for long, but yet you've conceded 6 points. It's just clever from Teddington, because it's such a soul of it. It demoralises you just to know that the points are getting further and further away from you.
Beavers now looks to go expansively again with Williams, who'll look to run and run quickly with support on the inside from Stainer. Flicks it up. Aitken is there. Larder gets to grips with him, and Wensleydale have it back on their side. James Ashford securing possession. Nichols, Larder slipped on nicely. Tackle from Ollie Holland, who's on the field in that blue scrum hat for Teddington. So to Alfie Ransom in the 17 jersey. Nichols, that scrum half after starting this match at fly half. Reynard, the key playmaker. Beavers, who's been so good today, but that might be the first error of the night for Bob Beavers.
Yeah, that's unlucky. He's looked just to play it back over the top of of Wensleydale, because ultimately Teddington don't technically need to score a game, they just need to play clever territory rugby, so just constantly playing in Wensleydale's half. So he's looked to put that back over the top, and unfortunately it's gone off the side of his boot and straight out, so it'll be Wensleydale line out where he was when he kicked the ball.
Larder's line-out ball is not taken. It is intercepted well and then regathered by Dan Robertshaw. Dixon, he's taken well. Wensleydale will have this back surely. Bit of off-the-ball stuff.
It happens when the game gets away from you at times. It's hard, isn't it? You get heated and you want to chase the game, but if they're holding you on the floor, you sometimes react a bit different than you would do. But here what we've had is a knock on. Oh, should we listen? Let's have to see what the ref's saying.
Come here. It's a big occasion. Yeah. For both of you. And for the other 3 people as well. Let's not spoil our day by doing the extras, alright? It's been playing in a really good spirit so far. Let's just keep that spirit for the rest of the game, okay? We're going to restart the penalty to you. The knock-on player in front is then done as offside, alright? So the penalty to you for the knock-on in front, okay? These are the penalty stands. The knock-on, the player in front has played the ball. There's a penalty to black, okay?
Both captains called before Dave Charlton, but pretty sensible refereeing, Bryony.
Yeah, I was hoping for a great quote from a referee. We've had many over the year, haven't we, to get them to stop behaving like children. But no, it's easy. It's not. It's been great, played with such great value so far. So it needs a conversation.
Reynard kicks to touch. Half an hour remaining, and the pragmatism that we've seen from Teddington in this second half, possibly with last weekend in mind, when they let a match slip away from them in the early stages. 17 points to 0 down they were in their semi-final against St Ives. They did come back, of course, to win 43 points to 22, but if you're a team that can come back, you're going to be wary of the team coming back against you as well.
Yeah, and they have played with such game management, such awareness and cleverness to take the points and also just want to play in the opposition's half, and it's been very clever so far from Teddington.
Toby Newton with that line-out claim. And Wensleydale in Teddington's 22, but not able to get the ball back cleanly. Newton wrapped up after claiming that line out. And that is up there, Bryony, isn't it, with some of the most valuable contributions you can do as a forward.
Yeah. It seemed to be that Teddington decided not to compete straight away in the maul. They stood off a little bit, but Wensleydale got the shove on, but the fact that they were able to then stop the maul, make it unplayable. So if it's a maul, it's unplayable, it's on the floor or it's not moving anywhere, it suddenly gets turned over to your own team, to the defending team, and so Teddington have the scrum here. So yeah, it's definitely pats on the backs when you're a forward and this has happened.
Teddington's scrum really solid. Kerry Boyd gets it away from the base. Beavers kicks long, kicks well, relieves the pressure.
They'll be happy with that. The fact that you're now back at the halfway line and you're playing some rugby. Teddington will see this as a positive. Obviously Wensleydale will see this as an opportunity to start playing, but they need to start moving and shifting if they want to close in the scoreline and have a chance in this game.
Larder's line out to Newton. Off the top they go. Into Reynard. Thomas Lawson. Pick and go. Right from the base of that ruck. A few more metres made. Nichols and Reynard. Then on to Reynolds. Nichols back to Lawson. Now Larder again looks for that inside line and palms it on nicely to Smith. Through the middle, Goes Stanwicks, then gets the offload as well. Ashford finds the pass. It's Nichols. It's the score Wensleydale needed.
Yeah, that's great from them. The interlinking, the offloading, we didn't see that in the first half much from them, and it's that variation we talked about. It's not just using your forwards as battering rams, but it's allowing them to ask questions. Is it going to be my outside tip carry? Is it me, or is it the inside? When I've broken through the tackle, have I got someone on my shoulders to support? And you see there, we've got the break made, and then it's the support from Nichols to have a 2-on-1, and they finish the try off, and Nichols goes over. So that's much better from Wensleydale than we've seen.
Reynard gets the conversion as well, so they cancel out Teddington's 6 points and claim one back, having scored all 7 here. 39 points to 19, still 20 points down, but with 25 minutes remaining, there is a lot of time to claw that back, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. If you see Teddington's previous game where they scored, St Ives scored 17 in the first 30, it's possible to score that many points. And against Teddington, clearly their defence can sometimes leak 17 points quite quickly, so it'll be interesting to see if Wensleydale can use the momentum change, use that to score another 2 tries or 3 tries.
They've been shown the way now, just got to do it multiple times again. Good, clever restart from Teddington, but Wensleydale have just about handled it. Or have they? Time off, in fact, for an injury.
It's always after a try. If you let the ball bounce at the restart, you're letting yourself in for anything to happen.
Last Saturday, Wensleydale beat East Grinstead from not too far away from where we are now, 35 points to 21. That was their closest match in their cup run. Other than that, they've been handsomely the better team in the matches they've played. Well, sad end to the day for Max Aitken. He's heading off the pitch. A try to his name. Well, maybe we will see him again, but what a performance in the 56 minutes he's played today, Max Aitken. And that try that he scored, Brian, it brings him level in the top try scoring stakes for Teddington this season. He's level now with Harry Smith, who's on the left wing and still out on the pitch. 16 tries each across the season.
Come on then, Harry Smith, you've got 20 minutes to make sure you're one ahead of him.
He does. That's besides the task in the 11 jersey. Harry Smith, they call him Baz, aka Baz. Doesn't have any logic to his name necessarily, and I wasn't told what the reason is, but there we go. Harry Smith, equal top try scorer now with Max Aitken. Do you have a nickname, Brian?
Big B.
Big B?
Yeah. Got a friend called Medium B.
You really?
Yeah, I
do. Good scrum from Wensleydale, and Stanwicks pulls it off the back. Does really well again. Back to Reynard, who's put this very, very high. Stainer is back, so too Beavers. And Beavers here will just find a bit of space to drop this into and ask Metcalf to reply. It's gone to the floor.
Again, really clever from Bob Beavers to be in his own half and look to use the angle to get the ball bouncing for the 50-22. If it works, brilliant for them. If it doesn't, guess what? Wensleydale are in their own 22. So it's a kind of win-win situation, and unfortunately letting the ball bounce like that, you allow the defence to come up and then make the tackle right where you caught the ball, and then the offload's just gone forward. So it's clever from Bob Beavers.
It's led to this field position for Teddington, approaching the hour mark with this comfortable 20-point cushion. Can they make it any better? Beavers again to the line, dropped it off to Stainer, who goes off his right foot and slides under the sticks. It's a second for Joe Stainer. It might come as a consequence for the fullback, clutching his right leg, that delivered that final sidestep, but nonetheless a fine score.
That's why I don't sidestep, because I've pop a hamstring. I don't know if he's got cramp or it is a hamstring, but he didn't look happy when he caught the ball as he was running. But what a line again. 12, 13, 15, all running lines. Beavers just has to pick one of them. He's picked, I reckon either one of them would have gone over, but he's picked the right one with Joe Stainer, and over he's gone and scored a try. But it's just so good from the backs from Teddington. Beavers must be relishing in the fact he has so many great options to use, and they're all running great lines.
Extras added by Beavers for the full 7, but Joe Stainer is now being helped away to the sidelines. That is really unfortunate.
Have to say, fair play to the guy for carrying on when he felt something go. He didn't stop. I think I would have rolled over in pain, but he's kept going to score the try and finish the 7 points off under the post. So well done, Joe.
So Teddington back with an even more secure position. 46 points to 19, and they're running it again. And this is Callum Johnson dumbing and going. Actually, Chris Lidnington, excuse me, Lidnington with a brilliant introduction. Now Larder, Reynard, Reynolds. Big tackle, well timed from Tom Williams. Brilliant from the outside centre, but can't quite help himself after that, and he was offside after that.
Them Teddington backs can attack and defend. He's read the play absolutely well and managed to get the ball up the player man and ball. If you miss that tackle, then it's a bit risky, but if you're able to get man and ball, you stop the attack there and then, and you push them back behind the gain line. So it's a great read from Tom Williams.
So what is left of today for Wensleydale? There's 18 minutes out here, and they're a whole bunch of points behind. But they are a team capable of scoring quickly. So if Teddington drop their standards by any level at all, Wensleydale will be profiting here. And here is Reynard on the attack, and Stanwicks. And they will keep coming. They just don't know when they're beaten, Wensleydale. Reynard. Nice little pass to Reynolds. Nichols. Reynard again. Space here, it's not quite kept alive. Thought that had stayed alive from Paul Smith, that it hadn't gone forward, but Dave Charlton, the referee, was in a position.
Yeah, that was unlucky. They've used the variety like we talked about. They've looked to use the backs a lot more this half of Wensleydale, to go out wide. Unfortunately with the knock on there, but they are starting to make inroads with some of their backs. But unfortunately they need a bit more go forward now. We talk about the first half, how good they looked when they had the ball. They were always going forward. We had a line out just outside the 22, and now we're in exactly the same spot but the other side of the 22.
Dixon, Miller, Williams, and the play being spread again onto Smith, and on the outside is Gabe Roberts, charging forward. Roberts dragged into touch. That Teddington threat ever present, despite Stainer being off. No Max Aitken anymore. They are still causing problems for Wensleydale.
They must have a conveyor belt down there in Teddington of quick wingers, quick outside backs, because even when Gabe Roberts got the ball there, he looked electric, he looked quick. He's looking to keep the ball alive. That's another thing that the backs of Teddington have looked to do, is keep the ball alive when they could. Max Aiken popping it off to George Bradford at the start. They're just, even when they've tackled, even when they're looking near the touchline, they're keeping the ball alive. And again, Gabe Roberts come on and made a great run down the wing there.
Off the top again from Wensleydale. Stanwicks is then knocked back. That was a well-timed tackle again from Teddington. Their defensive play has been just as good as their attacking play at times. The patience with which they have in their defensive plan is excellent. Reynard is caught behind the gain line. And Boyd and Miller doing their best to hold things up.
Just chill.
Dave, number 2 black, please. 2 black.
Tom, 2 black.
Again, the Wensleydale in the first half, you'd have seen Rob Stanwicks take that ball, and you'd have seen him make 3 metres, 5 metres, who'd have carried a few Teddington defenders with him. Because we're so far in the second half now, he kind of just went backwards a couple of metres, so it seems like Teddington are getting the upper hand in that physicality. To begin with, Wensleydale were all over it. Their back row, their front row were all carrying so hard and so well, and now it seems to be that they're tiring, which is tough when you're used so much. If you're used close to 20 times a game, that's tough. And now you see it when you just haven't got the leg drive, the power in your carry, so you don't make the gain line, and that's what we're seeing at the moment from Wensleydale. And they're just getting caught behind the gain line a few times.
Wensleydale having taken off Tom Larder, their head coach, and hooker, so influential today. Score of both their first 2 tries. Will Maven at scrum half now. Beavers goes on the wraparound. Aitken is back on and feeding Harry Smith. Tries to get it back to Aitken. Instead it's Maven who tidies up. So the contest for top try scorer very much back on, with Aitken returning to the field. And Harry Smith also on the park still. Maven. Beavers is going to go cross field from here. This is a high one, right on the try line, and well taken. Taken by James Ashford.
Boys, 19, come back, boys. That's fine.
Ashford's kick is going to just about stay in, but Williams can't do it cleanly.
Unlucky, it's your natural instinct just to catch that ball, but if it comes forward of someone and you're in front of him, it's a penalty against you. So as much as it's natural instinct, you just can't do it.
It's almost impossible to rewire your brain in the moment, isn't it, to not catch it. But penalty, yeah, as you say, still the same result. Nichols, nicely off the floor. Thomas Lawson, it's run hard all day for Wensleydale at number 8. And Reynard has had to pull so many strings, the creative fulcrum for Wensleydale. He's taken a lot on. Aitken, well, he's surrounded by creative talents, and he gets going again. Beats the first line. But Wensleydale have worked the ball off him on the floor.
He knows as well.
Yeah, I have to say, the kick came in, it turned them, which gives you more time indeed to go and get them, but Max Aiken has turned around. Wensleydale's defence was slowly coming up, but that slow line just sucked him in, took him down, chopped him. It's imperative that if you're looking to jackal, that you chop at the legs, so it's easy for the jackal to get on the ball rather than being an up top tackle, because you'll often get stuck on the wrong side. So someone's chopped in nice and low, and it's allowed Wensleydale to get over and get the penalty back.
We've got 15 left, mate.
Well, whilst Bob Beavers takes a bit of time to get himself ready, there's actually 15 minutes still remaining. So Wensleydale fans watching on, you can bank a few more minutes for this team to try and get back into things, but 27 points the difference. It's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Like with any game, when you're a few tries behind and you've got the clock ticking, it's just about how quickly you can use the ball,
Yeah,
how quickly you
Ken
can
can't continue, he
take a
comes
penalty,
off.
go
If
for a
he
set
can,
piece,
and
use
he's
the tempo
13
to do a
off,
quick
well, we'll
line
do it
out,
after the penalty,
etc.
all
It's
right?
all about
So he's
being
staying on,
clever
what, 13 off?
because you don't
Yeah.
have the time and the ability
Are you
to
staying on, mate?
take your
Yeah,
time.
he's
So
staying
it'll
on.
be interesting to see what
13.
Wensleydale do here.
13.
I assume they'll kick for the corner, go for the line out. But let's see what they do, because they've got a lot of points to get back, and they're looking extremely tired out there. It's a hard day at Twickenham. It's getting a bit hot. Tending to run them around a bit.
And that has taken its toll on Teddington. We've seen players going off, of course, but so too on Wensleydale. The amount of ground they've had to cover just to chase a few shadows at times for Teddington has been immense. Tom Williams for Teddington has gone off now. Really good performance from the outside centre. And the sun has come out at Twickenham for the first time today. Very welcome introduction. Should keep us warm, Bryony, over the next few games. Of course, if you're tuning in now for Old Elanians against Harlow, that is the next match on at Twickenham from 3 p.m. But here is Wensleydale trying everything to get back into proceedings. Nichols, Reynard goes crossfield here. This is being hunted down by Smith, but Beavers behind his try line catches comfortably and makes a touch from the mark.
Obviously, when you're in your 22 and you catch the ball off a kick, you can call mark. It just becomes a free kick. So even though he's kicked it out, it will be Wensleydale's ball still, because it was only a free kick and not a penalty. But smart play from Beavers, because he had to call it. Within the 22, he's allowed to, so it's an easy exit.
Twickenham bathed in sunshine now. And Wensleydale picking and going off the maul, which didn't quite get going on that occasion. Lawson with the slip pass. Nichols. Hard carry again from Wensleydale, uncompromising from Moore. Reynard, little stutter and then releases Smith on the outside. Here's Metcalf. Can't find his teammate Ashford on the outside. Carried on well though by Newton. And all Wensleydale's players in this left-hand side of the pitch, and Stanwix is picking and going almost all the way. Then it's Tomlinson. Nichols to Lawson. Thomas Lawson looks for the line for Wensleydale. And he's that close. Second movement to try and place it. Nichols up to Reynard. Right out to the back. And Ashford's is taken. But we will come all the way back. So watch the tap and go here from Jack Nichols. He wants to keep the pace high. Stanwix takes it instead. And he wants to put his head down and try and roll for the line. Has he placed that one? Once again, Teddington's astonishing last-ditch defence has snuffed out the opportunity. There's been so many occasions like that today.
Yeah, he's done the right thing, Rob Stanwix, and taking it quick, because you haven't got that much time anymore. If you want to truly get back into the game, kick the line out, you're losing 2 minutes there. So he's done the right thing in taking it quick. He's gone a bit on his own. If he had someone with him, if other people knew he was going to do that, it might be better. But at the end of the day, when you've got 4 Teddington players on you, it's such a difficult job to get the ball down, and they've done really well to hold him up. And I think he knew he was held up the way he didn't mention anything to the ref. So it's unlucky, because it's probably the third time it's happened to them, but it's just been so close.
Taken by Nichols. Stanwix on the attack again. And these points needing to come, and needing to come quickly. Newton doesn't take it. You really could look at the footage of this match, Bryony, and think that if 3 decisions went differently, those 3 tries, let's say, that were held up and a couple of bounces that didn't go the way of Teddington, things could be so different.
Yeah, I definitely think there's 2 tries that the mistake really early on, and the way that ball bounce was so unlucky for them. But it's that Teddington back line, they've been unbelievable. There's not a moment they've had a set piece or a set play, and the first phase, they haven't scored off first phase of a set piece, so they have played extremely well today, that back line.
Yeah, indeed they have, and there's this feeling that any time they've got a set piece and they have clean ball for their backs, they have the potential to score, and they probably will score. Easy choice to make. Is it a late tackle?
Yeah, as he kicked the ball, a Wensleydale player came through and just put his shoulder on him basically, but it was a little bit of a cheap shot, and so therefore, as it was during the act of kicking, just after the penalty gets given where the ball lands, so unfortunately for Teddington it was a fair way up the pitch.
Gabe Roberts is the man who kicks long, kicks well.
And again, as Teddington, you're super happy to be playing with the ball here. You just want to keep hold of the ball now, play some phases and enjoy the last 10 minutes in the sun of Twickenham.
But Wensleydale have stolen that. Nichols to Lawson. Reynard. Metcalf gets it back to Reynard. Long kick downfield. Aitken tracking back. And Aitken with a lot of space to run into, and this could be dangerous. Max Aitken drives hard.
It's the fake kick step. I love it. I used to do that as a kid. Always wanted to try and do that. Fake the kick. They absolutely get sold by it, and then you step your way through. And he's performed that extremely well. I'm a bit jealous of that one, but always wanted to.
Not tried it out in a full Premier 15s game yet?
Unfortunately not. I once tried a goosey and Amy Kane stripped the ball off me, so I've never done it.
The goose step at the ball straight. Amy Kakea, such a spoil sport. To the back, and Boyd secures the ball, the number 8. Riddler comes in, so too does Dan Robertshaw, peeling off the hooker, making good yards. Teddington looking for 50 points here in this final, and the run all the way through, and Teddington have it with Matt Poole. It is the half century for the boys from just down the road.
The Teddington backs, and to be honest, some of their forwards have been superb at choosing a line, running a line, and using their pace. When they're running these lines, they're coming at pace. They're coming from a distance. As a defender, you don't know who's running and who's running where, or they're picking lines where I'm not looking as a defender, and they're doing it so well. And there you see Matt Poole running a great line. He's just gone from out to in. The ball's been given to him. He's probably broken 2 defenders, and away he's gone. So it's so hard to defend, but Teddington have been doing it really well all day.
So for Teddington, usual service resumed despite the personnel change. Gabe Roberts from the tee. And Matt Poole with a really hard line, the substitute centre. Liddington relishes the contact, Chris Liddington, doesn't he? Maven. How much more fun can Teddington have? There's Paul. Maven to Gibson. Really carried well as Terry Gibson off the bench. Williams is back on, and here's Kerry Boyd in his last game before retiring for Teddington. And the number 8 carries over halfway. Next wave comes in. Again, Maven. Miller. And Gibson again. Almost in the hands of CJ Callum Johnson.
I think that's what it is now for Teddington, isn't it? And how much fun they can kind of have in the last few minutes. I think we'll all be safe to say that Wensleydale unfortunately won't be coming back from this, but Teddington have had an awesome day out here at Twickenham. Sometimes when you get to these occasions, it gets a bit too much, or it gets too much for you, or it gets the better of you, as you'd say. And today that hasn't happened for Teddington. They've played with such expansion, and their backs have really put on a show here at Twickenham. So I'm glad the few thousand supporters they've had come down are here to watch it.
Teddington scrum puts pressure on, but Nichols does well. Reynard trying to move things again down the line, but Teddington pouring through, and doing so Will Maven involved in that, but still Nichols, still Wensleydale, and their captain Ewan Metcalf, who, whatever the result here, it is still a super display and a day for Wensleydale. Gabe Roberts to Aitken, and Harry Smith keeps it in two hands. Harry Smith still going. Terry Gibson looking for space down the blind side is Maven. It was quickly closed up. And the ball is out, so anyone can take it. Miller has to be quick. Here goes Hal Dare. And Robert Shaw. Liddington. Roberts. Williams watches it well, then almost gets that pass away after breaking contact. So many threats on the ball, Teddington, but on the floor, Wensleydale still a threat, still turning ball over, and Nichols sets off. Dummy from Smith. Tom Moore. And then Lawson again. And they all keep playing for as long as they're allowed to. Wensleydale. What a hit that is. Lined up from Robert Shaw. Johnston involved too. And that's just too far for McGee. Wensleydale having to keep things fast and loose, and Teddington sensing more points here. Gain of ground from Teddington, whilst Wensleydale have had the ball. Typical of the way they've defended. It's been as much a defensive performance as it has been an attacking performance, Brian. It's just that so many tries have been scored. That'll get the highlights, but they've been so good defensively. Yeah,
Teddington in this second half especially, they've just not been happy just to make the tackles on the gain line. They've been going after Wensleydale. You've been seeing people in the back line shoot out the back line, make the right call and take man and ball, and it's times like that when you're not able to get past the gain line, you make different decisions, you make stupid decisions, you give offloads you shouldn't do, and you kind of panic a bit because you're just carrying the ball and you're going nowhere. And that's kind of been the story of this half for Wensleydale. They don't get me wrong, they've had the ball lots, they've carried it for phases after phases, but they just haven't been able to go anywhere. Unlike the first half where they might have been making gain line, the tackling from Teddington this half just shut up shop and not let them get anywhere. So we've seen Tom Williams again there make a huge tackle, just fly up and cause Wensleydale to go backwards a good 5 metres.
And Bridie, when you're this disciplined, as we've seen in defence, from 1 to 23, that's not just about individual discipline, is it? It's also a team perspective, a team approach where discipline becomes almost the most important thing in the game when defensively.
Yeah, well, this second half especially, there's not been many penalties kind of against Teddington as much, especially when Wensleydale have been putting together so many phases. They seem to have, you said it in the first half, they've done so well to defend for so long and not give the penalty away, and it's so important you do that because penalties are so easy. You can't win a game if you're conceding double-figure penalties. It just becomes a game of you dropping back and then kicking to touch. So it is so important, but it's definitely going to be coached into them. So Matt Searle and even the director of rugby, Paul Manley, will have a say in how they've taught that to the boys and how they've got them to be so good and so disciplined in D and kind of around the breakdowns.
Robert Shaw sets off. Dan Robert Shaw. It's become more and more destructive in this match, the hooker. So we're in the final minutes of this contest. Teddington again to Poole, Williams, Aitken. He has Smith with him. They're tied on 16 tries each this season, the two wingers. Williams, one of the stars of this Teddington performance, upended. Poole. Navin. And Gibson again. Now he's hit hard. They will keep throwing themselves into contact, Wensleydale. Tom Moore. Big carry from Moore. Two teams who've had terrific league seasons playing out a terrific final, which hasn't felt as one-sided as the score looks. Gabe Roberts wants to add more points. So Ransom. Matthew Ransom here. Penalty comes. Tap and go. Still Teddington come. Final 60 seconds. Hal Dare. Maven lets Kerry Boyd have a go. Can the number 8 finish with a score? Instead it might be Dan Robertshaw. Wensleydale trying to pinch this ball on the floor. Instead again it's Ransom. Maven gives it to the backs. Miller, the captain. Ransom makes another few yards. The replacement loosehead Maven keeps the pace high. Here it is for Teddington and Boyd. Back to Dare, and Dare is charging for the line. Hal Dare to finish with a front row flourish, but not quite. Teddington in real style, true style, lift the victory at Twickenham. A marvellous performance to round out an undefeated season. They topped their league, they came into the cup, and after a scare in the semi-final, they have blown Wensleydale away with an all-court game which screams class.
Oh, absolutely. The back line from Teddington, I think, have lit it up today, but I don't think that takes away from some of the performances from their forwards as well. Robert Shaw at the end there, I was willing him over the try line because he's been awesome all day, especially off the back of the line-outs where the overthrows have been. He's kind of come alive there, and even Hal Dare at the end, he's carried so well. I was hoping that would have been a try, but well held up. But they've honestly all turned up today and have played some great rugby, and even a little shout out to Gabe Roberts at the end. I thought he was electric when he came on, and some of his movements and feet. So fair play to Teddington. Turn up at Twickenham, go home with the cup. It's going to be such a good celebration tonight, and to see that stand filled so fully by some of the Teddington fans, it's going to be a good day for them.
Well, there's Kerry Boyd, one of the retiring players after today. His last game for Teddington, the number 8. And he allowed those backline players to show their quality and to rack up the points. But it was, as you say, Bryony, a forward effort as much as a backline effort. It's a third Twickenham triumph for Teddington. And it is 12 years since their last in 2011.
So is it Callum Johnson's third trophy, is it, as well?
Absolutely right. CJ.
Get a bigger trophy cabinet.
Yeah, he might have to. But a season for Wensleydale to savour as well. Let's not forget that. They've won promotion to Yorkshire Division 1 for the first time in their history. They lost just 3 matches in the league. And with their first season under head coach Tom Larder, who had a stunning game for hooker with 2 tries. There is so much more to come from this Wensleydale side as well.
I think you're in a safe pair of hands there with Tom Lauder. Even his play today, I thought he was outstanding, scoring 2 tries, but then when I was watching him and his handling ability, I thought he was reading the game really well. So I think the fact he can take them forward and coach that to the boys, and even actually Ron Stanwicks is the assistant coach, so you've got two of the top players there that we've seen today, coaching them for the years to come. They're in safe hands, and I'm sure we'll see them maybe here again in the next few years.
And they've done it slowly as well. They've done it in a steady way, Wensleydale. It's been no flash in the pan, no one-off season or a couple of seasons. It's been building over more than a decade for them to rise through the leagues. So they're ready to take the next step. And Dave Charlton and his assistants do take the next step up to receive their medals. Wensleydale's captain, Ewan Metcalf, receives the first medal. And there's Tom Larder, the hooker, and Thomas Lawson as well. So many of that forward pack, causing so many problems in the opening half for Teddington. Just run out a bit of energy towards the end, and that second half, the efforts of the first period taking their toll.
Jesus Christ.
I definitely heard how many steps are there in my ear then, so someone's clearly not impressed with the number of steps to go up and down to get their medals. Definitely the Yorkshire accent it was as well.
It's been a long 80 minutes, hasn't it? Yeah, those steps. We should know that, I feel like, Bryony. I should know that, really. I'll be able to come back next year and tell you how many steps there are at Twickenham. Up to the Royal Box. So here come Teddington. Led up by Kerry Boyd. Apologies for the referee's language, if anything came through there for you, but it's just our referee's mic, which is picking up a bit of ambient sound. Not necessarily the referee, we should say. Tom Williams, anyway, who got things started for Teddington in terrific form today, the outside centre. The first try was opportunistic, the second was a perfectly crafted set-piece play, rounded off so well. Bob Beavers with an extra person in his arms, enjoying the experience as well. And there's Max Aitken. They did end on equal number of tries, Harry Smith and Max Aitken. 16 tries each this season from the two wingers. And Gabe Roberts, what an introduction he had once he came off the bench in the 22 jersey. And Bob Beavers throughout. Quite a composed performance from the number 10. From the tee as well, in fantastic form. Callum Johnston there with a third personal Twickenham triumph. And it is a real time to celebrate for this Teddington team. What a brilliant unit they've been today and all season. Twickenham triumph number 3 for Teddington. All style and talent and creative flair. And they have won this title, this final, 53 points to 19. Jack Miller, the captain, passes the trophy down the line. Gabe Roberts saying, I can't have it before others, so it's going to go a little further down. Jack Dixon, the scrum half. Yeah, Tom Williams gets his hands on this here. And here's Kerry Boyd's turn. Last game in Teddington colours for the number 8. Well, for Teddington fans, I'm sure you'll want to absorb this as much as possible, but we'll leave you with shots of Twickenham Stadium as we prepare for our next match on. It's Old Alanians against Harlow Rugby Football Club coming up very shortly.
Robinson.
It's 2 days for the big game in Twickenham. Harlequins are playing Exeter Chiefs and I'm playing my sister Flo. I'd say mine and Flo's relationship is pretty close. Always best friends growing up, played in the same teams, football, rugby, hockey, lacrosse at one point, but rugby we always played as well. Obviously being a bit older than Flo, I started first, so started playing for the team that my dad coached. So I was 5, I think, and then Flo would have been 4 or 5 when she joined as well. But obviously both played with the boys until under 12s. We only played together for a year, but I was really good, really, really good year. I don't think either of us would have got anywhere near where we are without Mum and Dad. They'd be there every session when I say that, like, wouldn't miss a game. Dad would turn up with one of those flip cameras to record each game, and he'd have a tripod that he'd come with, probably absolutely freezing watching us, but try and pick a decent sort of spot before the game to get a good angle.
Well done, Flo. Oh. Super.
Yeah, it's really good to watch those clip backs. I think it's definitely been a while since I've watched any of that footage. I used to watch that obviously probably every Sunday night or every Monday after the game, so really cool. Just nice to see me and Flo play together. Obviously it was only that year, but I really enjoy playing with her, so that's nice to watch back. I miss Flo a lot. I probably text her a lot more than she texts me. At least once a week we'll try and have a decent catch up. Always nice to speak to her.
There's always like incidences when I was younger and stuff, we'd have to like help me or defend me. I don't think I was the most strong child. Then when we actually played rugby together, that like transferred into that, where if I was being a bit ratty or something and tried to start a fight, I couldn't necessarily end it. So
you start it and I'd end it.
Me, so that was quite nice.
We're walking over from the stoop to the stadium in the morning, which would be cool. So I'm going to see Mum and Dad on the way in.
I was on the phone to Mum yesterday and she was like, they want to film me, but I can't miss Emily walking. So I think she's quite excited.
She's really excited. I called her as well and she was like, oh, don't even get me started. Blah, blah, blah. Can you see her? Hey! I love you.
Good to see you. You okay?
Yeah, really well.
Enjoy the game, good.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Wow, it's pretty tall, isn't it? Pretty high. I did yoga this morning to calm myself down. When they announce the team or when they say their name and then when they first come out on the pitch, I'm probably going to have a bit of a wobble. We've got the hats, so we might be swapping them around.
Or we're supporting the Robinson family.
Yeah, it's always difficult. I think when the girls are playing each other, we're supporting them first and foremost.
Got a hat for each, so we'll swap at half time or whatever, you know, and yeah, it's just going to be great.
I can actually hear my heart going.
We're all set at the home of rugby for a fascinating Premier 15s collection. We're underway. Robinson, Zachary, she won't be denied.
Come on, Emily. Get in there. Just carry on, carry on, carry on. You just need that.
Well, it's such a good scrum half.
Emily Robinson. And that's the game for Exeter. Exeter Chiefs go back to the top of the table.
All right, love you. Okay.
Well played. Nice.
Well done. Really well done.
Yeah, super. Yeah.
It was nice, just like knowing that like the whole family was in the crowd.
Emily, you're so sweaty.
You sort of came down my channel on the far side at one point, and then someone else got you, but we didn't actually go near each other. Yeah. Some of your people were putting late shots on me, which was a bit. Well, I'll have a word.
Bring it in, Emily. Oh, well done. You played well, darling. Oh, can we have like a little picture? Have a little family photo.
Hello and welcome to Theakston Lane.
Come on, the Shire!
Going to be giving this local derby a bit of the big match treatment. It's all part of the RFU's Play Together, Stay Together campaign, and it's altogether brilliant to be here.
Having a burger before the game. It's not for me. It's not me. Right, go sit.
Ready up! Hang on. Come on, Gareth!
We are ready to go, and we certainly have a few hundred packed in. The home side will be pretty happy with that three-point advantage from an early penalty, Dowie.
Absolutely.
Divine Vanua is on the outside, and he is going to get it here. To keep going down the short side, and Donovan is making all sorts of yards up there. Going back the other way, and Richmond should get the try. Well, the referee brings about the end of the match. Darlington showing themselves to be the slightly smarter outfit altogether.
So what's that been like to be part of a club for that long?
You did each other proud, but most of all, boy, themselves proud. You've earned your beer, and you've earned the respect of everybody, yeah? That'll be there forever.
Papa John's Cup has given us the opportunity to play against teams we haven't played against before.
It's cup rugby, you know, you've only got a few games to get it right. Yeah, it gives the boys a chance to go and do something different and express themselves at the end of the year.
And obviously the Papa John's Cup final is going to be at Twickenham. That's an amazing incentive for every rugby player in the country.
One more tough game, another test, someone that we'll never have played before. We'll give it everything and really try to get that Papa John's Cup final.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RFC.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Champion.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person that have won seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RFC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Time now for the Counties 1 Championship final on the Papa John's Community Cup Finals Day. It's Old Alanians against Harlow Rugby Club. We are 5 minutes away from kickoff in this contest. Neither team have played each other before, and let's have a look at the starting teams on both sides. So the Old Alanians team lining up, coached by James Knox, and 1 to 15 they look like this. Charlie Thompson and Rory Simpson, along with Tom Waitman, make up the front row. In the second row, Tom Graham-Slot and Ben Osuntakun. Then in the back row, Tyrese Asamoah, Harry Philpott and Gil Crouch. The halfbacks are Toby Anthony and Henry Dewing. The centres, Robbie Outram and Will Lawrence. And in the back three consists of Rory Holford, who scored 20 tries this season, Tommy Williams and Tom Vogel. Now let's look at Harlow Rugby Club's team. They're unbeaten in the league this season and promoted to the league above, playing at level 6 for the first time next season, and this is largely the team that has done it. Lewis Castiglione, Ryan Clark and Jack Christie in the front row. Then in the second row, it's Lewis Melton and Jack Elston. The back row consists of Luke Bowering, Brad Etherington and Will Garner. The 9 and 10 combination is Ben Creasy and Danny Smith, and in the centres it's Scott Whitby and Morgan Davis. The back three, Joel Drake, Harry Massini and Rob McPherson Smith, and the head coach Michael Weston along with Ian Rundle. Well, this Harlow team is known for its defence. They really don't concede many points. That's certainly been the case across the course of this season. A season which has seen them seek a promotion which they haven't had in 16 years. They're competing at their highest level in that time next season after a stellar league season. Of course, a good cup run. The Papa John's Community Cups taking place over the last 5 weeks, resulting in this Twickenham occasion. For Old Alanians, well, they won Kent 1 this season to qualify for this cup. The last time they lost a match was back in October, 29th of October to be precise, and only one team this season has managed to get a bonus point against them. So two sides with great form coming into this Counties 1 Championship final. Well, here we go. Old Alanians with their proper badge, to give them their full credit. Old Alanians against Harlow coming up shortly. I'm delighted once again for this final to be joined by Harlequins and England prop Bryony Cleal. And Bryony, Harlow with such a good defensive system and proof of that this season against Old Alanians, who have so much attacking talent to put on display. It should be another interesting final for us to get our teeth into.
Yeah, look, this is what Twickenham's about, isn't it? Two teams who have had such great seasons, two teams that have been so successful in their league, getting to put on a performance at the home of England Rugby, at Twickenham. For some of them, it would be the first time they've played here. To have their supporters as well be allowed in to support them, it's just a day that memories are made, and whenever you look back on your rugby career, this will be what they remember. So hopefully we'll have a great game and we can see both of them play some awesome rugby. So good luck to both of them.
So Harlow have brought around about 250 people down today, 5 coaches or so, including one of their trustees who's flown over from Australia early to get back in time for this cup final. For OAs, another massive day out as well. 500 people or more, they reckon, have come down to support the team. Old team captains have been invited down as well. And early today it was the Junior Clubs Awards Day, so all those minis and juniors that have been at the club, they've taken part in that, and now they've headed down to Twickenham to support the senior team. So the Counties 1 Championship to be decided. Old Alanians will kick us off against Harlow. OAs get things going. Well taken in by Harlow, but the knock-on straight from the off. Good pressure from OAs. A lot of these Old Alanians players with experience of having played at Twickenham, courtesy of having got here when they were in their Dulwich College days, the club affiliated to the school, although it's been an open club since 1995, but still retains that link. So this could be an early penalty shot for OA's fly half, Henry Dewing.
It's crazy to think you could start a game, no one touched the ball, not a tackle be made and be 3-0 up. So off that restart, again, someone's played the ball, it's gone forward. The person in front of them, so in an offside position, has played the ball and it's a penalty. So they've gone for the 3 points, but it'd be crazy to think it'd be such an easy way to make 3 points. You'd go back to the halfway line and thought, same again please, boys.
It's difficult to underestimate the importance of this man, Henry Dewing, because he had to leave the semi-final last weekend after 50 minutes to go and head to a wedding that he had promised to be at, and his team were 22-3 up at that point. The opposition came back after he left the field, and OAs still saw the game out. Vitally important man in this OAs backline, but not with the first 3 points of the afternoon. So Harlow, from under their own shadow of the posts, play out. and kicking downfield well. Excellent clearance kick from Harlow.
Yeah, you've got to clear your lines there. You don't want to be in your 22 and the pressure coming on, and now we can see some kind of rugby be had because it was an unlucky miss. Old Olanians did well to trace the kick down, but the exit was good, and now it's an Old Olanians line out about 10 metres of the line.
Rory Simpson, Scottish hooker, is preparing for his first line out. Ben Osuntakun in the number 4 jersey. He runs this line out for OAs. And off the top of the line out they go. Good clean ball. Anthony into his forwards who are coming at speed. Gil Crouch. Now Dewing. Wraparound pass and Outram. Lovely hands to use the full width of this Twickenham pitch. Anthony. And that was Graham Slaw, who's played here with Yorkshire under-20s when he was a younger man. That's a heavy contact in midfield. Tyrese Asamoah hit back. He keeps the ball. Dewing. Harlow with the penalty. Patient defence.
Brad Everington getting the pats on the back there, but that all came from I think Lewis Castelloni's tackle. It was huge. He came off the line and met the attacker there and then and put a huge shot in. Gives you confidence, and then at the next breakdown Brad Everington's over the top of the ball to make the jackal and get the penalty, and now it's their line out when they kick to touch. So huge defensive set from Harlow, but Old Olanians with a great line out so far. So let's see how this one goes for Harlow as their first line out.
Harlow's number 8 is Brad Etherington. And he takes this line out. It's pinched though at the front. Brilliant work. Good feet in tight spaces from Crouch. Now back in the hands of the OAs, and there's loads of space to work with here. Outside centre Will Lawrence. Big fend. And OA's on the attack again. Harlow's tight head prop Jack Christie just gets in the way. And now it's the loose head Charlie Thompson for OA's who's on the charge. Fast beginning from Old Olanians. Dewing wants high speed to the ball, but just a lack of precision in contact.
First of all, I've been super impressed with them 2 line-outs from Ben Osuntakun. I think to take the first line out, it was textbook, and then to steal the second one, you're already getting into the heads of Harlow, and especially with a number 8 Brad Everington having to throw for them, you're already asking questions. So it's great work from him to begin with.
Yeah, Osuntakun is one of 5 players who have previous Twickenham experience. He played here himself for Dulwich College as a schoolboy. Harlow's scrum is good. Etherington at the back. Easy one for Creasy to take his time. Hot stepping his way forward is McPherson Smith. Harlow's Lewis Melton with that last carry. Creasy. Good field position, really for the first time for Harlow. First penalty for Harlow in a possibly kickable position.
Well called. It's what do you do first of all? Do you go for the 3 points? Do you just get into some territory and take the points and then come back and go again? Or do you see how your line-out's going to go? But because Ben got into the way in the previous line-out, it starts asking you questions. You think, oh, is our line-out going to be that good? And suddenly, they've probably, Old Olanians have saved themselves a try there, because previously they might have gone for the corner for the line-out. With it not functioning on the first line-out, they've decided for the 3 points. So it's both good for both teams if this goes over, because Old Olanians will think they've got off 4 points there.
Danny Smith, the with his first kick on goal today. For the first points, Smith pulls it to the left.
22.
So neither kicker successful with their first shot on goal.
They haven't made it easy for either of them. They're both difficult kicks from distance and at an angle, so you've got to work your accuracy and your distance. But it's also a bit nervous in a cup final at Twickenham.
Well, Dewing finds the turf, so it does bounce, but well fielded, and Etherington on the charge. We'll see this plenty of times today from Harlow. Next carry is a good one too. Luke Bowering it was who followed on from Etherington. Actually scratched that. It was Lewis Castiglione with that last charge. The loose head prop. Bowering, the captain, on the open side of the scrum.
We're just 8 minutes in and we want to see some phases be put together. We're very stop-start, scrum, line out, penalty kick. So hopefully we can see some phases put together and some rugby played.
Gil Crouch gets things going, and outside him Anthony releases McPherson Smith. Over halfway go OAs. Anthony deep and allowing the outside backs to have a go here. Good offload. Now it's out to the right wing, and this is Tommy Williams. He steps in, support on the inside, almost taken, but not quite. Ryan Clark gratefully taking that. It was in the air for a moment for Charlie Thompson.
The old Alanians team, there's a few hot steppers in there. We've seen it from McPherson Smith. I saw him dummy someone who wasn't even there. And then there, again, great feet from them. They've broken through, and then 14, Tommy Williams just looking on the inside for the pass, and it's just gone astray. But again, there's some hot steppers, there's some quick players out there, so hopefully they can get into the game and finish off opportunities like that.
Strong scrum from Harlow, and Scott Whitby carries well the inside centre. Counter ruck is very strong from OAs. And this is Jack Christie. Creasy goes really long with the box kick, and Tommy Williams here. Now over to Tom Vogel, who I apologise for calling Rob McPherson Smith earlier on, but Tommy Vogel, the fullback for Old Alanians. Tyrese Asamoah with a power carry. And OAs with time on the ball. And Dewing picking his way forward. The sun comes roaring out here at Twickenham now, and here's Tom Vogel again. Lovely pass and onto the outside. OAs causing havoc for Harlow. Supporting runners just not quite aligned on the knock-on. Harlow will have a scrum, but OAs are pressing the right buttons.
Yeah, and I'm so glad we got to see Tom Vogel again, because yeah, I think we've misidentified him a couple of times, but he's been electric already. I've seen a few steps from him, and there he's stepped, he's drawn in two players and then given the ball out the back. So he looks like one to watch, because they're getting into the wide channels, they're getting around them, they're getting into space. But unfortunately, it's the last pass that's just not made it to hand, and then it would have been a run-in for both opportunities straight to the post, but it just hasn't happened yet. But I have a feeling that one of them's going to go to hand soon, and we're going to see a try scored.
OA scrum gets a turn on to Harlow. Danny Smith kicks this long, very long. Rory Holford chases this back and can only watch it go out, and 50-22 secured for Harlow. Not quite.
They've robbed him, absolutely. Got in his back pocket and robbed him there. A kick that can make a defence turn, a kick that can bounce into for a 50-22, so you're inside your 50, you've kicked it out of your half and it bounces out to 22, becomes your line out. So actually I thought that was going to be a brilliant kick, but the AR there's not been kind and just put it outside the 22, so it's still old O'Lanian's ball.
Off the top, has it gone forward off Oways? It has. Scrum here for Harlow though.
Yeah, tough. When in a line out and you're aiming for the back of the line out, the ball has to be thrown in first before you go to jump, because if not, you've got to hold the person in the air for a long time. And you saw it was the right call, it was the right lift, but unfortunately he came down too quickly and then the ball died. So he's knocked it on, but it needs to be a throw, then you jump, rather than you jump and the ball comes to you.
Harlow's Ben Creasy then. Has the platform this time. Etherington doesn't go himself, gives it to the scrum half. Then the short line from Whitby. A little loose, but then re-secured. And Smith. Creasy has to start again, really. The pace is low and slow for Harlow. Now he goes wide. Finds Etherington, who'll make inroads wherever he gets the ball. Slips the ball on well, but knocking on just after that. So OA's defence holds firm, and his defence ruling the day at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and like they say, it's a bit of a cliche, but defence wins you games. It's so important that teams, when they're in these 22s, they're putting up a strong kind of defensive efforts, because conceding tries early on can change the momentum of a game. It can swing, it can ebb and flow. So it's really important that they just keep them out, and they have done so far. And if you can make a team play multiple phases, yes, if you become disjointed, it's easier for them. But if you can stay well connected, you can use what you've been coached, then you'll cause them errors. You'll cause them to have to not be working hard enough. You'll cause them to run out of options, and it's frustrating when that happens. So there, they've just forced a knock on, and it'll be old O'Lanian's ball.
Well, OA's booked a ticket here last weekend, beating Chobham, the Surrey champions, in their semi-final. And for Harlow, it was a home encounter against Cockermouth, who had an 8-hour trip to get to Harlow, and Harlow sent them packing 27 points to 12. But it was a tough game, one of the toughest of the Cup campaign for Harlow, and they were saying this week how that contest has hopefully prepared them for the rigours of facing OAs today, who towards the end of this season, league-wise, have been putting a whole heap of points on sides, been running riot at times, in the 70-point category for some matches, no less. And Toby Anthony has to do the grunt work there and just clear the lines for OAs, and they creep out of their 22.
Yeah, it's really interesting line-up battle at the moment. Obviously, with Brad Everington throwing in, it's a bit not normal. I'm trying to figure another word for that, but it's just unusual to see 8 throw in. But clearly, he's very good at it. But it'll be interesting to see if Ben Osatu can get up and steal the ball or not.
Well, it has not worked out for Harlow. It's in OA's hands. Anthony to Dewing. And now picking this up is the top try scorer, Holford. And here's the hooker, Simpson. Dewing has so many forward options off the 10. Gap through the middle here for Toby Anthony, who slips the pass on. Nicely done, and OA's going right through the centre of Harlow. Here's Simpson again, good support from the hooker. Now there's numbers away to the left. Dewing loops it over to Williams. And Harlow shutting down Oways on their left flank. Slower ball for Dewing, so he has to start again somewhat, but they are in Harlow 22. Mixing things up and making sure that Harlow's fringe defence are watching every forward who is showing a threat through the middle, round the side. And now they want the heavy shoulders of the forward pack to take on this attack. Anthony. Good defence though from Harlow. Not giving away anything just yet. Dewing works this along the line in the hands of Outram. He's taken down. Now they have the advantage. Dewing. Asamoah. Toby Anthony back to the right hand side, and Tom Vogel tries to get creative, but it's Oways who'll tap and go from here.
Again, we see it again from Old Alanians, the way that the interlinking play. I think we saw it go between Simpson and I think Philpott was involved. They just kept the ball alive. Even us, when we're playing, we're always looking to keep the ball alive. It's really important. And even actually the tackle that caused the penalty, so the high tackle over the shoulder, Outram was looking to get his arm free, looking to release someone else out the back and into space. So it looks like Old Alanians have loved the keeping the ball alive and loved that offloading game. So it'd be great to see them do that a few more times today.
So Oways with the line out. Simpson finds his man. Osuntakun brings it down. Old Alanians' blue and black machine starts to get going, heading towards Harlow's line. Still with the forwards. Simpson has to fight hard to keep the ball. Does that well. Osuntakun resets. Now Gil Crouch, the captain, just short. Toby Anthony. Here's Simpson, George Simpson. So close. Then they go again, Oways. Looking for the first score in this final. Nice slip pass on the inside. Outram is there again. Oways. Go blind. How close can you be without scoring? Well, that close. And Harlow survive.
Yeah, we talk about the defence, and we've seen it from Old Alanians already once, and now it's Harlow's turn. Just to have a wall of players that are willing to put their body on the line and shot the try, and ultimately this is a great way to exit. The law's changed a couple of seasons, and it's now if the ball gets held up over the try line, it becomes a dropout rather than it used to be a scrum. So it's a great way to exit if you can do it well, but obviously it's risky business, because if you don't do it well, they score a try. But however, we are definitely seeing a game for the defences here.
Still 0-0, 20 points into a Twickenham final. That doesn't happen very often from the games we've seen so far in the Papa John's Community Finals Day. Tom Vogel feeds this to Lawrence, who has fast feet, one of many that we've spotted so far for Oways, who can shift. Anthony brings it back left with Dewing. This Harlow defence throwing bodies in the way, but just as aggressively Oways are attacking this line. That's Thompson. Osuntakun goes himself, gets the ball away. Lovely to Gil Crouch, the number 8 and captain. Now they're on to the left, numbers away, if they can move it, they can, to Tommy Williams, and Oways have their try. The forwards softened up Harlow, and then the backs finished them off.
the soft hands of Sutukin, who when he goes through, he puts both his hands through the tackle, and it's actually not even a one-handed offload, it's still a two-handed pass, because he's led with his arms, he's won the contact, led with his arms, and given the ball to Gil Crouch, who's looking for support. I think Rory Simpson was looking to be on his shoulder, I didn't know which way he was going, but it's a quick ruck, it's due in, and it's a great ball. It's 15 metres, it's a flat spin pass out to the wings, and Tommy Williams just goes over with an easy finish. So honestly, from what I've seen from them already, you thought it was going to be an offload that opened up the spaces. It was, but awesome work from Dewin too.
A harder position than the first attempt on goal from Henry Dewing. And with the sun very much in his eyes. Dewing takes aim and can't bring it goalward, so 5 points to 0. Old Alanians hit the front for the first time.
It'd be interesting to see what the team talk kind of was from Harlow under that post, because they're in this game. Their defence has kept them in this game, to be honest, but I want to see them with the ball, see what they can do, because they've probably only entered Old Aliens 22 once.
Tough for Harlow, not getting the timing right for that tackle in the air.
Yeah, they want it, don't they? But unfortunately, if someone gets off the ground and in the air, you can't touch them until their feet are back on the ground, and it takes a bit of skill to time it so their toe hits the blade of grass as you hit them. But that was unfortunately poorly timed, and it's just a penalty to Old Lanians, and now they're line out around the halfway.
Simpson finds his man, and Owa's on halfway. Start to push this market stall forward. Harlow, though, resisting well. So it's up to the backs, and Dewing wants his centres to come into play. Anthony to Osuntikan. And Brad Etherington pinged here, but not rolling away.
I feel for him because it was such a good tackle. Normally it's when the attack dominates the collision that you get stuck on the wrong side, but it was such a good tackle, he then went over the top of him after he made the collision, because the collision was so high. So unlucky, but you've got to move away once you're in that position.
Always starting the walk in to the line out. So many of their numbers in the back line waiting for this ball. It's got to be secured firstly. Osuntikan does that. Gil Crouch gets going, the number 8 again. Anthony. Dewing. Lovely wraparound ball, space up here. Simpson. And Anthony again. Making easy yards. Owa's forwards, and now they look to stretch the play a little bit more. Outram straightens, Osuntikan in support. Dewing goes himself. And here's the open side, Philpott. Osuntikan takes the responsibility on. Makes again the yards, and those two hands on the ball, ever dangerous, but just a little too far almost, getting exposed, and the support not there.
Yeah, that's the 10 popping up there with a turnover, which is really important. So Danny Smith there getting over the top of the ball, and they couldn't shift him, and he's got the ball back. But Old O'Lanians there went from side to side. It was lovely. I've been really impressed with Henry Dewin and just the distribution of him. His pass is lovely from up here. So the way they could spread it from side to side, the forwards were getting onto the ball and putting it out the back. It was looking really good from them, but unfortunately they couldn't hold the ball because all good 10s know how to jackal.
Quite right, Bridie. Yeah, seems like everyone on both sides is so good at defence and ball stealing, because we've seen a lot of that today so far. There's Etherington. Oways might have pinched this. They thought they had, but side entry from Asamoah.
Yeah, again, I thought at one point we were going to see an exit from Danny Smith, but no, he tried to play the ball one more time, but they've got the penalty anyway, so we'll see them go up the pitch now, and hopefully what we've been wanting is to see Harlow put some phases together. We've seen Old O'Lanians go from side to side, but Harlow haven't really had the ball for long. They've had to defend, and they've rarely got into this Old O'Lanians, this territory we call, so the second half of the pitch. They've not moved up the pitch and got better territory for themselves, so hopefully we'll see something now.
Etherington's line out doesn't find its destination, and Crouch again has the ball in his hands. Dewing has to reach for it, but does get it along the line now. Taking this was Lawrence, and then he'll play it to Vogel, who switches. Try scorer Williams. Dewing is close to the gain line, has Simpson with him. Simpson gets it back to Dewing, and then they go again. Oways, big carry forward. That was nice from Old O'Lanians. Good pass again. They're really stretching Harlow here, and there are numbers, and Vogel has space. Looks to go into the 5-metre channel. Kicks for himself, Tom Vogel. Good coverage from Harlow. And if that stays in, which it doesn't quite, still a good exit from Harlow. But they're showing that ability to pull Harlow out of all sorts of positions and expose their wide men.
Yeah, like we talked about Henry Dewin's ability to pass, but it's all the back line. They've got width from the ability to widen their play because of the width they can pass and then exploit them wider channels. But it's just at the moment, it's Harlow's line out and set pieces that isn't allowing them to have the ball. So hopefully they can sort that out. But right now we're looking at a well exit from Harlow and an Old O'Lanians line out.
Good contest from Harlow, and they'll come up with it. Every hooker having problems today. Not every thrower, I should say, with Etherington being the 8, but throwing in. There is Etherington. You just have to don your crash hat when you're facing Brad Etherington. There's a hint of the poppy cleal about the way Brad Etherington plays, isn't there, Bridie?
Yeah, well, bar the throwing in, but to be honest, his defence, he's put in 2 huge shots already, and just shown us what he can do when he's carrying the ball. I think the ability to ride 3 tackles or 3 defenders and then get your arm free and offload, it's really crucial for an 8. And actually, if that ball had gone to hand, they would have been away and I'm playing in some more space. But unfortunately, it was just knocked on. So we'll see how this next scrum goes for them.
Away scrum has been good, but they creak a little here. Crouch still gets it away. Dewing. Ultram. Well, Lawrence and then Williams, but without any space to work with. Didn't engage Harlow's defence enough on this left-hand side, so they go again. Osuntakun is the man forming a one-man ruck, and back to the blind side they go. This is much better. Williams passes inside. Ultram is there. Then the support comes. Asamoah looked for the pass, had to instead secure possession. Crouch escapes the first and then goes for a second action, and takes 2 men to bring him down. Charlie Thompson tidies up. That's a spin from Tom Vogel, who gets away himself, but the ball's wrapped up, and Harlow have again smuggled Tom Vogel into touch. Their defence, it's living up to the billing that their league form this season has suggested.
Yeah, especially when you're having to defend the offloads and defend the support runners coming through, and you're having to close off them passing channels to stop that from happening. It's really tough. We always say at Quins, where we're at, it doesn't matter the missed tackles you make, so you might make it, it's how we then defend it, stopping tries. That's what it's all about. You could have 20 missed tackles, but as long as you stop the tries, and that's what Harlow are doing. They're stopping them from scoring, they're stopping the opportunities.
Oways get moving though from the rolling maul. Anthony lets it go. Here goes Simpson. He goes himself. Rory Simpson, a Scotsman at Twickenham, has Old Alanian's second score.
Yeah, we've seen one from the backs, we've seen a nice try from the backs, but now it's the time for the forwards to show us what they can do, and I think you get the maul moving, the maul is moving, and then he splinters off. I think as the maul's crept across, the space between the maul and the touchline's only got one defender marking it, which would be in the hooker for Harlow, but if no one else covers that, if the flankers don't cover that, or the backs, then it leaves a massive blindside, and he's gone through that, noticed that, sold the dummy, and then just dived over. So it's really clever play from him, but all goes down to the maul and the line out.
So Dewing from the shade. Has he got this one on target? It's a little closer, but still not quite. So 10 points to nothing. Old Alanians lead Harlow. And these tries are extremely hard earned, aren't they, Bryony?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, really. Defending's tough. Defending's really, really tough. The down-ups, they're getting off the line. And so to do it for a long time, you're going to be looking to go to your reserves. And even in the first half, it's going to be tough. So hopefully they can stop defending and give themselves a bit of a break as they can then attack. But at the moment, it's tough work for Harlow.
Here they come with Creasy. Creasy again, good step from the 9. Gets the pass away too. Now goes up to the backs. Smith loops this all the way over. It's taken out of the air. Suntukan again, he is everywhere so far. And now Oways might go. Vogel into the wide channels. Pulls it back for Williams. And Henry Dewing wants time to reset to see what's outside him, and now he does decide to go wide using Holford. Now this is going to bounce, is it? But will come back for the knock-on.
An opportunity of catching it, but okay, we'll go with that.
I think he had an opportunity to catch the ball for me.
Okay.
It was an upward motion.
You can hear the talk from the ref and the AR. So the ref believes that the ball, because the ball went upwards and not slapped down, that it's just the accidental knock on. So it's a scrum. Whereas the AR, I think, was a bit unsure about if he had an opportunity to catch it, so had an opportunity to regather. He was thinking maybe he didn't, and therefore it would have been a penalty. But the ref's happy that he could have caught it, and therefore it's only a scrum.
Hefty blindside for Oways, and that's where Gil Crouch goes with Anthony. But Crouch takes contact himself. Simpson again. Osuntukan. Big pass to Dewing, who makes the most of this, and Dewing opening up Harlow, the fly half, driving straight. Anthony arrives to keep the pace as high as possible. Philpott with the link play. Now Vogel. And again Harlow have got back to slow things down. Osuntukan just drives straight and hard and makes inroads. Dewing coming onto this at serious pace. And Oways and Anthony has to recheck and go himself, and he slips the ball onto Asamoah. Knock on, however, and that will deny some try to Tom Waitman. That was building so nicely from Oways.
Yeah, it's kind of the pattern we've seen from them. They love to offload, they love to keep that ball alive, they love to have the support runners, and they're doing it really well until the final pass, the one that will put them over the try line. I think it's the fourth time it might have happened where the pass went to hand, it would have been a try, but they're 10 points up. But you wonder if many more opportunities missed, then are they letting Harlow stay in this game? But at the moment, the build-up play, the ability to see the space, take the space, has been brilliant from Old Alanians. It's just Harlow's defence are up to the task at the moment.
For all their defensive excellence, Harlow, they've got to construct a little bit more in attack if they are to challenge Oways. Etherington slips it on, but the ball taken, and Crouch again. Now here it's Dewing. Philpott follows up. Oways on the attack again, but that's where that particular route to the try line ends.
Yeah, they're obviously asking, what about the previous knock-on, just about 10 metres behind? But obviously the referee deemed that you've got the advantage, you've had the opportunity to play the ball, you've moved forward 10 metres and you're close to the try line, so advantage is over. Sorry, boys. So that's the way he's deemed it. But again, Harlow had the opportunity of a set piece to do something, and unfortunately have lost the ball in contact and just give Old Alanians, they've gone, here you go, have another go at our try line. But a handling error from them sees it back to a scrum for Harlow.
Well, this cup run has really been the talk of the town in Harlow. It's normally a football town, but the rugby club has been the talk of things in recent weeks. Such has been their performance this season and then in the cup. So it's a fine day out for the men from Essex. And they are hanging on to Old Alanians here, and that is no mean feat given the talent and creative ability that they have. But if they could fire a shot or two, score some form of points before half-time, what a boost that would be.
Yeah, when we're looking at 2 minutes 34 on the stadium clock, you're thinking just hold them out the next 2 minutes. If you can have a go at the other try line, but it's a long way. It's a good 100 metres from where you're at. And with the way the defences are, it take you a bit, so just keep them out and then you go in at half-time only 10-0 down and rebuild from there.
Creasy happy with the platform. Scott Whitby asked to make things a little easier for his kicker. The next carry from Jack Elston. 2 minutes still to play in this half. Our clock is not linked to the referees, so it's more of a guide, and we have 2 further minutes to go. Tommy Williams, Vogel spins it across to Holford, and now wonderful skills between the backs, and the offload is good. Oways up to Harlow's 22 again. Here's Gil Crouch once more. Sees some space, the number 8. Anthony digs for it. Now on to Graham Slaw. His brother Sam plays for Jersey in the Championship. Sam Graham Slaw. Rory Holford now. Along the line again. Osuntakun is in the wide channel and he's dragged into touch. And that is some defence from Danny Smith on Big Ben Osuntakun.
When players are a good foot above you, a foot taller than you, the only way to go is with the ankles, and that's textbook. Get them around the ankles and they're not going anywhere, so good defence from Danny Smith. that's when the coaches make the decision for you. So obviously in rugby, if the tee comes onto the pitch, you have to take the 3 points. They were having a discussion, Dewin was having a discussion with probably Crouch as captain to say what to do, but when the coach just goes, take the tee on, and it goes onto the pitch, you have to take the 3 points. So I think that decision was made by the coach.
Dewin gets his first kick of the final and makes things 13 points to 0 to Old Elanians.
And to be honest, James Knox, the coach, is probably the right decision. You've got 30 seconds left, so you wouldn't have long left, and if you made a mistake, you'd miss the opportunity to get points, so 3 points, you keep the scoreboard ticking.
Given the territory and possession they've had, 13 points doesn't seem like that much, Bryony, but it's still a decent showing.
Yeah, you'd be happy, but the fact you've got points on the board and your defence is looking so good, because what I'm seeing is Old Elanians look like they could score at any one moment. Harlow are really struggling for that possession and that look to score.
So OAs with 2 tries in this first half and near total dominance of territory, if not possession as well, have a 13 points to 0 lead over Harlow. Some of the brilliant play from OAs in that first half. This is how the first try was set up. Spread brilliantly along the line for Tommy Williams to dive over. Fine finish from the winger. It took so much to break down Harlow's defence. Every try that OAs get here, every point is so important given the ability for Harlow to shut out a team. You always have to score a try once or even 3 times, such as their ability to get back and cover and scramble and stop you before the line. The second score came from the hooker Rory Simpson, taken well. Lovely peel off the back of this maul from Simpson. And a chance towards the end of the half which almost worked out. Ben Asuntakun striding for the line, but just pulled into touch by Danny Smith, and 13 points to 0 at half-time.
Twickenham today?
Yeah, just to come and support grassroots rugby. Great, Papa John's a great, really good event. Finals day for the seniors, and great atmosphere for the crowd and some great rugby.
How much do you enjoy being around community rugby?
Well, I think that's where the game starts. I played at a small club at New Bolton Avon when I first started the game, and they gave me the love for the game. And it needs to be supported. It's not just about the professional side.
How much do you think days like this play into the role of rugby at the community level?
I think it's massive, isn't it? You get the opportunity to come and play on one of the best stadiums in the world with your mates, with your local community. It's brilliant.
What role did community rugby play in your career as a player and a coach?
Well, I probably wouldn't have been the player I was if I hadn't have come through junior rugby. It teaches you a lot, and it's where you can go and learn the game and learn to love the game.
What message would you have for anybody who's thinking about signing up for next season's Papa John's Community Cup?
Come and do it, even if it's something you're not thinking of winning. Come and enjoy the game with your friends.
Perfect, thanks.
Cheers.
Thoughts there of Richard Cockrell, pitch side with us and enjoying the action so far today. And Robbie Outram enjoying his first half performance, and the rest of his team 13 points to 0 up against Harlow. But a really tight occasion, and yet OAs have had so much possession and ball. At times it doesn't feel like that, but they haven't got the points perhaps to show for that at this stage. May well take a toll on Harlow in this second half, unless they can turn things around and land a few blows by themselves. But there is a lot of firepower in this OA side, and they're looking to get things going again. Inside pass to Outram doesn't quite find its target. So Harlow with an excellent field position, but Bryony, we've yet to work out where their chief attacking weapons are, because we just haven't managed to see them.
Yeah, they struggled, I think, this first half with a couple of lineouts they had to play off, and they just didn't go to hand, and then a few times they looked to break off a scrum or something, and they'd knocked the ball on. So we just haven't seen them put the phases together. So unlike Old Iranians, who have had loads of the ball, loads of phases, and we've seen who's got the hot step and who's got the fast feet, we're yet to see that from Harlow. So it'd be hopefully that this is somewhere they can push on from, this scrum deep into or middle of an Old Iranians half.
Etherington, he'll pick and go from here, and barrelling into Dewing, who does well the fly half to stop Etherington as much as he can. Smith goes to Davis, Morgan Davis. And here's the open side. Bowering, the captain as well. Back to the blind side they go. That pass has missed out everybody and shot into touch. And OAs, without having to have their defence tested, have got the ball back.
Yeah, again, we know what Etherington can do. We've seen him carry hard, and when he's going to pick off a scrum, you know he's going to go straight over. Hopefully he wants to go straight over the 10, and he has done there. It's given them ball to play with, but it's just scrappy ball. It's popped out the side of the breakdown, and then the 9 wasn't there to take the ball, so he was playing first receiver, and then he just passed the ball out, miscommunication. But it's just stuttery in attack that just stops start, and we've not seen them fire all shots.
So Suntikan's line out allows Gil Crouch to charge onto that. It's not a big number 8 by some standards, Gil Crouch, but my goodness, he makes metres. Could pass on from Henry Dewing. Ball back on Harlow's side, but not releasing in the tackle. And another 10 will march Harlow back.
One thing we've seen consistently from the referees is the communication is so clear. Like, you could hear it through the stream. Release or release the player. You know, a tackle's been made, and so once the knees hit the floor, it becomes a tackle. You have to release. You can't then strip the ball off them, unlike if you were standing up. But it's clear, and unfortunately, you've got to listen. If not, it's going to be easy penalties, and that was. And then it was cemented by a kick the ball away, and you've gone back another 10 metres. So it's just lack of discipline there by Harlow. I'm probably frustrated at the way they've just played that previous attack. So.
Suntikan makes the call, and it is to him. Good off the top. Holford plays scrum half, and then Gil Crouch feeds it on to Anthony. And now Owe's lining up well with Lawrence. And they just nip down the blind side, but Harlow sees their moment. So the referee marching Owe's back another 10 now.
Yeah, again, you've given it away over here, the ball's been kicked away, and if you're holding the ball and not letting them play it, he's going to do the same to you. So he's marched them back. But it's so interesting. We see such good attack from Old Elanians. I loved it when Will Lawrence got the ball, went to go, gave it back, came back, took a step out. He looks so fluid when he's got the ball, a bit like Elliot Daly, to be honest. But it's so interesting to see such a good attack, but then it's just hit by a defence where they're just over the top of the ball and have got the penalty back. So it's such a contrasting ways of playing right now.
Yeah, neither side able to get much momentum in this second half yet. But maybe through the forwards is Harlow's way. Yet Owe's showing their ability to stifle an attack and drive it towards touch. Harlow still have it. No longer. Owe's this time, muscling up in defence and giving Harlow a bit of their own medicine.
And you know, when the last forward comes up with the ball, they probably had something to do with it. So Gil Crouch there comes up with the ball. You know that he probably got through. He came through the middle. He got hands on the ball and wasn't letting Harlow play it. And once you're in a maul, it's unplayable. It becomes your ball. So fair play to them. That set of forwards for stopping that, because if you keep that going, you eventually give away a penalty and you're giving them more platform to play off. But straight back to Old Elanian's ball.
Such a wide open side for Owe's to toy with here, and they do go through the hands. Has to check though, Tommy Williams, so instead he decides to kick. Harry Massini with almost the opportunity to touch the ball for the first time in this final, but the ball goes away from him. And other than when we got the wrong person, Bryony, we've hardly said the names wrong. Rob McPherson Smith and Joel Drake, Harry Massini, they've not had a chance, have they?
No, absolutely not. One of it's they've just not had the ball. They've just not had the ball to play with. They've spent the majority of the game defended, and then two, when they've had the ball, they've just kept it close, often with 8 picks or 9 sniping. So hopefully we'll get to say their names again and for the right person.
But Ben Suntikan is a towering presence in that line-out, and he takes the ball for Owe's. Philpott, little jink, and then makes a few yards after contact. Aggressive backline setup, coming onto the ball from depth, and unfortunately they don't go to hands. Maybe a chance for Harlow. Whitby onto Castiglione. Whitby plays scrum half. Smith. Whitby and Smith, and there's space here for the captain Bowering, who kicks forward, and it'll be an Owe's line out here.
I'll put a bet on it going to Ben Suntikan. He's been awesome in the line out. You always have one second row who just leads that line out for you and is towering in attack and defence, and it's been him. He's been stealing the ball from Harlow, but I think every time they've gone to him, and it's been the right call and great execution, so hats off to him so far this game.
To the front for Dulwich. Little dart through the middle, well played from Toby Anthony. Then the support is good to Crouch, who's there again. Waitman steps over the ball. Dewing has to switch with Lawrence and Anthony. And Harlow's defence braces itself again for another onslaught from Owe's. Rory Simpson with the last carry. Crouch.
Ball is available.
Options to the blind side, but it's the open side they go, and opening things up. Lovely line taken from Outram. Doesn't quite slip it to the inside where a man was lurking. Here's Dewing. Can Owais make this pay? It's looped over to Holford, who steps back inside, then uses his strength. Anthony arrives. Can't escape from the red men of Harlow. And Owais have to call in the reinforcements here. Philpott will take it on. And then Graham Slaw. Osuntuka now. With his long levers, he might just be able to reach over the line and dull it down. It's up to the backs with Dewing, and there they go! Owais piercing through the middle to go under the sticks. Third try for Old Alanians. And this one so hard earned. James Knox applauds.
Yeah, they've got such a wide attack that it just asks questions, and when you've got during getting the ball and taking it and just drifting with it, it allows players like Will Lawrence to cut a line and score under the line, score under the post. But it's been awesome again from Old Alanians when they have the ball. It was a bit bitty to begin with, but when they've got the ball and they're putting the likes of Osuntuka hands on the ball, he's going forward, and then they've got the ability to hold their backs out so wide, and Dewing's got the ability to pick whatever person he wants, running whatever line they're doing. It's just playing into their hands, and again, they've got another try.
Try from Will Lawrence, converted by Henry Dewing, and Owais now sitting pretty in this final. Not just the points that they've accrued, but the fact Harlow have struggled to get near to the red zone on so many occasions. But Harlow kick us off, and Gil Crouch just keeps on collecting the ball, sucking it into his orbit. Simpson. Dewing really deep to Outram, and there's Lawrence, the try scorer. Vogel switching with Osuntuka. Still, this Harlow defence is as impressive as ever. Takes so much to unpick them. So Dewing dabs this through. Claimed well up from fullback. And now Drake, the left winger, gets in on the action. Creasy. Jack Christie. So Creasy and Smith now. Etherington, and this is a little more fluid from Harlow, bringing Etherington into the game well. Creasy and Smith on the pass back inside. Jack Elston. Castiglione wants it here, and he makes a few metres. Louis Castiglione. On from Whitby. This is the best attacking phase of the match so far for Harlow. They've got to make it pay. Now they come out wide. Elston, good hands along the line. Morgan Davis ushered into touch by Owais, and as much as we've talked about Harlow's defence, Owais' defence has been equally up to the task.
Yeah, but you'll be impressed, won't you, if James Knox will be the fact it's 0 points on the board at the moment, but they haven't fired a shot as would say, but then you thought maybe this was going to be the moment. Harlow have very much relied on such carriers as Castiglione and Etherington to get them on the front foot, and then after that you don't see much structure from them. They went from side to side, just looking for where the players were. It's unlike Old Alanians when I watch them and I look from afar where we are here, and you can see the back line are always constantly have options out the back and are playing in really well structured, probably around the park, sent around the park by Dewin, whereas I just want to see Danny Smith take control of maybe the back line and get them to offer on one side or the other, because at the moment I can't see the 10, 12, 13 linking up. It's very much one outrunners, and you see 13 there. Morgan Davies didn't have anyone around him. He had, yes, a couple, but nothing fluid, nothing to play off. So just need more structure from Harlow. But I guess we should shout out Old Alanians, his attack coach and backs coach. So Laurent Boyle and Griff Jones have done an awesome job so far of how they've coached that Old Alanians team with such structure.
It's a talented team, no doubt. There's so much to admire about Oase's performance and Harlow's defence, certainly, but it hasn't had the fluidity of the finals we've seen earlier today. It has been quite cagey, and Oase have brought that cohesion to bear in this match and played some fine stuff. Harlow trying to find their rhythm still, and they need to tap into it quickly. 25 minutes to play. Gil Crouch takes that line out.
Use it!
I was just admiring Lewis Melton lifting a one-man lift, I think, at the front of the line out there. It's very much the thing we see in sevens where they do a one-man lift, but instead in defence they decided just to put the jumper and then Lewis Melton behind him, and he just easily chucked him in the air. But interesting tactic from Harlow when defending that last line out.
Etherington is on the mark here, and they get it backwards, but Oase ruining the cohesion there that Harlow were trying to bring to things. Bami Coker, who is just on the park and involved in action and out, and Harlow into Oase 22. Smith along to Davis, and that's gone forward, so Dewin breaks upfield, gets the ball away, it's hacked onwards. Holford is herring after this. Going back goes Creasy, and Holford lets Creasy up crucially before dumping him into touch. And what a chase from Rory Holford. What a gain of ground for Old Alanians.
Yeah, again we see a mistake in the Harlow backs, just spills the ball, and then Old Alanians do in again. Just saw the space and then got the ball away, and away it goes, but it's a chase, and they were pumped for that. You can see the celebrations afterwards. They know how important it is for the territory and the momentum of a game. So you saw them looking to the crowd and having the big cheers. So fair play, because it's moments like that that can really give you momentum and give you the energy for the next 24 minutes.
Yeah, can it breathe further life into Oase this half, already with 3 tries to their name? And Osuntakun again so secure on Oase's ball, allows them to set up this rolling maul. Simpson peels away again. Now back to Dewing, worked along nicely from Oase and Windus. Now Holford jinking feet and right back in fields, keeps it alive with Anthony.
Luke Barron said, "Not today, thank you." I think the 9 slipped as it happened, so Toby Anthony slipped, but it was a tackle from Luke Barron.
If it wasn't a slip, it was a remarkable piece of avoidance from getting a big shoulder to the ribs. I think he still copped quite a hit. Toby Anthony still down. It's like the London Sevens has come early to Twickenham. It's not scheduled for a couple of weeks yet.
It must be a bit warm over there. I'm sweltering over here in the sun, the Twickenham sun, so I don't know about them.
Yeah, it's a decent outfit, isn't it? It's a hot outfit. Oways go again. Osuntakun brings it down. Simpson is in on the ball here. Old Alanians moving menacingly towards Harlow's line.
Again, it's another infringement at the maul at the line out. So Osuntakun's been so good leading this line out. He's taken it again. They've gone for the maul, and it's another infringement. I'd say another one, and the referee will be talking to Harlow and giving a warning. Oh no! Oh, unlucky. When you're that close, you want to put it on the 5 metre line. Anything in between the 5 and the try line, you'd still be on the 5. But if you go to the wrong side of the corner flag, then it becomes a 23 dropout, and that's what he's just done. So it's kind of a reprieve for Harlow, because the ref will probably forget about the consecutive penalties as well.
Short 22, always good to see that. But unless you're the man receiving the ball and receiving a face load of OAs, Etherington has to tidy things up. Tackling from Ollie Lamprell, just on the park. Coker with the last carry. Now this is nicely done from Harlow, isolating the man on the wing. Fantastic hands to pull Oways out of position and release Joel Drake, who's done well to stay in. Oways might have pinched this ball on the floor. They have done. Anthony. But that has gone straight out. So Harlow ball. That is some of the sharpest play we've seen all day, Bryony, and where have they been keeping that?
Yeah.
Why have they been keeping that back?
Yeah, even the initiative from the 22 dropout to stick it along the floor, because as long as they're behind you when you kick it, there's no minimum it has to travel. It's not like the dropout where it has to travel 5 metres, it can travel 10 centimetres. They've picked it up and then used Drake down the wing, showed his strength, and then they've forced Old Alanians to kick it out. So yes, definitely some better play from Harlow, and I think we even heard one of the Harlow players going, "Better, that's better, boys." So that's what they want to see more of.
But how about this from Osuntakun? His standards never drop. Pinch line out. And Bryony, tell us about that skill.
Yeah, well, obviously you've got 2 lifters who are putting you up there, but you've got to read the movement, you've got to read the hooker, you've got to know when the hooker's throwing. You can't go up early, you go up too late and you're chasing. So it's a tough skill. There's some women in the women's game that do it so well, the likes of Zoe Aldcroft, Abby Ward, but Osuntakun's shown us today that he's a true line-out operator, both in attack and defence. Again, attack, you know what's going on, defence you don't, so to be able to just steal the amount of balls he's stealing has really stunted Harlow's play.
And now winning his own ball, uncontested. New man on at scrum half is Holden. And he's straight into the action. Here he goes, Tristan Holden. Dewing, switching with Lawrence. Good zip on the pass. Now Holford. Back with Harlow, however. And here you go to the open side. There was an opportunity blind, perhaps. Juggling with it is Melton. Creasy. Taken man and ball. And that was some defensive work from Robbie Outram.
Yeah, it's just a knock-on in the tackle, so quite often as you go to tackle, if they're trying to offload, as it happens, your arm comes around and knocks the ball on, so the ref's just given a scrum, because it's just a knock-on in the tackle, unlike the one we've seen previous, which was an accidental knock-on.
Harlow, if they are to stand any chance, have to score and score soon. Instead, though, it's Gil Crouch again, who's on the ball.
Oh, lucky. I think the 9 wasn't looking too happy then with the play off the back of the scrum. I think it might have been Lewis Melton trying to get the ball away. I think it might have swapped with Elvington, and the 9 was not looking happy, but it was a knock-on from Old Alanians again, probably in the tackle, so it's back to the scrum. Because there was some look from Ben Creasy when that ball didn't go to hand.
Well, Harlow playing with 2 number 5s, as I'm sure many of you would have noticed. So by our estimation, it is Owen Morrissey who's at number 8 now, but wearing 5. It is a little confusing, but as the upshot is, solid scrum possession again, and cutting through for Rob McPherson Smith. Bowering, now the captain. Now here goes Morrissey. Nicely popped back to Christie. Looped over. This is on the ball now from Garner. And then it's again Drake who's getting a bit more possession. How about the tackle here? Holden. Owe's line speed is so impressive. Bami Coker was in support there, and there's a great opportunity here if this can work out with Whitby. And now Etherington, who breaks the line again, feeds the pass to Whitby again. Into the 22. They're looking more and more fluid, this team from Essex. Now, can they take this attack all the way here? Smith. Now the blind side, Garner. Again with Drake. Captain Bowering plays scrum half. Coker. Charge from Castiglione. They're so close now, Harlow, to their first points in the final. Here it comes to Creasy. Now Smith. There are numbers possibly to the right if they can go through the hands here, which they do. And the score comes with it. And Harlow put it all together in the right order, and that is the outcome. Louis Castiglione scoring the try.
In about a minute before that, he cut an awesome line just to avoid a defender and give them a good 5 metres and allow that quick ball to be so destructive. And then you see him just barreling over, loose head prop from 2 metres out against the 10 and the 2. You stick your head down and gravity does the rest for us. But yeah, it's all he deserves from this game. Again, when you think about the carriers from Harlow, him and Everington have definitely stood out. But I think Bami Coker's made an awesome impact since coming on. He's given them again definitely a more dynamic ball carrier as well as the bigger ball carriers. So they're starting to look like a team that can definitely score some more tries and one we wish we'd seen from the start.
Have Harlow started their comeback with enough time left in the tank?
It's only a point a minute now, 13 minutes, 13 points. Let's see what they can do. But that was showing us glimpses of, yes, this is a team that can. But the other 60 minutes is no.
Oh, great take, and Crouch charging onto this. Wonderful skills from the number 8. The support was good too from Mayer. Here come Oways looking to close the door on any talk of a comeback. Jink through from Dewing, and they're 5 metres away again. Tristan Holden, Osuntakun rides that first challenge well. Holden again, setting off here goes Will Malins. Acres of space over to the left. but no space if you can't get the ball. And here come Harlow, tapping and going from deep with Smith. And maybe their backs can have a go here if the ball can be worked along the line. Oways are defending very tight. This doesn't go to hand. Drake has to do well here. And instead it's Oways who are causing all sorts of problems at the breakdown. McPherson Smith with the pass. Once again they go back to safety and out to touch.
I've got to think about whether that tap and goes, the quick penalty tap's worth it, because now they've exited. Yes, they're 20 minutes up the pitch, but they're around the 50 metre or the 10 metre mark, and it's going to be Old Alanian's ball. If they'd taken to the corner or to the touchline with a kick, it would have been their ball, and again they would have been just about 10 metres shy. So you've got to go pros and cons, and if it's on, you go, but if it's not, it doesn't work out, you end up giving Old Alanians the ball back.
Simpson finds his man to the back. It's been a slick line-out operation today from Oways. And now Simpson plugs himself in. And they peel away as a 3 with a Suntakun. So Bryony, the fault there from Oways, and we might come back to that in a moment, but Etherington on the charge and leaving blue and black jerseys in his wake. Smith, Bami Coker. Oways now, their turn to turn the tables on possession. And Harlow extending too far.
It's the extra roll, it always gets you. I've seen it a few times, but I think the ref's comms there were it's impacted the turnover, i.e. someone would have been onto the ball to jackal if you hadn't done the extra roll. You used to be able to do that, to be honest. They used to love to use that, especially England men, but now you can't do that. You can't do the extra roll once you fall over to the floor because you stop the other team from jackling. So that's why the penalty's gone against Bami Coker.
So Windus hits this deep, but kept in acrobatically so by Harlow. And a few passes later, and they're breaking free. Nice work from the back 3. And here comes Morrissey, and isn't he pumped up for his introduction off the bench. Coker likewise, and they're making more inroads now when they carry Harlow, causing more problems. They need to cause a fair few more though, from 13 points down here. Etherington, 8 minutes to play. Smith, Whitby on the cutback. Jack Elston. That's spun down the line from Alfie Clark. And here's Castiglione, good pass from the loose heads. Speed from Harry Massini. Here comes the captain, Bowering to try and tidy things up and secure this ball, but it's Oways who have it. Bundled into touch they go though, so Harlow still with the ball, and the temperature increasing in this one.
Why have we not seen Harry Massini yet? Honestly, he put his head back and he was running. He injected a little bit more of pace into that Harlow back line, but he was going. And in the end, he didn't even decide to step, he just ran straight at the fullback for Old Alanians. No step, just straight, I like that. But look, they've got the line out now. They've definitely picked up the pace, they've got some urgency about them. Yes, the tap and goes have helped, but they've definitely got some urgency. And they've definitely looked to go on the outside of probably the first 5 Old Alanians defenders. Have looked to use the width and use that outside, which is working for them at the moment. Definitely working for them. So hopefully this line out, they can be effective in it and see what happens.
Well, Brad Etherington wants a little bit more support from those of a Harlow persuasion. He's geeing up the crowd as Tyrese Asamoah takes his leave. Good performance from OA's blind side today.
This is pressure on Everington because he hasn't thrown of all of his game. His throwing's definitely let him down, but this is it. This is a big moment for him.
And with Ben Asuntakun seemingly able to take opposition ball as easily as his own ball, they need to find a way past him. Etherington goes short, but it's knocked on in contact after Elston took it. So down the field we go. And here's Massini. And Whitby. Now this is Malins, Will Malins, brother of Max no less, on the fields here at Twickenham in OA's colours. Vogel, really prominent in the early stages, Tom Vogel, but it's been a bit quiet in this second half. Can OA's release him again? Gil Crouch hasn't been quiet at all, neither too has Rory Simpson. He has men outside him, one of them is Rory Holford, and Holford will skate away across the Twickenham grass for OA's fourth, and that puts the cap on this one.
Yeah, it truly does. You thought Harlow had an opportunity just to score some more points and make the final few minutes really interesting. But to play the short line out and give the ball away as you get tackled, I think the ball was above his head, and as the tackle came in, it was a rib cruncher, and he's lost the ball, and it's just allowed Old Olanians to do what they've done best all game, which is just move the ball about, spread the ball around, and when you've got the quickness of Halford out there and players like that, and who are going to put tries away for fun, that's going to be the outcome. And that was awesome try from Halford, running it in from 40 metres.
21st try of the season for Rory Holford. And how good with Rory Simpson's presence of mind not to pick the pass inside, which would still have found the man, but there was more space on the outside, wasn't there? Josh Windass, he's on the mark and on the board. 27 points to 7, Old Olanians with under 5 minutes to play.
Yeah, it epitomises their support play this whole game, is the fact that he could have had 3 options to pass to, and they all probably would have had the same outcome. It's that want, it's been coached into them, the want to support, and also the knowing that players are going to make them breaks and be able to pass the ball to you.
Crouch again goes for the ball and doesn't knock it on. He's been terrific today. Gil Crouch, the captain. Holden releases the next wave of OA's runners, and there's still more energy and still more possibilities for OA's with Williams going through here. This is Adetosoye off the bench and putting himself about the park.
5 minutes, Cameron, 5 minutes.
Lovely gliding break here. OA's opening up their box of tricks at Twickenham, and what an individual score from Josh Windass.
Yeah, again, they've just worked so hard this second half, and yes, they hasn't got all their way at Old Olanians because Harlow had that injection of energy in play, but they've just picked their moments, especially that back line of theirs. There's really nice play, and there's plenty of options for him, but instead he's given it the show and go and just gone through the gap. The defence has gone shot past the ball, allowed him to use the gap, and then he's just used his gas and the arc to the corner. Quite often you can use that arc to just put the angle away from you and the defender and allow you a bit more breathing space when you're in a foot race, and that's what he's done there. So brilliant try from Josh Windus.
Windus to see his own try through for all 7. Quite the impact from Josh Windus. And Old Alanians are having a party at Twickenham. Windus, great speed.
Harlow have just not given up on this game, but Old Alanians have just been that little bit better. The defences are probably equal, but it's that attack. It's the way that Old Alanians are structured and attack is just different. It's just too good.
And Gil Crouch wants more, and he's leading the charge. And they're in enemy territory again, but Harlow with the ball. And Bowring spinning away. So Alfie Clark is at scrum half for Harlow now. Etherington. It's been extremely enjoyable watching him take on all comers. And the way he plays, it's impressive how many players he's left in the dirt today. So Chris Larkin-Collins there with that last charge. Now James Clark knocking on. Penalty coming anyway. Chance perhaps for Harlow to finish with something here. Bami Coker does well and keeps his feet. 5 metres away go the Red Men of Essex. Good skills. On to McPherson Smith, who switches with Massini. This misses out everybody, but somehow finds its way to Elston. Knocking on, though, in the process as Etherington raced away.
They always say the hardest ball to defend is a bouncing ball, so I was wondering if that one was going to work out for Harlow, but unfortunately it didn't, and it's a knock-on, so scrum Old Alanians. But it's just been a tough day in attack, I have to say, for Harlow. I know we're repeating ourselves here in what we say, but their defence deserved something out of the game, but their attack just didn't get going for them. Whereas Old Alanians probably had both sides of the ball, were extremely better in attack and probably just as similar in defence. But it's been a good game of rugby, and I've definitely seen the Dulwich College boys put on a performance here. Some of them were been exceptional.
You know, a decade ago they won back-to-back Schools Cup finals 3 years in a row. The Dulwich Dynasty, they were known as. And as a club now, an open club, let's remember that. They are back at Twickenham, and they are singing in the stands again. In really good voice, the travelling OA's fans. So last play of the cup final, and Old Alanians have the ball. So what do? Keep playing for as long as possible out here at Twickenham, or start the party as soon as you can, Bryony?
Start the party.
Two good options, it's fair to say. Tristram Holden might have that decision to make. Windass is just behind him. So here we go. Holden. Here's the penalty. I think there's a fair few players who would like to stay here as long as they can. But it's to the stands they go. with Josh Windus, and old Alanians at Twickenham have won the Counties 1 championship. They've won the cup final. 34 points to 7 against Harlow, and against this most miserly of defences, they have racked up the scores, and they can now finally start the party.
Yeah, it's when you see the celebrations and how much it means to the whole squad and the players, and the GoPro comes on, I think there'll be some great footage there that they can have, because it has been a bit of a show from Old Aliens today. They've come to Twickenham and they've shown us how good they are and how expansive they are, and the back line especially has turned up. So fair play to the boys, and Harlow, unfortunately for you, there'll still be memories to be made, and next year hopefully they can be the ones celebrating. But great game of rugby here at Twickenham.
The Papa John's Community Cup bringing these two teams together to play for the first time in their history, and it goes down as Old Alanians Day. 34 points to 7. We don't do players of the match today, Bryony, but from OA's side, who would your shortlist be? Maybe a top 3.
Oh, top 3. That's cutting it fine, because there are some truly great performances out there. Oh, would have to go definitely straight away with Ben Sutherland. I thought he was outstanding in his line-out work, but then also around the park in some of his carries and work. I think he intercepted a ball once, which was going over the top of him for the overlap. So definitely Ben's in there. I have to put Henry Dewin in there. I just think he ran the show completely, putting must have 2 try assists in there as well, with the 15-metre passes that he was putting in. And then I'll probably go with, it's tough between some of the outside backs, but I think Tommy Williams, Will Lawrence and Outram were all outstanding, but I'll probably go with Tommy Williams, I think.
He'd make it in. What about Gil Crouch? Wouldn't find a space in the top 3?
Oh no, sorry Crouchy boy, no. He was so good as an 8. I just think we were constantly saying his name, and especially in like the mauls, in the restart play and anything like that. But unfortunately, because it was such a backstay, I went with 2 backs and 1 forward.
Well, it was in many ways those connections in the backs that made the difference for Old Alanians against Harlow, who could shut out a team but just couldn't create enough of their own. And the pressure told in the end. Well, it's not just a big day for the players, but for the officials as well. And Callum Watson, Ian Farrell, Kevin Jones receiving their medals. First up, before Harlow climb the stairs up to the royal box. So Harlow gathered together for a moment before heading up for their awards. And what a season it's been for Harlow Rugby Club. Unbeaten in the league, promoted as a result. They'll be playing at level 6 next season for the first time in 16 years. They are a club who are going about their business in a steady and sustainable way. And a lot of players who involved in this cup run actually have been used from the fringe of the first team as well, because they had an interesting issue where for the first couple of rounds, some players had forgotten about the cup competition this year, and they had to use a few players who they hadn't used much of in the season. And then as the cup run developed, everyone started cancelling their plans and returning to team action, and that's helped get them to Twickenham. And they showed that hallmark of their game, their defence today. They were a very, very difficult team to undo. Well, OA's promised us a side which like to attack outside the 10. They keep it quick, they play the width, and true to their form, they did that today. They beat Grasshoppers in their first match of this cup competition 5 weeks ago. That was a 44-22 away victory over Grasshoppers. A thrilling match. They were well up in it, but then let Grasshoppers back into things. They then defeated Wimborne, Dagenham, and then Chobham, the Surrey champions, in the semi-finals. That was last weekend, and that set them up very well for this final. Ben Osuntakun, terrific today. And Henry Dewing as well, the fly half, who didn't have a wedding to go to this time. He was subbed off halfway through last weekend so he could attend a wedding by jumping on his motorbike and getting to where he needed to be. But he was here for the full 80 today. There's Will Lawrence, try scorer at Twickenham. So too Tommy Williams. And so too Rory Holford as well. So Tom Grahamslaw there, the last to receive his medal. And where's Gil Crouch? Where's the cup? There is the number 8. Captain fantastic today, Gil Crouch. And Old Alanians, undefeated since October and cup champions at the Papa John's Community Cup Finals Day. Counties 1 championship victory secured. A place which these jerseys know so well, of course, from Dulwich College, and how many times that school has made it to here. And this club, which went open in 1995, still retains strong links with former players from Dulwich College. 5 of them in the starting team here today. Well, great scenes for Old Alanians, and those of you watching on, supporting them will leave you with these treasured moments here at Twickenham. For Old Alanians, winners 34 points to 7 against Harlow.
Welcome to Papa John's, how can I help you?
Right lads, we're here at Papa John's. The challenge is simple. Best pizza wins.
Let's go. Bro, I am flying. Our diet's pretty strict whilst we're in camp. We're very fortunate we've got a chef with us that cooks pretty good food all the time and makes it easy to make good options and good choices with what you're eating. You haven't crossed your fingers? No, it's a different technique I learned in Spain. Spain? Yeah. The home of pizzas. the home of pizza. It's a Spanish pizza.
I like the food in camp, it's good stuff. I take full advantage of it, so.
160 kilos. Keep stretching it out and it keeps coming back in. But that's typical with a Spanish pizza, so.
We'll have more carbohydrates, I guess, towards the game. And then when we're training, if we have a tough training day, we'll have more kind of pastas and carbohydrates and proteins and stuff.
The night after a game is probably the one time that you can treat yourself a little bit more. So something like a pizza or a takeaway is always a nice little treat because you're pretty tired and you just want to get the calories in, really. That's the key thing post-game.
It's always the same, yeah. I'd like to go for some food that I don't usually have during the week. So sometimes Italian, Chinese, Indian.
I'm just going to flatten it out. Mine looks like it's been in Benidorm for 40 years. Very wrinkly. It's a wrinkly pizza. There we go. No, I like mine upside down. Yeah. He's having what we call in the industry a meltdown. What do I like to eat before a match? No red meat. Day before. What do I eat? Pasta, like carb heavy dish. Yeah, pizza. Anything carb heavy really, because I don't like eating on game day. In the zone here.
Yeah, try to make any more mess.
Quick, whilst before it shrinks.
I got a pizza oven in lockdown, so I had quite a lot of practice at eating pizza. It wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm bigging myself up.
Yeah, he's one of them, like, all the gear, no idea.
Can we get some help for Hazy?
By the way, guys, he said he got a pizza oven in lockdown. Not only has he put the pizza on the wrong side of the... which is a rookie error for anyone who's ever... He's also looks like he's made a cookie dough as opposed to a pizza man. But yeah, you carry on. The pizza chef, the pizza connoisseur, carry on.
Do you not do any of the throwing overhead stuff?
Yeah, go on. You can give it a go. Go on. Yeah, use your head, that'll help. That'll stretch it. Whoa!
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
It's gone quite oval. Looks like a rugby ball and it's quite thick.
Night before a game, I tend to try and load up on carbs. Eat spag bowl or carbonara or something like that. And then if I'm feeling lucky, then I'll chuck some garlic bread in there as well. My pizza's called Spice Up Your Life. It's a Spanish pizza. Post-game, straight in the changing rooms afterwards, you could get a variety of things, but quite often there is pizzas going around and a few chicken nuggets as well, which is always a nice little win. Because I had loads of caffeine and stuff, I struggle to eat loads, but I'll go straight in for goujons and anything I can dip in mayonnaise, really. Jalapenos, oh, they're quite a bit hotter than Spanish jalapenos. A bit of cheese next. And then what I'm going to do is just add the secret ingredient, which is more cheese. So my pizza's called Jack's Meat Stack. I find they eat like a lot more more salad on their plate. Not even like stereotyping, but they eat a lot more veg than I would typically. If like we have meat, potatoes and veg, like I'd be a load of potatoes, same amount of meat like protein wise, but they'd eat way more of the veg, I'd say, fibre. And then this is the final special cheese. Voila. I've added a bit of the secret sauce, just garlic sauce. Didn't realise that was available, but Genji pulled it out the back pocket, so I've joined him.
This is Papa Joe's pizza.
So you get these things called chocolate biscuits. They've been going for a few years. They're decent. You get them day before a game, so match day -1 it's called. You chillied up?
Just a little bit of chilies. Looks great.
As it goes, I'm allergic to whatever you've got on that. Yeah.
The anchovy was not a good idea.
Like where you have most of the fun, like after you've had a hard day at Graph, we go out for a team meal to like a restaurant. So yeah, I think a lot of good conversations happen around a dinner table.
Joe, sorry mate, in third is yours.
You're all right, mate, no worries.
Bit of a car crash and I don't like anchovies, so you're not winning with me.
Should have mentioned that probably before I put anchovies on. That's cool,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Between these two, Ellis, yours tasted better. I'm going to give you that. I like the flavours in it. I like the sauces you put on it.
I don't want to win now, you said that.
But
There's a but, mate.
In terms of a better overall pizza, better made, better slapped, better topped. It's all yours, Jack. Definitely the best one.
Sweet victory, to be honest.
Essentially, this was a date. You came better dressed, but you had a terrible personality.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RFC.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Birmingham.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. Like, it's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RFC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach on the sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Hello and welcome to Bigston Lane. We're going to be giving this local derby a bit of the big match. It's all part of the RFU's Play Together, Stay Together campaign, and it's altogether brilliant to be here.
Having a bag before the game. It's not for me. Not me.
Right, go sit.
Ready up! I got that. Go, Gareth!
We are ready to go, and we certainly have a few hundred packed in. The home side will be pretty happy with that three-point advantage from an early penalty, Dowie.
Absolutely.
Divine Vanua is on the outside, and he is going to get it here. To keep going down the short side, and Donovan is making all sorts of yards up there. Going back the other way, and Richmond should get the try. Well, the referee brings about the end of the match. Darlington showing themselves to be the slightly smarter outfit altogether.
part of the club for that long.
We did each other proud, but most of all, boy, themselves proud. They've earned your beer, and you've earned the respect of everybody, yeah? That'll be there forever.
A riveting game of Mario Kart going on, and not that I'm biased, but Holly is the best. How did that feel, Hol? How'd the win feel?
Shut up. Shut up.
Abby's not in a good way.
Yeah, sad. If anyone wants to know, I came third.
No one wanted to know how. Well done, Hol. Proud of you.
Look at this is recorded now.
I've done it again. Tag team. How you doing over there, Abby?
Last session before we fly over to Ireland, but let's make sure that we use it to its maximum potential. Let's make sure we're clinical when we're working hard, and let's just really go and attack it.
Tuima, out it goes again, chance to the outside, and Sarah Becker, who took the very first carry of the game, finishes the first try. It's taken less than 2 minutes. Quick ball again for England, Aitchison, lovely pass on the outside channel, Tatiana Hurd, into the corner, Tatiana Hurd. Aitchison on a queuing up, Marty Packer must go on the outside. All the way in for Kildun. The full-back for England gets the third. That was a thing of beauty. Short pop pass this time, and over the line they go. England in once again. It's Packer. It's the captain. It's her 6th try in the championship, and it's all too easy. Fresh legs and the front row have been completely dominant. This could be penalty try territory if Ireland bring it down. Advantage already. Shirley Matthews picks off the ground. The power to get there, yes. She's down. It is a try. England with the final nail in the coffin. Welcome to Twickenham, everybody, for the 4th of 4 Community Cup finals today in the Papa John's Community Cup, and it is time for Horsham to face Old Northamptonians. It's the Regional 2 Championship Cup, and both these teams have had really interesting weeks to get to this point. Horsham having had 1,000 people watching their semi-final last week against St Austell. But their journey to this point started back a month ago, beating Hammersmith and Fulham. They then beat Letchworth and Tortonians. They had a walkover before facing St Austell last weekend. For Old Northamptonians, they were in action last weekend against Moortown from Leeds, and they ran out by 10-point victors. Pontefract, Walsall have all been beaten, as well as Leek on the way to this point. So let's have a look at the two teams and the players involved today. So here are the Horsham starters, and from 1 to 15, Nick Bell, Josh Earl and Dan Cass make up the front row. Rich Treadgett and Taylor Morris are in the engine room. Jamie Redmayne, Jordan Smith and Andy Gray in the back row. The halfbacks are the influential Aaron Linfield at 9 and Joe Blake, whilst in the centres, Tom Johnson and Ollie Chennell team up, and in the back three they are packed with firepower, with Henry Warwick, Max Patterson and most significantly Declan Nwach-Ukwu, who has scored 34 tries this season. So here is their opponents, Old Northamptonians, and from 1 to 15 again, Jake Diggin, Jordan Brew and James De La Cruz are in the front row. Toby Wallace and Samuel Howes in the second row. Harry Stone, Lachlan Brown and Luke Bond make up the back row. The halfbacks include Lewis Barker and captain Joe Heslop. Then in the centres, it's Ben Rivens and Mikey Bellamy in the back three. Rory Seymour, James Greesmith and Joel Grayson, son of Paul, brother of James. Joel on the left wing for Old Northamptonians, and they're coached by Phil Powell. Really young side, Old Northamptonians, a team who love to run the ball from all corners of the pitch. It's been a dry enough winter in Northampton for this team to excel, even in November and in January. So we expect a fast track today, as it has been, and for the fireworks to go off in this final match of the day. Once again, Bryony Cleal, England and Harlequins proppers alongside me. And Bryony, Twickenham is splendid at all times of the year, but when the sun is out, it's that much better.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable stadium, is Twickenham, but with the sun on it, it just makes it even better, and both these teams will be coming out here knowing the importance of Twickenham to the home of England rugby, and they'll get an opportunity to showcase their own rugby and their own teams and how they want to play and their philosophy. So it's building up in here. There's a lot of green in the stands, a lot of Horsham supporters, but this is sure to be a cracker of a game.
They had 1,000 at home last weekend, and they must be edging up to that here at Twickenham. They won their league, just losing 4 times, Horsham. But 4 teams from their league have made it into finals over last weekend and this weekend. Just shows the strength of the league they were competing in. Reeds and Battersea Ironsides played at the StoneX Stadium yesterday. Dartfordians also involved in finals this weekend. Horsham, the 4th team from their own league to be competing for silverware in the cup. It'll be Old Northamptonians to kick us off. A team who themselves have had an excellent season. They only lost 1 match. That was to their local rivals, Northampton Old Scouts. That was very early on in the season. And since then, it has been table top form for Old Northamptonians and Horsham meeting in this final. And Horsham claiming the ball in their green and white stripes. Old Northamptonians putting them under pressure though early on, making sure that restart accuracy was there. And Horsham running it through the forwards to perhaps give Aaron Linfield a bit of breathing space. Linfield so crucial to this team, really sets the tempo for how Horsham play. Old Northamptonians are charging into contact, but a huge hit flying in. Horsham lay down their stall early on. And now they'll look to play it through the backs, and first carry of the day for Lachlan Brown. Scrum half Lewis Barker, back to fly half Heslop, the captain. Good speed of ball here from Old Northamptonians. Again though, the defensive effort from Horsham is huge. Brown doing well to keep the ball though, and here goes Rivens. Locked out of Horsham's half though they are at the moment. Heslop. Barker, back to Heslop, who puts boot to ball. And puts it just outside the 22, so Linfield can't call the mark, and Warwick kicks downfield. but kicks out because he was outside his 22.
It's always nervy the first few minutes, and you try and take a few learnings from kind of each other when you're playing and the opposition, and there's a few things I'll take away from that, and that's not to run at a few people in Horsham's defensive line. There were some absolute shots coming in. Tom Johnson, Jordan Smith. It's one to get off the line and put the pressure on, to then to actually finish off the tackle and make such a dominant tackle has been awesome from them to begin with, but unfortunately the mistake means it's off Northampton's line out.
And they take it into the 22. They go. Now a big heavy carry coming in from James de la Cruz, and 5 metres away goal Old Northamptonians. Now around to the backs, and Heslop Jinks, the captain. Good numbers here if they can use them. Joel Grayson slips the pass on, bouncing off Horsham players, so it's still there. Touchdown in the end.
Yeah, there's just the calm down to the boys from some of the forward pack there. Old Northamptonians were looking, they're coming to the 22 for the first time ever, and now they're looking to score some points, and I think it came from the carry from James de la Cruz. It was awesome. He had people hanging off him and just a few metres short, but then they've gone wide, and Grace has tried the offload, it's not quite worked, and it's allowed Horsham for a set piece to exit and clear, but a great start from Old Northamptonians.
Linfield feeds the ball. Old Northamptonians with a touch of ascendancy at the scrum, so pulled away from Andy Gray at the base. His first carry of this final, the number 8.
Music green.
Linfield off that right boot puts good distance on this. Greensmith, Seymour, good pass along the line to release his 10, Heslop, and then stepping back off the left, Joel Grayson again. First possession for Horsham, and the roar comes from those in green and white in the stands, and a secondary one with that penalty.
Yeah, the 2 gets up there and wants the crowd to get behind them. Josh Earl it was, but it's just an infringement that allows Horsham now to go into the opposition's half for the first time. But great defence from Horsham, especially with the clearance kick and then the chase, and then they've made the tackle, got the turnover, and Old Northamptonians have infringed, and now it's a kick for the corner. But it's been a great start from both teams. A little cagey, but this is what a cup final is all about. It's a big moment. It's in front of, it looks like a few thousand over there in the stands, so they've come to play.
Tom Johnson, Brian, is showing us his kicking skills to touch there after the defensive hits going in early on. Short line out, Linfield escapes the first tackle and spins for another metre. Here is Earl, that scrum half. Now he'll leave it to Linfield. Now this is Taylor Morris. Good field position for Horsham, really for the first time. All the way back to Blake, who chips this through, and it's bouncing difficult, with a difficult manner to it for Joel Grayson, who watches it go out.
Yeah, when you start games like this, it's all about that variety and seeing what works and what's not going to work. But they've put a few passes together, a few phases, and then if you're not going anywhere, you're doing completely the right thing, is to put them in behind, turn the defence, put them into their 22, and then apply the pressure and hope they make a mistake. But especially to start with, you want to see what's going well, what's working well and what's not, because all teams are a little bit different.
Jordan Bruce, first line-out throw is a good one. And Old Northamptonians making yards off the back of it. Barker, it's rather come off the left side of his left boot.
And then you talk about the pressure, and it does that to you. It makes you kick the ball off the outside of your shoe, and it only goes 5 metres. So you're thinking, brilliant. You know, we're 10 metres further forward than we were before the kick, and we're only a few metres back after the kick we put in behind. So actually, that's good for Horsham. That's what we want. That's why we kick.
Nick Bell who throws in, it's good ball, Linfield flings it into the midfields. Big carry from Horsham's Andy Gray. Linfield gets caught and scragged, but the advantage was still there. So Earl takes this on. Blake. Little pop pass from Blake, and that's nicely done to Tom Johnson. Old Northamptonians having to defend now. And watch numbers coming from all corners because they are well spaced out, Horsham. Threats either side of the ruck. This time to the right with Earl. Coming round goes Morris. And Morris goes through. Can he get the ball away? Linfield has dived in. And Horsham are under the sticks at Twickenham. It hasn't taken those in green and white to make their mark.
Yeah, great start from Horsham. We've seen them defend, we've seen them being in their own half, but once you get into that territory and you get into the opposition 22, things become so much easier for you. And it's a great carry from 5, and then the offload to Linfield, and over he goes. So Taylor Morris making that try with the break, and then the wherewithals to offload the ball on the inside to Linfield to go over near the post. So brilliant for the kicker too.
Ollie Chennell with kicking duties today. He made sure of that one, hammering that as long as he can for all 7.
And I think going back to Joe Blake, when he got his hand through the tackle and made the offload, that set it all off. It's that ability to get in behind teams, to get on the front foot, make a break, and then just flood through and keep the phases quick, and they've done that. It took a bit of a shot, I think, and took a while getting back into play, but Taylor Morris was there to pick up the ball and make sure that the attack kept going.
Heslop gets his side back underway, right on that 22 line, allowing his team to chase and keep Horsham as far back as they can. Linfield, the try scorer, won't be rushed. Really high hanging kick, and it's gone to touch as well. Good distance from Linfield.
Yeah, to exit off 9 is such an easy option, because obviously you've got the protection of a ruck, and then the ability for him to get such distance on it's really, really beneficial for Horsham to have that in their locker and not always go to 10 or even to 12 as their kicking options.
Old Northamptonians ball, however, and Barker flings it into the midfield. It's well constructed from Heslop. Grayson goes straight the left winger. Barker busying himself, good hands back on the inside from De La Cruz. Heslop with a lovely slip pass. Horsham raiding at the breakdown, looking for the ball. Doesn't come. So Barker goes himself, and the scrum half is a live wire. Carries a real running threat, but he's swallowed up there by the Horsham defence.
Yeah, that's unlucky. They look to start playing, and I loved the play from Hislop just before that, when he faked to go to one, and then it was a no-look pass, and away they went. So really well executed on the near side to us, on the right of the pitch when they were looking to go forward. But as they came back, they just ran out of options, and they were giving it to the winger, who ultimately had 2 defenders on him, and he got hit man and ball, and then you're caught 5 metres behind the gain line. So it's all right going to width, but we always say you've got to earn the right to go to width. You've got to do the hard yards in the ball carrying in the forwards to allow you to manipulate space out wide, and there they just hadn't. They went side to side with no real inroads, so they got caught, and unfortunately they ran out of options.
13 buses booked for Horsham to bring fans to town today. Old Northamptonians with a similar distance across town, maybe a bit longer than Horsham's journey. Putting pressure on Linfield at the scrum. Good scouring work from Lachlan Brown, the open side. Horsham reset, they're looking very composed in these opening exchanges. Didn't panic when they were under pressure in those first 5 minutes. Linfield. It's gone long. Seymour fields it well. Heslop. It's got a long, rangy boot. The fly half. So Linfield launches this high, and this might give Lewis Barker a chance to run back. Instead, he's put boot to ball, and Linfield has really watched it well. An excellent couple of kicks from Old Northamptonians to end that exchange with a positive outcome.
Yeah, that's what coaches are looking for when you enter them kicking battles. You just ultimately want to win it, and it's boring sometimes to us as spectators, but there's a reason behind it, and it'll come back to you, and you put the kicking back, and you want someone to eventually make a mistake or not execute as well. And there you saw Horsham not execute it, and Northamptonians will come out at the end of that kicking battle with the thumbs up.
Although field position gain, knocked the ball back on their side. So Horsham again testing out this Old Northamptonians defence again. Good distance on the pass from the scrum half. Now is the turn of Declan Nwachukwu for the first time, the top try scorer. Offload is good, can't carry it with him. But Declan Nwachukwu getting everyone in Horsham colours off their feet for the first time. It won't be the last. Hat-trick man in the semi-final. And look at those wheels.
Yeah, he's scored an unbelievable amount of tries this season, and I was excited to watch him, and now I know why. I think they want to use him as quickly as possible because he's electric, he's got great feet, so it'll be really interesting to see how much they can get him involved in the game and how many times they'll use him.
Meters made on that first carry alone. He's been up with the top ball carriers so far in terms of those meters, just from one run. Barker. Linfield positions himself so well in the backfield. Warwick, the fullback, sees a lot of space here. It's going to bounce nicely though for Old Northamptonians, stealing down the far touchline and then offloading nicely. Chip ahead, engages Linfield in the foot race, who goes back and watches that well.
Because of the offload was so good, the other support players didn't miss the jump, and he was all on his own. But I feel like he kicked it just 2 meters too soon. Linfield was already turning, knowing the kick was coming, and it allowed him just to get the turn and go. Because often the reason you win them foot races is because they've got to turn and sprint, whereas you're already sprinting. But with a kick just a little bit too early, it left him too much to do, and Linfield was able to ground and have the goal line drop out.
Will be Ollie Channel to kick long for Horsham. Seymour it is who fields it, and this is over now to Heslop. Kicks for himself, Joe Heslop, slightly impeded. It's going to land in Old Northamptonian hands with Bellamy, and then the offloads are good, and here come Old Northamptonians bundling over the try line and getting their first score. And what a counter-attack it is.
They've looked really good when they're receiving these kicks that were just not aimless, but just too much on them, and allowed to beat that defender that's rushing out. And one, we've seen the near score in the corner where Linfield put it down, but two, it's the chip, it's the chase, the regather, and I'm pretty sure it goes to the loose head prop here. Jake Diggin, who thought, no, I'm not having this running, someone a bit quicker than me can, and he's given it off and he's powered over 2 defenders and over he goes. That's brilliant work from Old Tonians.
Points after a good, and Old Northamptonians show what they're about now in this final. 7 points each. So Old Northamptonians Luke Bond with that try scorer. Channel with the kickoff for Horsham, whose flying start has been pegged back. Heslop with the clearance. Lynn Fields this, and it's in the hands now of Nwachukwu, and watch out, and here he goes. Declan Nwachukwu sizes up the last man. Good tackle from Seymour. Horsham carry the ball forward again. Loose head prop was Nick Bell. Pace of ball is high, and Taylor Morris is lurking again, and now they're round the back with Blake, who's looking to go himself the fly half. And Linfield. Jordan Smith. Now Bell pops it off nicely. Old Northamptonians on their line and under pressure again. And here it comes for the second row. Rich Treadgett. It's a double from the engine room for Horsham.
Yeah, the way that Horsham are playing with such structure, Old Northamptonians look to attack with the unstructured way, but the such structure behind how Horsham are attacking, and they got the kick, the exit didn't go off the pitch, it landed infield, and that just allows the team to come back at you. So you think you've exited, but if you don't get it off the field, it just allows them to keep coming. And as you see here, they just kept on coming, and it's off 9 and over. Does Rich Treadgett go? So yeah, really well played from Horsham, moving them. I think they even created a 2-on-2 out wide, and Joe Blake looked to go over, but it's just the phases that you can put together and the go forward you can get just allows an easy try for Rich Treadgett. And it seemed quite, not easy, I wouldn't want to say easy, but simple in comparison to how hard Northamptonians have had to work so far.
Horsham with the presence of Ross Chisholm in their boot room as well, and of course someone who will be installed with you, Bryony, next season at Harlequins. Exciting times for Ross, but he's been at Horsham for 2 years and helped build their system and how they attack.
Yeah, well, if we can attack like that, I'll be very excited. I know he's coming in to help our attack and our backs. This year is involved a bit with skills, but we're definitely excited to see him kind of hang up his own boots and then come and work with us, because he's got a lot to teach us. And if they're anything like Horsham, I'm sure we'll be great.
And if there's tries for forwards up front as well, Bryony, you're going to be in the money too. Both second rows on the score sheet for Horsham. Linfields, fielded by Seymour. What a kick that is. What a kick that almost is. Goes out on the full from Heslop.
Yeah, that's unlucky. 1 metre in and you're saying what a kick that was, but unfortunately it's gone straight out. It's just getting your eye in. The pitch is pretty big here at Twickenham, so that, and then the way the sun's coming down, it's tough to gauge, but unfortunately he's just put too much of an angle on that one. You want to aim more for the corner flag and let it roll into touch rather than such a fine angle.
What an exit that is from Old Northamptonians. Barker wants his forwards to now attack the short side, and Horsham penalised.
Yeah, I think they're a bit fortunate there to get that penalty, because again they just looked like they weren't sure what was going to happen next. And unfortunately, I don't see that. I see quite a clear forward carry off 10, backs ball, etc. Whereas I'm wanting to see that a bit more from Old Northamptonians and see what structures they play with and how they incorporate the forwards carrying and then into the backs. But all we've seen at the moment is the speculative kicks that have worked really well from them. And the broken play that they love to attack to.
Jordan Brew with the line out. And a good chance again for Old Northamptonians to hit back. If they can take their ball, which they just about do. Big carry in the offload. Doesn't land. So it'll be Horsham scrum.
Yeah, unlucky. It's just broken down there, two faces in. Line-out didn't quite look like it. It was what they wanted. They definitely looked like they wanted to form a maul, but unfortunately not gathered. But again, they put the ball. It's a great break. He's kind of ridden the tackle, gone to look for the offload, and it's unfortunate it's been knocked on. So it'll be a scrum here for Horsham. But yeah, I just want to see Old Northamptonians with the ball a bit more, because I'm excited by a few of their backs and what they've done so far.
Scrum from Old Northamptonians is a monster, but done for hooking the ball with the hand.
Oh, that's an absolute prop killer. That scrum was really moving for Old Northamptonians, and that's hard. It's hard work to get a scrum moving forward when you're both kind of equal size, and then to have your flanker use their hand when there's no need. You think, you'd be saying a few words and there wouldn't be anything like it there.
That's the whole front row telling you off, isn't it? So Johnson with the nudge downfield. And this is the kind of territory from where they can set themselves up to go through the phases. Quite the outfit from this sort of distance. Rich Treadgett secures the ball. And now it's in Nick Bell's arms. Penalty given away. Bell still with it tucked under his arm. He's got green-shirted mates all around him, and the speed is building towards this line. Penalty comes, and a yellow card off the back of it for collapsing the maul.
Yeah, the refs use the word cynical, and that's what it is. When you're doing something that's illegal and stops the other team getting into a try scoring or area or getting the momentum to score a try, they often will go, that's cynical. So rather than give the yellow card away for continuous foul play or continuous penalties, it's that cynical aspect of it that he's binned Samuel Howes for. So I was thinking to myself, I'd have pulled that down about 10 metres earlier, because it just stops the momentum, because they'd already given the penalty away. So you'd see someone coming in from the side and the ref's called him and he gets out. Stay in there, because you've already been called from the side. You've already given the penalty away, so you're making it very easy for Horsham sometimes. So unfortunately it's 10 metres later, and that's why it's the yellow card.
If you are going to commit that offence, essentially go all in.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. You've done it, you don't try and then walk. The ref's not going to unpenalise you if you walk out of it, just stay in there. Any little kids, don't listen to me.
There's no bonus points for being a good person in that environment.
now this is so important for the Moor defence here. I think, as we've just seen from the Horsham Moor, it's a strength. So Old Northamptonians have to be on the money here with their defence just to stop this going over and it being a 2-score lead.
It's up to the front and taken by Redmayne. And it looks so well formed. Again, the speed is there and they're well over the line. Horsham will have a third try. And this one down to the power of the pack. They are bossing Old Northamptonians up front.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about a well-formed rule, that was it. I think they had the even when it broke away, they still had the front three in place, and then a long, thin kind of caterpillar it is behind them, and the people arriving went past the ball carrier to add their weight into. So you think that ball's really far away from the opposition when you've got that kind of caterpillar effect, and it's right at the back, so they can't get through. And then as the people come, instead of taking the ball, they just put their heads in and keep driving their legs, which is what's made it so successful. So you always think that you look at a scrum and you think, oh, that team will have then the upper hand in the Moor because maybe they're the bigger pack, but actually it's the opposite here. Old Northamptonians seem to be motoring in that scrum, but when it comes to Moor time, they're just not getting the bodies and the strength behind it to stop it.
Channel with this conversion attempt. Channel has a good stab at it, and it's a very good attempt. Horsham have a perfect record so far, 21-7 against Old Northamptonians.
You think it's really important, this next score at 21-7, one more try and it's suddenly getting a bit out of reach, so Old Northamptonians really want some points now.
Try scorer, by the way, Dan Cass, but I'm sure everyone from Horsham knew that already. We weren't quite sure who'd got that down amongst the bodies, but Cass it was.
I never like the commentators on our games to make their mistakes, so make sure I come up with the ball. Make sure people are applauding you, so then you know it's you.
Is it fair game if you see someone come up with the ball to give the try to them? Does it ever happen that someone else pinches it?
No, because once you get back to the changing rooms, people make it sure known that who scored.
It's not a mistake you make twice then.
No.
Here's De La Cruz. James De La Cruz, really aggressive runner from tight head, but he's lost the ball here, and Horsham are playing it away, and that's in the hands of Chennell, who gets it along the line now. Nwachukwu Cruz on the inside here. He's tackled in the act of catching that. Horsham with the advantage. High tackle from Joe Heslop.
High or not, it's just important he had to stop now Ukwu, because we've seen him a few times and he does look electric, and even then on the support line I think Hislop didn't have many options but just to get him down to stop him motoring on.
Johnson hasn't kept that, he hasn't found touch rather, instead it's kept in, and Seymour replies. He also keeps it in. Johnson will carry hard here, the inside centre. Bulky number 12 to have to contain for Old Northamptonians. So too is Taylor Morris. Dusting away defenders. Dan Cass. Knock on from Horsham. Might be a breakaway opportunity for Jake Diggin and co. Here's Barker.
Yeah, he's just brought it back now for a knock-on from Horsham, so it'll be Old Northamptonians' ball. It's just kind of died a little in the last few minutes with the phases they've been putting together. Quite early on, we're seeing loads of kicks in behind, and I think Old Northamptonians actually became really successful with the little chips over the top. They kind of asked the questions of Horsham. There was clearly no one in that if you want to kick, you want to put it between the 15 and the defensive line in a space where the ball bounces. They always say look for grass, and I want to see them do that, because once you're successful at something, like we always say, keep doing it. No need to change it. So hopefully we'll see that a bit more, because that was really asking questions of this Horsham defence.
They're such a well-organised front line of defence, Horsham, that you have to have an extra dimension to your attack to get past them.
Yeah, I think we've seen it. Some of the tackles coming in, the shots coming in, they're looking to make them big hits, they're looking to make them dominant hits. So quite often that means they're off the line nice and quickly. That's where the space comes in behind. So if you start putting the ball just in behind them, it bounces, and they'll stop coming off the line so quickly, because they're conscious of that. They're worried you're going to do it. They don't want to look silly, so their line speed slows down. So it works both ways for you. One, you can get the ball back, but two, you're also altering how they defend. So if they can keep doing it, it might change it, and less dominant tackles coming from Horsham.
Still a man down, of course, Old Northamptonian Samuel Howes off the park for another few minutes. Solid scrum from the Northamptonshire side. Heslop doesn't have the space he was looking for. Barker to Diggin. It's got great, fast, powerful thighs, Jake Diggin, and gets them pumping, and Heslop finds a forward on the inside.
Still in, no.
Diggin has to play scrum half. It's a ropey old pass back to Joe Heslop, but it makes it, and Heslop has time to launch this forward, and that was taken in the air.
Taking the man in the air.
Yeah, really unlucky. Like, that's what we wanted to see from them. That the kick was brilliant, in the sense that because it was so high and it went hung for so long, it allowed that old Northamptonians defence to come through the line and put the pressure on. But unfortunately, as he's receiving it, he's jumped kind of a metre forward where the defender was, and unfortunately, yeah, he can't touch the man in the air, even though they're jumping forward as it was. So therefore, it's a penalty against. But that's the kind of kick you want to see, because it's such a competition for the ball in the air, and it can bounce anywhere and it can make mistakes, but a kick like that's a really hard one in this Twickenham stadium with the sun beaming down on us.
And those Horsham fans are having a great time in the stands.
Tell them. Can I ask how
21-7 up.
on the bid, please?
5 minutes before half time.
I've got 3:40 left on the bid. 3:40. 3 minutes 40. Cheers, mate.
They're also in the shade, so I bet it's a bit nicer over there than over here in my baseball cap and you in your sunglasses earlier.
Yeah, it's not quite as aggressive over there, is it? We're getting the full strength of this springtime sun. Looks like every coach company in Horsham has been recruited to get people to Twickenham today.
I'm hoping Joe Heslop gets up and is able to come and continue this game, because I think he's been playing really cleverly at 10, with a couple of deft offloads and passes he's had, a few no-lookers, and then he's kicked quite really well. Obviously it was his little chip and chase that allowed for the try, and I like that kind of variation of the chip and chase, and then the absolute bomb that he's just put in, so hopefully he can get his boot back on and come back on.
That would be a big loss for Old Northamptonians. In the meantime, Horsham kick themselves forward again. And they're working up an appetite for another try before half-time. Important, hugely important for Old Northamptonians' chances in this final to stop Horsham scoring any more points in this first half.
Scrum option.
It's the way the hook, well, it wasn't even the hooker, I wonder who it was that threw in, but he just stood there and looked at the floor knowing it was so wonky it wasn't even worth looking at where the ball went. Nick Bell wasn't impressed with himself there. I would have been, to be honest. It was 2 metres one way, to the wrong way.
Yeah, Bell, someone who has played with Horsham since their Sussex One days, stalwart of the club. And with those line-out duties today. And the upshot is scrum to Old Northamptonians. Seymour playing fly half. The fullback steps in and he's found some excellent kicking lines there. Brilliant from Seymour, just short of being a 50-22.
Yeah, I think earlier we saw Hislop kick one straight out because the angle was all wrong, and that was the perfect angle to go for. Allow it to bounce, and hopefully it could have nearly gone into 22 and, like you said, be a 50-22. But that's a perfect kick. Inside your own, easily deep into your own half to go into near the opposition's 22 is a brilliant kick for them, and this is where we want to see the pressure put on by Old Northamptonians on Horsham.
They go up at the front, but Horsham stay down. No jump from Horsham. Smart play. And Horsham have Josiah Walker at scrum half. And that's an excellent weight on the kick here. 2 in the game for Horsham, but neither can take it. Advantage Old Northamptonians, and they have numbers away to the right with Seymour if they can use it instead. Seymour kicks for himself. The bounce is good, but the hands not quite. Well, he could have been away there. Rory Seymour. Almost couldn't believe that he found so much green grass at Twickenham all by himself.
Yeah, they've done it once before, and like I've been saying, try it again. It was so successful the first time, and actually you can clearly see that Horsham's defence has come up so hard, and they've got such a gap between their last line of defence, so their full-backs and their wingers that have dropped, to their front line of defence, that the space is there, and the bounce is nearly really kind to him, but unfortunately he's knocked it on. But I think that's the way to go right now. When they've had ball in hand and they've been going through the phases, they've been struggling to go anywhere, but their kicking game is probably an aspect of the game that's been working really well today. So I'd go after it and keep trying it, keep trying the absolute bombs and the little chip and chases, and see what you can do and get from it.
And Bryony, the scrum, the other side of their game, which has been going so well, and they have a chance to get into Horsham again here.
Yeah, they were holding their own when they had a player off, so I think they might be back now nearly, or no, I think it might be, we'll find out. I'm not too sure. I think they've dropped the number 8, so they've been going so well with a player down, so now when they get the player back, their scrum will be back to full strength and functioning even better.
It is Old Northamptonians' ball. They've pinched it at the scrum. Good yards made into Horsham's back line. Barker. Toby Wallace. Seymour offering a different threat at fly half now to Joe Heslop. Good hands along the line, and here come Old Northamptonians.
Max Patterson's left the ball behind. That was again brilliant play. It does seem like moving. James Greensmith left the ball behind. I think moving Rory Seymour forward into 10's given them something different. It's definitely given them something different, and that's actually allowed a bit more space out wide and to move the ball a bit. So it's unlucky, but they've got the penalty for the high tackle, and they're going to go for the 3 points.
And James Greensmith, it is lining up the kick. Right in front of the posts, but with distance on this. This would be a boost going into half-time, not just to survive Horsham and deny them another try, but to go in and close the gap to 11. A healthy degree of significance hangs on this kick. Greensmith can't add the 3.
Five's coming onto
I have to say, even as a player, obviously you're silent when they kick, and even as a commentator, I feel like I have to pay the respects to a kicker and allow them their time. It's interesting to be 14 points behind and go for the kick, because you still will have to score a try eventually, probably. I guess it's not helpful that he's now missed it, but it's an interesting call. But clearly they want to just keep the scoreboard ticking because they're struggling to get that territory in Horsham's half.
Great distance on this from Chennell. Barker replies, and he's judged that very nicely and given a good chase as well. Final exchanges of this first half. Walker. Penalty though. Now what do Old Northamptonians do again? Have a second pot at goal with Greensmith? They would be allowed to take the line out if they went to touch, of course, even if time is up.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting. I think Greensmith as a player will probably decide yay or nay, especially he's knocked his confidence a bit, missing the last penalty, so it looks like they're going to the corner. For me, that's a kind of a more sensible decision, especially with a couple of minutes left on the clock. Take the penalty there, they kick it, and then Horsham get to come back into your own half, and then it could be that you can see another try, but now you've got 2 minutes to keep the ball and put the pressure on, rack the penalties up, get them to concede a yellow card. There's so many things you could do, but I think that's the right call.
2 to go down.
So Brute is on target, and then Old Northamptonians with the ball and charging into Horsham ranks. 5 metres away, De La Cruz with the next pickup. Terrific momentum this for Old Northamptonians just before half-time. Picking and going. Barker waits. Gives it to his outside centre in Rivens, who's gone close. And the forwards set themselves, ready to fly into green shirts and try and get over the line. Not quite. Diggin is there, De La Cruz is there. The heavyweights in the front row. But Horsham have done enough.
Oh, sometimes I always see things differently than a ref, but who am I? I'm not the one in the middle with a whistle. But that was really tough because they were centimetres away. He'd called it short, so obviously you can present the ball back. But it looked like Horsham had come over and picked the ball up somehow and kept them put over the try line, so it was held up. So really unlucky because I thought they were short and should have been able to play another few phases. But great defence from Horsham. You think when someone's that close, you've got to work really hard, especially when you've got big forwards trundling at you.
Barker fields it and wants his runners to run. Lovely pass over to the left-hand wing. Brilliant skills from Sam Connor. Still with Old Northamptonians. Lovely spin to avoid the first tackle. In the end of this half, it's Horsham holding on, but they've done a good job of that. So they keep their try line intact, down to just one score against them. 3 that they've chalked up over, at times, a really dominant first half to the half. The first 20 was looking really good for Horsham, and Old Northamptonians showing that they've got enough in the tank to really trouble Horsham. Can they put it all together in the second half? 21 points to 7 at half-time.
Yeah, like Horsham looked a lot more structured in how they're wanting to play and how they're they are structuring themselves and what they do where, whereas Old Northamptonians look a little bit less structured until that end bit, but again, still, when we're picking and going, it seemed a bit one out. Whereas I like that for Horsham, and I think here we're seeing one of their first tries where great break, and then it's just the Nounts to have the offload, and the nines always should be running that inside line. Any good nine will run that inside line, but Taylor Morris making the break, I think he shoved through the first tackle, rode the second one, but the ability to then have the wherewithals to offload to Aaron Linfield to dive over, it's an awesome try for them. But it's kind of been the story of their half is the ability for some of their people to be running, and obviously Declan now Wu he looks electric when he gets the ball and trying to keep the ball alive like all good wingers do, but unfortunately that one didn't result in much for them.
Old Northamptonians' try came a little against the run of play, but such a well-constructed piece of interplay. And this the drive over from Luke Bond.
Yeah, I think Jake Diggin gave him the ball and then said, I'll come with you, but I ain't running this in. But huge from Luke Bond. He rode over 2 tackles to score that. But I want to see more of this. Yeah, Jake Diggin goes, here we go, son, we're going straight over. But that's what we want to see more of. We've seen them kick a few times and it's really worked out successfully. And then right at the end there, we saw some phases put together. But we're seeing glimpses. We just want to see more of it.
Same construction for this second try from Horsham. Dotted down by Rich Treadgett. Big men running at a reduced defensive line from short range, and it's going to look like this.
Yeah, playing off nine so close to the post, you'll probably be running at your backs if you have a bit of a wider pass. So there he's running at 15. It's much easier to run at small men than bigger men. And then lastly, it's the maul, and that's a lot of big men put together, and it's just kind of the power of the brutes. And here it's just the way they've put it together, the way they've formed the maul, taken the corner, but still got the bulk of the maul at the front, and then that long back which allows the ball to be as far away from the opposition, and you're going to get a free ride, a bit of an armchair ride there. But that was Dan Crass getting that armchair ride.
James Greensmith not quite on target at the end of the half, so 21 points to 7 it stayed. Second half coming up very shortly.
Green, please. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Just keep the lads working hard on the kicks to get back to it. You ready, Blue?
Second half, and Horsham will kick us off. Tom Johnson barking a few orders, both sides of him. making sure everyone's ready, everyone's onside, and Horsham leading 21 points to 7. Johnson finding a bouncing ball. And the reply is deep, very deep. Linfield, who went off at the halfway point in that first half, is back on. His opposite man, Lewis Barker, who's electrically quick, but not as quick as this man. This is Sam Connor, and Connor is going. Such speed on the ball from Sam Connor, and the first blood drawn in this second half by Old Northamptonians.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable run. Just kept going. He seemed to be that Horsham didn't want to tackle him at one point, but he split the defenders in two, used some footwork, and made a good, from the kick, from the receipt, the metres gained of that is probably around 40 metres, so tremendous work there.
And Sam Connor at fullback to replace Rory Seymour, who's moved to fly half. And that kind of change really changes the shape of an attacking play. And perhaps Horsham just aren't yet used to it. Here they come again. Green Smith involved in that charge. Horsham piling through though, trying to rip the ball. Still with Old Northamptonians. They have to reset here, and they do with Brown. Barker, De La Cruz. Barker again. Connor. Brown. Nice interplay to Toby Wallace. Now Horsham like to try and get in to steal that. Here's Seymour. Good pass. Excellent line taken from Bond. Bond into the 22. Barker keeps it high. Connor spins it along the line. Bellamy is keeping his feet inside the whitewash. And then Bond comes again. Composed and direct beginning this to the second period. Barker, De La Cruz.
Now lead it, Green.
Little slip back on the inside. Mikey Bellamy was lurking for that. And here come Old Northamptonians right through the middle for the first score of the second half. And this cup tie is right back in the mix. Try scored by Jake Diggin.
Oh, totally looks like a different team that's just come out for the second half. One with Sam Connor's pace down one side, and then we've just got such the tempo of the ball's been so much quicker. The quicker rucks have allowed them to play a bit more expansive, and then what a try at the end there from Jake Diggin. He's just picked the ball up from the ruck, and the ruck defenders have just been asleep a bit, and through he goes. I think the clear out in front of him helped, but happy days, it's all legal, and through he comes and takes a try. So it's been much better in the second half so far from the start. I think Rory Seymour to fly half. They played extremely flat, but he's picked out two players in space and allowed them to run onto the ball.
Can Greensmith make it all 7? Good shape to the kick from Greensmith, and it raises the flags. Old Northamptonians reduce the deficit to a score. 21 points to 14 now.
Yeah, it's interesting because some of the names we were saying Lachlan Brown and Toby Wallace getting on the ball, we hadn't really said much of them. Someone must have given something to Lachlan Brown at half time, because he came out like storming. People were trying to tackle him, and he was just pushing them off left and right, swatting them off. So something's been said, because there's a few of them. Even James De La Cruz bumped someone off and wasn't having any of it today.
Another deep kick-off, but to Barker, who has a long left boot. Fielded by Linfield. Johnson under a degree of pressure, but he's found some space here, which Seymour covers. And he puts this long. Henry Warwick keeps it in one hand, looks for Nwachukwu. Linfield to Dan Cass.
Use it.
Treadgate.
Never let go, Blue. Thank you.
Cass again it is. Shouldering the responsibility to carry forward. Old Northamptonian's defence is well set. Joe Blake manages to make a few metres, the fly half. And now making steady progress, Horsham. Cass again. An undertaker is his profession.
Use it.
Taylor Morris. Linfields. Nwachukwu was chasing after this, but it will beat everybody.
Yeah, clever. It's like when you've got phases, continuous phases, and you're going nowhere. Don't keep doing that because you're going to go nowhere. So you've got to try something different, and that's in the form of a grubber through here at the back. And it's got two purposes. One, we could go after it, but two, it's going out and you've gained in the territory. So you won't spend a whole rugby game with the ball in your hand. So you've got to be a little bit clever about what you do and where you do it.
Stay bound.
Can Old Northamptonians deliver a rolling maul of the Horsham kind that we saw in that first half? There's the try scorer, Diggin, who has to just take it to grounds. They know how to shut them down as well as set them rolling, Horsham. Warwick is at the back, fielding this.
Use it.
Smith. Slip pass from Morris. And the penalty comes for Horsham.
Yeah, the question you asked about the maul, and I nearly answered it at one point straight away, but I've had a bit of thought and the answer is no, because it's just a setup. It's a setup. When we saw Old Northamptonians set that maul up, they just didn't have the people to plug, the people to protect the ball. It just looked like a big circle of people basically, and it got twisted and spun and no one was staying straight, and unfortunately then you're not going to have the same effects that Horsham did when the setup's good. And you've got your plugs in, you've got your rock in, so unfortunately no.
We appreciate your directness, Bryony Cleal.
Sorry people, yeah.
No, it's important to be clear. And
That's not straight.
Horsham denied a chance to set up their rolling maul. But you're right, it's a very different aspect when a team have got their body positions perfectly right.
It's just individual roles. We forget how important it is as a group of 8 players. These forwards will be repping this out time and time again, and everyone's got a specific job. If one person fails to do that job, it just breaks down. As the Red Roses, we're well known for our mauls, but it's been practice and practice. There's not a day I don't spend in camp that's not in a line-out walkthrough, and this is why.
Stand up, please. It's going to be a reset. Longer bodies, both longer bodies, please.
Obviously they'll be back to full strength now, and that scrum the first half was definitely a strength from Old Northamptonian, so it'll be interesting to see full strength, fresh from the first half. You've had your oranges, you've had your water. Let's see how it goes.
Solid with a penalty to come.
19, arm down into ground.
Yeah, absolutely. You forget, sometimes it's about patience in the scrum. We all expect it to just start moving straight away, but when you've got 2 packs pushing with ultimately everything they've got, it's just the patience to see which one creaks first, and you saw there under the pressure he's just collapsed, put his arm down, and James De La Cruz has got up and should have pats on the back for that one because it's a penalty to them.
Jordan Brew now gets ready to go to the front, but it's pinched, and pinched well. Horsham turning this over. And now with Cass. Hard hit on the gain line, coming in from Diggin. Back to Warwick to go down this short side, but he had to really stop to gather that, and there's no speed on the ball at all.
It's quality of chop tackles as well. We saw Jake Diggin do one. If you can chop a person round the ankles, they're not going to make any post-contact meters. They're going to fall straight away, and you're also not going to be in the way, so it allows the jackler straight onto the ball. And we see it there. You chop someone, there's no support players from them to clear the breakdown, and you're straight over on top of the ball. As soon as you pull the ball, the ref's going to reward you.
Bryony, we're not seeing as fluid a performance from Horsham at the start of this second half. What could that be down to?
They haven't had the ball. They've barely had the ball, and it's been a lot of old Northamptonians, and to be fair, they've only kind of got the ball back when the throw's been poor in the line out, or they've knocked the ball on. So they just need to ride the storm, because like we say, sometimes in rugby you'll have the ball, you'll have the momentum, sometimes you won't. Ride the storm, you'll get the ball, and you can show us what they can do.
Barker wants his side to show what they can do here, and Harry Stone with that carry. Seymour has good options here, but it's not going to go to hands. In fact, it's not forward. Dangerous setup, but not quite the execution.
Changes for Horsham, green 5 and green 8 replacements. Green 5 and green number 8 replacement, please.
Yeah, it looks like the Horsham coaches as well want a fresh set of legs in the forward pack, and making 2 changes to see if they can change the way the game's going, because as much as they're still in the lead, it's definitely old Northamptonians that have come out looking like they've had the better oranges at half-time, and looking like they want to really chase after this Horsham team. So it'll be interesting to see how it changes, because fresh legs in the forward packs are always well received and well welcomed, because it's a hard slog in there.
Shoes are off in the stands. Might have to get someone from Horsham Rugby Club to explain that one to us. Well, there's many things you can do with a shoe, aren't there? You can shoe your drink for a start.
I'll never forget a shoey at uni, yeah.
Horsham with the ball, everyone loaded on this side. Nwachukwu used as the battering ram this time. And the carry was good from Redmayne. Jack Osgood. Lim Fields bringing a little bit more precision and structure to Horsham's play here. No look pass, and it's definitely done onto Johnson. But knocking on after that, so old Northamptonians with an advantage. They could try anything from here. They need to get the ball back. Horsham fighting hard for it. Barker. Seymour puts it wisely to the toe. He seems to be a very clever footballer. The number 15, Rory Seymour, for old Northamptonians.
Yeah, you're extremely lucky when you lose your starting 10 to an injury, to then just have someone who can slot so effortlessly in there, and actually seems to have brought a different attacking set of skills that's allowed them to look much better this second half. So the fact they've got 2, they're very lucky, because often once you lose your 10, it just stops that fluidity a bit.
About that shoey, Bryony, what were you about to say?
No, I just remember it fondly, you know. At uni I've had drunk from many a shoe, but hopefully over there we'll see some footage of them doing it once they've won, if they do win this game.
Do you go for your own shoe or from someone else?
Oh, either or, I'm not picky.
It's all good fun, all part of the cup final experience. Barker heads off down the blind side, using his speed, and then passing on to Greensmith. And Greensmith loses possession, and Horsham have shut it down.
Yeah, looked to be a good first phase move off the set piece, just to use that blind as an option. They've not really struck off first phase, so clearly it's the confidence in them in the second half. They've definitely come out and know that if they don't start scoring, they're not going to win this final. But again, they've got him behind them, and it's just a great covering tackle that's got the line-up back for Horsham.
To the front go Horsham, taken well by Gowood, and they get moving, don't they? Osgood peels away. Back with old Northamptonians though, and Greensmith. Keeping it alive well. Toby Wallace. And now with the advantage, Barker. What will Seymour try to do? Ben Rivens. Seymour again. Numbers to his left. He goes himself. Barker decides to try and get those hands free and does well to slip it to Stone.
Still playing your advantage.
And this is Grayson. That is still not gone forward according to the referee.
No advantage.
So we'll come all the way back.
Just come back. Just over 10 metres.
Yeah, it came from this line out where Old Northamptonians have decided to step off the line out and not compete at the maul, which has confused them a bit because they were going to the ref, what's happening? But a team, if you're not going to compete, then the team can still go forward. They just have to break away, and that's what Horsham did. So I think Old Northamptonians have been told to do something, but I think they need a bit of an understanding about where it comes, because if they were then to have hit the maul, it would have been a penalty to them because they've moved the ball backwards, but they didn't. So, but alas, they got the ball back and have again looked threatening. I think we saw Barker look to get through, free up his arms and offload, and they get the penalty back, so they've gone for the corner, and this is an important line out for them. We think one more score, they convert it, so closer to the post would be even better for them, but suddenly it's a very close game, could even be tied then.
Given what we saw in the rolling maul last time, Bryony, where it wasn't nearly as impressive as Horsham's rolling maul, you might think that they might try something else from here, maybe go off the top. Do you ever really see that from 5 metres out, from close range?
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt there, I went straight over the top of you because I thought, yes, I've seen this before in this game. So we've definitely seen Old Northamptonians peel, so they've used the peel off the line out. Actually about 15 metres out first half, I thought, oh, they're maul this, but they went for the peel, so it might be that they're not completely confident in their own maul. However, this close, you'd normally go for the maul, but we might see a peel, definitely not off the top when we've got a forward in at 9.
So to the middle they go, but Horsham don't even let them get to that point to make a decision. Line out stolen again. Linfield. Nwachukwu after this, but he has beat everybody into touch. From our perspective, Bryony, we haven't seen enough of Declan Nwachukwu, but from Old Northamptonians' perspective, they've managed to shut him down when he has had the ball and keep the ball from him.
Yeah, these teams must do their research on each other. With the clips you can get these days and the analysis you can do, they must know he's such a threat, so you've got to keep them quiet. You can't let them, people that have scored that many tries in a season, run freely, so they've done well to keep him quiet so far.
On the attack again, and Seymour.
Not held play. Roll.
Good carry from Lachlan Brown again, and now round the back they go. Speed on the ball once more. Here's Joel Grayson. He has his hand in the air. Old Northamptonians skipping in again. With the kick to come to level up the cup final.
If he hadn't done the one finger celebration, he might have been closer to the post. Sorry to Grayson, because it was a great finish. He had to pin his ears back and just go for the corner. We'll see it here. Sam Connor had the option to dummy. He completely committed the man to. The only option for him was to pass the ball to Grayson, who had a complete straight up run in. You see him double pump. He's knowing that if the defender doesn't commit to him, he'll go. If not, he's got Grayson, who's got the wheels, and over he goes to score.
21-7 down at half time.
You are on the clock, yeah?
If this goes over, I take it all back, Joel Grayson. I apologise profusely, because it would be a great photo if they caught that celebration.
You've got to balance both sides of things, I guess. James Greensmith with the task from a difficult angle, no doubt. He's in the last patch of light in the stadium this evening. James Greensmith lines things up. Good shape to his kick, and he puts it through. Glorious kick from the right wing. His wing colleague Grayson touching down, and Greensmith adding the extras. 21 points all in the cup final between Horsham and Old Northamptonians.
I guess I owe him a formal apology. What's your address, and I'll send it to you in the post, because no, you know what, it's just the deserves they've got from this half. Old Northamptonians have definitely had their best rugby in this half, and that try kind of sums it up. The subs that have come on actually have made this back line function, and to put someone in, a winger in that much space, that's going to be the outcome.
Powerful run here from Tacticos. New man on, and Barker now breaking through. Lovely break, has support on the outside. It's the try scorer Grayson again, back on the inside. Barker plays the ball on the 22. Support from Rivens. Old Northamptonians with the bit between their teeth. He's threatened that kind of a break all game, Lewis Barker. And now he's feeding Seymour, who's got urgency on the ball again. It's a ragged looking defensive line for Horsham, but this isn't going to go to hand for Old Northamptonians. A breather for those in green and white.
Use it.
And that first half party in the stands is suspiciously quiet. Jack Osgood with the ball. Linfield. How this match has taken a turn. Fascinating final 20 minutes left to play at Twickenham today.
Use it. No, it's still in.
Linfield has gone long. And this should give time for Sam Connor after he does collect it. Goes back to Seymour, who's going to need help himself. Great chase from Horsham. Getting the basics right from that kick from Linfield. But there's opportunities here. 3 on 3. And a few yards made, and now there's numbers away to this left-hand side if they can pick off Horsham, which they can't quite. Still a good carry though from Bond. Barker running into a white and green brick wall was Wallace there, and they're going to have to fight hard to control this on the floor. Horsham with hands in the ruck here, looking to grab the turnover. Dan Hughes with the carry. And he looks so much more comfortable on the ball if you flash back to the opening exchanges when Horsham were piling into contact and causing all sorts of problems for Old Northamptonians. But here's Warwick, and he's taken the ball well.
Still in.
Linfield. Osgood.
Leading now, Blue. Thank you.
That does control things for Horsham. Aaron Linfield. They're going to need all of his experience through his many years in this final quarter of the game. Not a scrum though to Old Northamptonians. They'll be licking their lips.
Yeah, Horsham just look like they've run out a bit of ideas, especially at the breakdown. It's become really slow for them, and we see the opposite happened to Old Northamptonians. The breakdown speeds upped, which has allowed them to look more threatening, and Horsham just look. The 9 screaming for the players to work harder. Aaron Linfield's like, can you work please, I need someone to come around the corner, and then the ball's slow because he's having to call them round or tell them where to go, and by that time then the defence gets set. So that's why we want a really quick breakdown. It just gives you more gaps, a less organised defence, and ultimately less line speed because they're not organised. So Horsham are allowing Old Northamptons to get organised, whereas the opposite way round, it's Old Northampton's breakdown's too quick for at the moment.
It's those in the colours of Old Northamptonians who are doing the bulk of the cheering now. They are in the minority by about 10-1 in this stadium, which is saying so much about the support Horsham have brought down here, because as we can see there are plenty of Old Northamptonians fans here.
Literally, it's like a little pocket, isn't it, of Old Northamptonians, but they've seemed to have upped the noise volume from them than they were earlier, and they're off on their feet, a few of them earlier, but now they're just banging a drum, and they've got a few horns in the crowd, as you can see. As you can see now.
Okay, let's start back.
Scrum on halfway, almost on halfway for Lewis Barker. Hasn't slowed down at all, has he? Old Northamptonians is scrum half. Two very different types of players going head-to-head in the 9 jersey today. It's been really good to watch this battle. Here goes Linfield into Barker, knows he has to shut him down and does. But a penalty for not rolling away against Linfield. So Barker gets the last chuckle on that one.
Yeah, it's such an easy penalty to give away. If you're not rolling in the way, but someone jackals, they have to call it. Often if there's no jackal, you kind of can get away with it. As soon as someone tries to jackal, unfortunately the referee has to ping you. So it's that ability to understand if it's on or not to jackal.
Taking their time, Old Northamptonians. They've been the controllers of the pace in this match in the second half. They've sped things up when they've needed to. Now they slow it down. Got to get this part right, Old Northamptonians, unchallenged. Brew goes in at the back. So too is Hughes there. Now they spin off. This is Stone. Clever not to play to Horsham's strength and take them on at the rolling maul. Instead they play to their strengths. Another advantage, and they're going to sweep round to the blind side here, and there might be numbers. The ball kept in. Now there's numbers here. Seymour again along the line. It's Grayson once more. Joel Grayson has done it again, and this time they have the lead. Old Northamptonians have sprung the comeback from 21-7 down at half-time. They lead 26-21.
And he gives a finger point to Sam Connor, because as you see here, it's the quick hands from Sam Connor that puts them away. The Horsham defender has to go after Sam Connor because it's a 2-on-1. He has to choose Sam first, so he's trying to stop the attack by forcing himself onto him. But it's the quick hands from him that puts Joel Grayson over in the corner for his second of the game. And this one he can celebrate with 2 fingers if he wants.
It's got to be the best finisher in the Grayson household. Father Paul, of course, fly half of major repute, and James Grayson as well. Such a talented operator at fly half. But Joel out on the wing. Dotting tries down in Twickenham Cup finals. Now how can his mate James Greensmith do from here? Greensmith has just pushed it a little to the left-hand side of the posts, unable to convert from out wide this time. But 26-21, Old Northamptonians hit the front.
Yeah, and they didn't go for the maul. They broke away from that maul, and then it was the ability to switch the attacks. They went from one side to the other really quickly, all flooded round, and that gave them the overlap and allowed the finish. So it's going to be a really interesting finish now, with the difference being 5 points.
Linfield, can he inspire his charges into the lead again? Scrum half who open the scoring for Horsham, but nothing going their way now. Takitos with the turnover. Big left boot of Rivens has found some space behind Nwachukwu, who sets off, beats the first 2 defenders. Just can't keep the ball in possession.
When that speculative kick came through and just went kind of near Declan Wuchu, oh yeah, his brother's watching on. Saw the Grayson in the crowd, big beer in hand, loving life at the moment after his brother scored a couple. But when the ball was there and I thought he was going to get his hands on the ball, I thought, you know, with an open field, unstructured defence, this could be a length of the field try, but unfortunately it wasn't. And instead, the Old Northamptonian supporters are on their feet, clapping their team as they know that's such a big moment.
65 metres of open side here for Old Northamptonians, and Barker has a solid platform. He'll release Rory Seymour. Greensmith makes the extra man, and Sam Connor, with those fast feet and timely hands, is taken down. For Horsham, Bryony, what have they got to do to change the momentum here?
Yeah, it's completely done a 360, or no, 180 I'd say from the first half, or 360 around, and it's gone against them, and they just have not had any possession, any territory, or even be able to string about 3 phases together. So someone in there needs to come together and decide what they're going to do and how they're going to change it, and it might just be getting the forwards to stick that ball up their t-shirts and get the go forward for them to play, because they haven't earned that yet in this half. Or here you go, this might be the moment.
Warwick attacking from deep. Brings play over the 22. Piece of play, a piece of magic like that might be the way to change the momentum in this match. Perhaps a powerful run. Taken on by Smith. Linfields. Blake. A little bit more structure to Horsham there, but then it breaks down, and Seymour is onto this, and off his right foot, then his left, and it's going to bounce up for Rory Seymour. And Old Northamptonians have scored another, and it's the man who's changed the face of this game from number 10. Seymour, the fullback, who moved to fly half, and now has a try to take things beyond 30.
Yeah, look, he's been awesome since he's moved into 10. He's quite quiet at 15, but since he's moved into 10, and that's just speculative. He's come through, the ball's been dropped, and he's fly hacked it through. He's got lucky. He's put a little push on, I think, on 23. Yeah, little push, but then he's allowed to regather, and over the try line he goes, but nothing more than he deserves. I guess we want to see more of that.
That's good. Brian Cleal, full credit.
It's bad, you can tell me it's bad.
Delivery was excellent.
Thinking about it for 5 minutes, but no. I'm so chuffed for him, because I honestly do think since moving to 10, he's just allowed the Old Northamptonians to start playing, and it's looked really good this second half from them, and it's just stretched that lead out a bit much now, and it's 12 points, there's 9 minutes, it's still possible, but that's a try that Horsham would not have wanted to concede.
33-21. Twickenham turnarounds come in many different shapes and sizes, but this one from Old Northamptonians has a really special flavour to it, because they weren't just behind on the scoreboard, but it felt like they were the team being put in the corner by Horsham. Bigger, more aggressive, more organised Horsham, and somehow they have found the keys to play their game. This young team who like to run anything, and even losing their fly half hasn't held them back. In fact, it's allowed things to just change a little bit, and not necessarily that the performance would have been better in the way it's been, but things have been different, and that's been enough for them. Warwick kicks that to touch. 10 minutes remaining, 12 points the difference for Horsham, still very much out there for them to win.
Green here, please.
But things have got to change. There's been so little constructive play from Horsham in this second half.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened, if they've run out of steam, if it's the fitness levels, is it the lack of the depth of the bench, I don't know, but the first half team we saw from Horsham looked structured and physical. We had both the locks going through and scoring, we had the maul looking great, we've just not seen it this half.
Picked again from Tacticos, De La Cruz. Seb Henry is on at scrum half now for Lewis Barker. Big responsibility on his shoulders to keep the control of this match, but the halfbacks don't work that one out, with Seymour knocking the ball forward. Hughes, or rather Johnny Goward, gets go forward for Horsham. Jinking back goes Joe Blake. Nice work from the fly half. Linfield again. Nwachukwu. Powerful in contact.
Turnover is good. And the turnover is good.
Still with Horsham and Josh Earl. Now this is Andy Gray, the number 8. Dan Cass, seems an age since he got Horsham's 3rd try today. Old Northamptonians come up with the penalty at an important juncture.
Yeah, you know when your carry's too good is when you run away from your support, and he wasn't moving quickly, but he was carrying the ball over the gain line, making meters, but as he's got tackled, he's just turned onto his back, and we'd call it like you get turtled, and it's not the position to be in because it's so easy for the jackler to just look at the ball, get the ball, whereas if you work a bit harder on the floor, you can present back and avoid that from happening.
Seymour doesn't find touch, and Warwick replies. Earl passes on. Hint of that ball going forward, but it was accidentally kind of played forward. Here's Blake now stepping up and sizing up the opposition. Joe Blake, can he go all the way? Brought down just short. Support is there from Horsham, and they're over. They are not done yet.
This is the moments we were talking about when we were saying how would they get back into the game, and we were talking about moments of magic or people stepping up. This was it. And so when he makes the break, Edward Blake, and he's just short, it's the support he needs, and it's Edward Manhart that's there. He picks the ball up from his shoelaces and goes through, but that is such a break from Joe Blake. He spots the gap, he puts a big left foot step in and goes for the corner, but doesn't make it. But it's the support play from Edward Manhart that's enabled them to get over. But that's the moments you're looking for. That's the moments you're looking to energise your team, energise the fans, and change the game around and trying to close the gap.
To make it a 5-point difference. Ollie Chennell steps up. Steadies himself and puts it through. Confidently done from Ollie Chennell. And they're 5 behind now, Horsham, with 5 to play. This Papa John's Community Cup Finals Day is going all the way in our final game. What a break this is from Blake.
It's what happens at the back end of a game. People are tired, there's more gaps, there's bigger spaces, and you get moments like that. So it'll be interesting in the final 5 minutes how big these gaps are going to be and how our structured defence will be.
Linfield spreads play. They're looking to run this out of their 22 with Blake. Ollie Chennell had a decision to make there. He was thinking about hammering it downfield. Instead, it's kept in hand. And Linfield, for most of this game, would have box kicked from this position. Instead, they keep it tight. And still, that's the option. Converted try wins it. Linfield breaking upfield, the scrum half, over halfway. Seymour tries to close him down. Looks for Nwachukwu. Goodness me, Brian Ecleal.
That's what we're talking about, them holes in that unstructured defence as the game progresses and people get tired and gaps get bigger and you can't make it, and they're the moments where 9s and 10s become really, really dangerous. And especially Aaron Linfield, he's done it all day, he's looked dangerous, he's looked like he's going to take a few chances. Likewise with Lewis Barker, they've both looked dangerous around them areas, and he's taken it, made the break, but you force it. You know you've got 3 minutes left, you know you've got 5 points, and you've got to force that offload because you might not have this opportunity again. And he's obviously looked for Umwe Uku over at the wing, and it's just not made it there, and he's gone forward.
Rewind 1 week to the semi-final against St Austell, and it was a try from Declan Nwachukwu that turned the match at the very end of it, allowing Horsham to win 22-20 to 20 points. They then saw out the match with excellent defence, and are we yet to see a finishing flourish of that ilk from Horsham? Seb Henry with the ball under his arm in the 21 jersey, feeds the scrum. Seymour waits for it. Platform is solid. Seymour looking to run this from Old Northamptonians' half. I don't want to give that Horsham back three anything to live off, so they'll keep it with the forwards. But this Horsham defence is starting to gain some swagger once more. Henry looks both ways, finds Seymour, who jinks through and might have created a half opportunity had he got the offload away. It's good dominating of possession, this from Old Northamptonians. Now they stretch play, and Grayson again into Horsham territory. Steps, keeps going. Joel Grayson sizes up Warwick. Joel Grayson for the Twickenham hat-trick, for the victory. Stepping in off his left wing and earning Old Northamptonians a place in history, their own history books. Joel Grayson in this second half has been unstoppable.
Yeah, to step out the tackle, to not go to touch, to spin, to break the first few, and then step round the last tackler, and under the post he goes. And it wouldn't be Joel Grayson if he wanted to put the one finger in the air and celebrate like he's done already twice today. But look, a hat-trick in a cup final, your family's watching. Now wants to probably be subbed, but look, he's absolute finish. He's got all of it, hasn't he? We've seen him with the pace, we've seen him with the stepping, we've seen him with the ability to evade and finish. So absolute chuff for him.
Only now is Joel Grayson's day done, and that was the most difficult finish of the lot. Everything before that was the warm-up act. Putting it through, James Greensmith makes it 40 points to 28 with just minutes remaining at Twickenham. They have done it now, Old Northamptonians.
I don't know if you saw it, but yeah, Joel Grayson was given it, can I be subbed? He knew his day was done. He's very happy with a hat-trick at Twickenham in the cup final, and off he can go sit down with some ice and a celebration in a minute or two.
Yes. Not going into touch, option, scrum or line. Thank you.
Final play of this final then. The most remarkable of the four finals we've seen today, given the nature of how things have unfolded. Horsham 21-7 up at half-time, but Old Northamptonians will be lifting the cup. And that's it.
Oh no, it's a dreaded penalty at the end of the game where you can't end on a penalty, so unfortunately the celebrations need to calm down for about 30 seconds and we'll see what Horsham do.
Yeah, not quite. The shrill blast of the whistle, but what do Horsham do here? Tom Johnson. He's going to go to touch. We'll have the line out. to see if Horsham can come away with anything in these final exchanges. Fifth try at Twickenham wouldn't be bad going. On any other day, it might be enough, but Old Northamptonians have had their day in the sun. And what a day it's been. And here come Horsham. Their power rolling maul on display for the last time. Can they take things all the way? The roll, the release, and then the score. It does come. It has been a formidable weapon for them today. And it does bookend this cup final.
It feels like such an anticlimactic end for Old Northamptonians, because you know that you've won the game, but it's on the Horsham try. But like we said before, when we've seen Horsham set up their maul, it's been so well set up, and we see it there that even when they break away, it's so easy for him to go over, and Johnny Goodward with the try at the end. But it's well set up. The line-up's great. It's well set up, and over they go. So their maul was the best today, but unfortunately they'll be on the losing end of the game.
Anyways, underlines just how good Old Northamptonians have had to be today to come out on the right side when their opponents have weapons like that.
Yeah, and we talk about comebacks and knowing that you're not out of the game, even when you're 21-7 down, you're not out the game. Rugby's a funny old sport where momentum shifts and anything can happen.
Another good kick from the boot of Ollie Chennell. It's the final whistle. It's Old Northamptonians' day at Twickenham. And this young side, who run the ball from anywhere, stuck to their guns across this contest and have come back from 14 points down to win the cup final in style. And a hat-trick from Joel Grayson turned this second half around. But two teams with splendid seasons behind them, and they played with the confidence that those promotion-gaining league campaigns have brought them. But only one team had that ability to go all the way, and Old Northamptonians somehow did that when things were looking so difficult for them. What a performance, Brian.
Yeah, especially when you think about the first half and the second half, but the man on pitch, Rory Seymour, really stepped up in that 10 shirt when the fly half went off early doors. So to do that and come away and play like they did, and we say they like to play from anywhere, but they were just awesome in that second half, and the way they got the quick ball to their backs and enabled them to play. And then when you've given quick balls to your back and you've got Joel Grayson on your wing, he's going to finish. So to put him in space 3 times, one's an awesome finish, one's he's had to do a lot of work, but the others he's just got over in the corner, really simple tries. So it's definitely a turnaround, and they've showed a different side of themselves in the second half and the first half. But full credit to them, and credit to Horsham, because any other day it could have been for them, but unfortunately Old Northamptonians left something in the locker for that second half.
So there's the blue wave in amongst the green and white, but for both teams a crowning end to their league campaigns, their cup campaigns, and really a fitting finale for this day at Twickenham, Bryony. The best save till last.
Yeah, no, that was great entertainment. Well, it's such a high-scoring game, whereas both teams have been high-scoring. Obviously, previously we've had some tight games, but one team normally pulled away, or whereas in this game it was 2 high-scoring teams who wanted to play some rugby, but also had great defences. So yeah, very, very entertaining last game for us. And the sun came out, and you're pleased to have such a good crowd here to support both teams. And and it is such a special day to be on Twickenham, to create the memories. And for one team, yes, it'll be elation, but the other team, they've still been able to come out with their family and friends and had such a good cup run, and we'll have the memories too.
So just the one loss in the entire season for Old Northamptonians, and that was to their local rivals, Northampton Old Scouts, who I'm sure are watching on today, seeing how their mates from just down the road have done, half a mile away, the two clubs from each other. So Horsham tread their way up the stairs to receive their medals, led by Tom Johnson.
There's a lot more steps when you lose than there is when you win, I can tell you that one. Seems a long way when you're going to get a silver medal.
Some fine individual performances. Joe Blake, Aaron Linfield, the half-backs. When Horsham were good, those two were firing. From the forwards as well, uncompromising in so much that they did. A word on Richard Treadget, Horsham stalwart. He has over 200 appearances for the club. He on the score sheet today, of course, and played here at Twickenham 11 years ago with East Grinstead. He's a man who is likely to be retiring from play after this match in the number 4 shirt today for Horsham, but a stunning Horsham career, whatever happens next. And the shoes are off again, Bryony, in the crowd.
We would definitely have to find out what that's about.
And here they come, led up by Toby Wallace, who had an industrious game right from the off. Richard Cockrell handing out the medals too. Luke Bond with a crucial score in that first half to keep Old Northamptonians in the fight when they were really under pressure. Try in the second half from Jake Diggin as well to get things going. That seems an awfully long time away, doesn't it now?
Yeah, I have to say, if there's a couple of people I'd like to mention at the end of the game, it would have to be Jake Diggin and James De La Cruz. I think James De La Cruz was on that pitch for a long period of time, and he scrummed and he carried, and then Jake Diggin with the offload, the try assist and a try for a loose head prop, and the game was chopping people like trees. So I was truly impressed with the two props. I feel like you can't give props enough mentions these days.
That's quite right. Lewis Barker there, and Joel Grayson, the hat-trick man next to James De La Cruz. It's got to be the only Grayson to have scored a hat-trick at Twickenham. I have to go back through Paul's England record, but I'm sure that Joel Grayson has some family bragging rights there. Old Northamptonians, cup final winners and winners in style. Back from 21-7 down to win 40 points to 35. So many matches they've won at the last minute this season, and although this was secured a little bit before the last moments, they still had to come from behind to do it. Sam Connor as well in that 20 jersey. What a game he had after his introduction.
I know we've watched a lot of rugby today, but these are some of my favourite pictures. I think just being able to go out there, celebrate with your friends and family, get the hugs, the congratulations, and come down and kind of go home, folk heroes for the weekend, and go maybe drink your beer out the shoe, or maybe just throw it in the air. But I think these are such good, cool pitches to be at the home of Twickenham, at the home of England Rugby, that these players can experience, and this Papa John's Community Cup, such a cool tournament that I've been able to see today.
Fast and furious 5-week block of matches after the league season, and only the fittest survived to this point. And Old Northamptonians digging into the last vestiges of their seasonal energy to pull this one out. What a performance it was. So whilst Old Northamptonian celebrations will move from the pitch into the changing rooms and out into the night tonight, we will leave you with these pictures of this victorious team. Many thanks to Bryony Clear. Bryony, thank you for joining us today. It's been great to have your company. Really enjoyed that. And for all of you watching on from wherever you've been watching on from, it's been great to have your company as well. Thanks very much for joining us, and have a very good rest of the bank holiday weekend.
Robinson.
It's 2 days for the big game in Twickenham. Harlequins are playing Exeter Chiefs and I'm playing my sister Flo. I'd say mine and Flo's relationship's pretty close. Always best friends growing up, played in the same teams, football, rugby, hockey, lacrosse at one point, but rugby we always played as well. Obviously being a bit older than Flo, I started first, so started playing for the team that my dad coached. So I was 5, I think, and then Flo would have been 4 or 5 when she joined as well. But obviously both played with the boys until under 12s. We only played together for a year, but it was really good, really good year. I don't think either of us would have got anywhere near where we are without Mum and Dad. They'd be there every session when I say that, like, wouldn't miss a game. Dad would turn up with one of those flip cameras to record each game, and he'd have a tripod that he'd come with, probably absolutely freezing watching us, but try and pick a decent sort of spot before the game to get a good angle.
Well done, Flo. Super.
Yeah, it's really good to watch those clip backs. I think it's definitely been a while since I've watched any of that footage. Used to watch that obviously probably every Sunday night or every Monday after the game, so really cool. Just nice to see me and Flo play together. Obviously it was only that year, but I really enjoy playing with her, so that's nice to watch back. I miss Flo a lot. I probably text her a lot more than she texts me. At least once a week we'll try and have a decent catch up. Always nice to speak to her.
There's always like incidences when I was younger and stuff, we'd have to like help me or defend me. I don't think I was the most strong child. Then when we actually played rugby together, that like transferred into that, where if I was being a bit ratty or something and tried to start a fight, I couldn't necessarily end it. So
you start it and I'd end it.
So yeah, that was quite nice.
We're walking over from the stoop to the stadium in the morning, which would be cool. So I'm going to see Mum and Dad on the way in.
I was on the phone to Mum yesterday and she was like, they want to film me, but I can't miss Emily walking. This is quite exciting.
She's really excited. I called her as well and she was like, oh, don't even get me started. Blah, blah, blah. Can you see her? Hey! I love it. Good to see you. You okay? Yeah, really well. Enjoy the game, cheers. Oh yeah, I'm just so looking forward to it. Wow, it's pretty tall, isn't it? Pretty high. I did yoga this morning to calm myself down. When they announce the team or when they say their name and then when they first come out on the pitch, I'm probably going to have a bit of a wobble. We've got the hats, so we might be swapping them around.
Or we're supporting the Robinson family.
Yeah, it's always difficult, I think, when the girls are playing each other. We're supporting them first and foremost.
Got a hat for each, so we'll swap at half time or whatever, you know, and yeah, it's just going to be great.
I can actually hear my heart going.
We're all set at the home of Rugby for a fascinating Premier 15s collection. We're underway. Robinson, Zachary.